Get ready. Hey! Good. Great. Get ready. Hey! Fish! Get ready. Hey! Fish!
So, man, it took way longer than I wanted. Poor Sujan.
Zeal's here.
Wait.
Hello. All right. I remember to unmute myself on Discord.
Wait, give me a second.
Yep.
So, I'm sorry, I have a sick sister right now, and she needed some help.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. We were just chatting about Breath of Fire 2.
How is everyone doing? How are you doing, Sujan?
I'm doing great. I am really happy to be done this
What's the
project. It has
plan?
been hundreds of hours.
Hundreds of hours.
Also, I'm sure my chat is happy for me to be done with the project because I've been teasing them with the secret project and not telling them what it was until half an hour ago. So now they actually get to see the thing. All right. Are you able to see it properly? Okay, yeah, I can see it on your stream. I can see.
I think I set
Yep.
everything correctly up. Everything's nice.
Excellent. All right.
I wanna
see your chat.
I wanna just quickly say hi to my
Yep.
people, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Hey, everyone.
Hello, Zeal's people.
Hi, Zeal's people. Hi, Sujan's people. I wanna also dual stream probably, right? You up for that or?
I have never done that. If you want to walk me through it, we can. I'm
Nice.
also happy just watching two chats separately.
It's very
That's less fuss.
It's very simple.
Okay. Sure.
Okay, you should have gotten a request now on Twitch.
Yep. Zeal wants to collaborate. Accept.
And then you can take the chat, the dual chat out.
Okay. Let's see now. I probably don't want audio in a second call, so I'm going to mute myself there. Where's the chat show up?
You can mute the mic and the audio, and you don't need to share the screen here either.
Yeah.
We have everything. It's really just about the chat and the
chat. Yeah, I gotcha.
And the collab stream.
Excellent.
So hi guys, welcome to a nice Breath of Fire Sunday. You're jolly, thank you so much for the 71 months. Holy shit. Are you gonna raise the TAS? Yeah.
Are you gonna raise the TAS today?
Yeah,
Can someone from my chat just type something to make sure that it shows up in the stream together chat? Please and thanks.
Um,
I think someone in your chat said that my volume could come up a bit.
really? Wait, say something.
Something. All right.
Maybe like 10%. All right. 170. Sure. Okay, say something.
Something.
Sounds exactly like before.
Great. Okay. Otherwise, I think we're good. I'm going to unhide my emulator.
I mean, I guess
No.
wait.
Oh, this is.
Is it actually affecting it? Can you see something?
Something.
This is not. This is not even the correct volume. Wait,
Oh, okay.
what is the correct volume for your voice?
In your OBS, you can probably just turn up
This
Discord.
is-
That's how I would do it.
Wait, your voice must have another. Wait, is your voice not coming over the stream? No, probably not. Right? How do I make your voice louder? Wait. Right click it. This is right clicking.
If you right click my voice in Discord, oh, is it not right click? Is it left click?
Not stream the icon. The icon?
Oh, and every time Discord changes its interface, I have to learn how to do this again.
I have no icon.
Yeah.
I mean, you mean like we're in a private conversation. It's not. We're not on a Discord channel. I know in a Discord channel you can. Yeah, in a Discord channel you can right click the avatar, but in a private conversation you cannot do that. Like if I right click on his direct message icon, then I get like close DMs, apps, verification code, invite to
Okay.
server, add friend, blah 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 blah.
What works for me is telling it to hide the chat so that the window has enough space to show our faces in addition to the
Oh
screen
yeah,
share.
that's pretty good
and
too.
then-
Oh yeah, wait,
Yeah.
options. Oh yeah, user volume. Oh perfect.
yeah,
There you go. That works. Okay.
Yeah, the problem is that it was hiding everything except the screen share.
Okay.
All right, we got there.
That should be good now. That also makes it bigger for me. That's great, actually.
Excellent. All right. I'm going to attempt to time starting the emulator movie file with starting the timer. Ready when you are, Zeal?
1 second.
Yep. Chats aren't merged yet. Okay, what's going on here?
Okay, I guess we want to start and then like explain what a TAS is and stuff, right?
Sure. Hang on. Do I need to do something in the Stream Together page to make it fuse the chats?
It should be, right?
Shared chat.
Or is it not?
Is there a merge chats button?
There should be, yeah. Oh wait, I mean technically it should already be merged, but
Hosts can enable shared chat during a Stream Together session. You might have to enable something. I think you were the host.
yeah, but I'm not a good host. Share chat, start share chat. Oh yeah, there you go. Okay, now it should be good.
All right. Okay.
Now it should be good.
Excellent. All right, we got there. Through the power of teamwork
It's funny,
and
this was
also our chats knowing how things work.
This was the first time though it was not automatically on when I started this.
Okay. I've never attempted this before because
Maybe
I
that's
don't have any
why.
friends.
Maybe because
Oh, that might be,
you never
yeah.
had it.
Okay. All right. I will start the movie if you're ready.
Tech 4 fishing? Probably. I mean, I assume not, but we'll see.
I mean, the tech is get really lucky. All right.
The problem is,
that's
I
my
mean, we
split
can.
key.
Yeah, let's start. We can talk about it. But Tech 4 fishing is actually not very good.
Get ready.
All right. Now
Get
I think
ready.
if I just keep my hands off the keyboard for the next 7.5 hours, nothing bad can happen.
Easy.
Yeah. So instantly, the file hasn't even really started yet, and we've already got two things to talk about. First of all, the splits, which I don't know if Zeal is showing my splits, but on my channel, I have some splits running, which are based on the old tool-assisted speedrun made by Janus back in 2011, and he's going to immediately jump out to a huge lead because he was doing this on old emulation that just skipped part of the boot up sequence. Like, it just doesn't do the whole PlayStation logo thing. That's file select. So immediately he gets out to a 30-second lead, and then he gets another 10 seconds because I was an idiot and didn't realize that you could just press start to skip the little Capcom animation. I noticed that when I was nearly done the TAS, and unfortunately, RNG has already started updating when it's playing that thing. So if I now go back and press start to save a few seconds, I will have to redo all of the RNG manip, because the RNG function advances every frame.
Wait, so I'm sorry, I was still setting it up. So what about the start?
So when you very first boot this up,
Yeah.
you get the PlayStation logo, and then you get the Capcom logo.
Right.
And the PlayStation logo just didn't appear in Janus's emulator because he was using 2011 PlayStation emulation.
Oh.
And then I didn't realize you could press start to skip the Capcom logo. You can't skip the PlayStation one, but you can skip the Capcom one.
Oh.
And since TAS times from console on, not from file select, it matters. So whenever I get around to making a new Breath of Fire 3 TAS in a couple of years, I'll have a 5 to 10 seconds of free time save right at the start.
Oh, you didn't even include that in this one. Oh, damn.
Nope.
Okay. Ooh.
Because I only just noticed it a couple weeks ago, and I do not want to redo this whole thing now.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah.
But hey, there's always some
Yep. We
space
have
for
to leave
improvements.
something for future Charles. yeah.
Right.
So the next interesting thing is Mind Skip wasn't known in 2011.
Oh.
So we're going to immediately get all of that time save right back by skipping the second half of Downamines.
Oh, first, maybe I want to start a little bit early and explain what a TAS is.
Sure,
those-
a tool-assisted speedrun means that I spent the last year, more or less, in an emulator playing this game one frame at a time. And when I didn't get the result I wanted, I went back and then I did it a different way to get RNG to bow to my whims. Which is why we get the cleanest mind skip you've ever seen here. Look at that.
Amazing. Easy reuse, self crit. Perfect.
Yep.
That's really hard
So
to
we
get
lost-
RTA too.
Yeah. We lost 30 seconds relative to the old TAS because of old emulation, and then we're now 13 seconds ahead because mind skip.
Nice. So how a
the-
TAS? I just want to really just enhance on what you said earlier. How a TAS was done or is done is basically you're creating a script frame by frame where you're telling the game at what frame you're doing what input. Really, you're just frame advancing the game slowly, and you're creating basically a text, somewhat like a text file that the game can then read and play the game for you depending on what you told it to press on what frame. So it's a crafted playthrough where you're telling the game frame by frame what inputs it has to press at what times. Right? Yep.
That's all correct.
And you can imagine this, as he said, he worked hundreds of hours on this, and it's a very slow and very precise process. Also because of stuff like RNG manipulation, you have to go back and forth. You might figure out strategy. You need to think ahead a lot, right? What's the plan? What do you want? And how do you achieve it in the fastest possible way? I mean, I'm pretty sure Sutran will talk about it anyway, but stuff like crits, of course, you have to sometimes advance frames, or ideally, of course, change something earlier that costs less time. You need to rethink some things. But yeah, it's a long process.
So one thing that is interesting for me personally is before making this, I have also made tool-assisted speedruns for Breath of Fire and Breath of Fire 2. And all three of these games are just different enough under the hood to make the experience of tassing them feel very different.
Oh.
So one thing that I didn't really appreciate until I sat down to start making this, did you know your crit chance in Breath of Fire 3 absolutely sucks? You just don't crit in this game.
It's
In
it's a fixed
in
value
Breath
per
of Fire
character. It's
2
not that good. Yeah. Yeah. In Breath of Fire
Yeah.
2, you crit a lot. Yeah. True.
So in Breath of Fire 2, I would sit down at a boss, like, okay, so for this boss, I want to have the boss do a physical attack every turn because it's the fastest animation, and I want to dodge all of those hits, and then I want to like counter off the dodge, and then I also want to get a crit on my turn. And you can absolutely do that in Breath of Fire 2 because all of those outcomes are fairly likely. You cannot do that in Breath of Fire 3.
Yeah.
You would be waiting minutes for that outcome.
That's one of the cool
So
things
a
about
lot
Breath
of
of Fire 2. The crit animation and sound is like the environment when critting is so nice that
it is very satisfying.
it feels very satisfying, yeah. And it happens a fair amount too, so it's really nice.
So looking ahead, our boss fights are only really interesting for the first half of the run until we get super combo, because you can imagine that a tool assisted speedrun is really good at super combos.
Yeah. What is the max? 36 or something?
32.
32. 32.
Yeah, so we get a substantial number of 32 super combos, and there are not that many things in the game that can compete with a 32 hit super combo. But of course, we have to do other things until we get to that point. Another thing that is important to talk about in comparison with either the old TAS or just times from when Zeal is doing live speedruns. Zeal, I think you're playing on PS2, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and the old TAS was made on PS1 emulation, but it was made on very old, very inaccurate PS1 emulation that had load times roughly equivalent to a PS2.
Oh, so it was fake anyway. Okay.
It was fake fast, yeah.
But wasn't it?
And
Was it ever verified by
so that's the thing. Like, there's a lot of TASes where it's known that they're not super accurate, but they're also like the best existing TASes.
Okay, just
So-
to have something.
Yeah, it's not like every time emulation gets better, they throw out all of the old best TASes. It's just the older a TAS gets and the more inaccurate its emulation is, the more somebody would really like someone to step up to the plate and remake it to be more accurate.
Makes sense.
And the TAS community preference is to TAS games on their original consoles, even if it's not the fastest version. So this is Breath of Fire 3 on PS1 emulation that is, as far as I know, very accurate to PS1 runtimes. What that means, though, is every single screen transition, I'm losing about a second compared to the old TAS.
Yeah, this is Bizhawk, right?
Yeah.
Judging from the interface.
All right, we finally get to play the game. There's going to be a lot of walking and a lot of talking. Both Breath of Fire 1 and 2 TASes are in the 4-hour neighborhood, and this one is 7.5. Just because there's a lot of walking and a lot of talking.
I mean, that's just a game, right? A lot of walking
Yep.
and a lot of talking.
It is a long RPG.
But it's also very interesting, like, to see the pathing, of course. Maybe I can learn something, too.
Mm-hmm. I have a little notepad here of improvements that I think could be made to my route in this TAS that if I ever come back to it, if and when, because RNG is linear, like if I were to go back and make a little change at this point in the game that affects RNG, and almost any change will affect RNG, that would mean that I would then need to redo the entire task because all of my old RNG manip will now be invalid.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is any person. This is an any person test.
Yeah. And
the splits you see on the left side of the screen are is compared to the old task, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna see it like gain time and lose time from split to split because if I just have to do what Janus did because he already had the optimal strat, then I'm going to lose time because of more accurate emulation. But then on splits where I have a more recent strat, full disclosure, when I say more recent strat, what I mean is I stole it from Zeal. Like, I am not a Breath of Fire 3 speedrunner. I don't know any of this stuff. I just did what Zeal does.
You heard that, guys? I'm basically my speedruns are test strats.
Basically. I mean, I am totally happy putting you down as a co-author of this thing. I would not have been able to make this without your world record video to work
I
from.
was not involved in this. I would feel very undeserving.
Zeal is a task confirmed. Yeah, chat's got it. So, hang on. I think I lost my train of thought like 3 thoughts ago, but what
Sorry, I do that to people.
Meaning to say, that's okay. What I was trying to express earlier is, as you watch the TAS over the 7.5 hours, you are also going to be watching past me get better at tassing Breath of Fire 3. So the very first, like, random encounter avoidance that I really had to do was in the new cave, because before that you can't really avoid the random encounters. And I just did not really know yet how using defense formation to avoid random encounters going around corners works. And now that I do know how it works, I think I can... It's at least worth trying to go back and see if I can get rid of one of the fights in the new cave. In your world record, you get 3 fights there. And so I got 3 fights, and like, okay, I'm happy with that. But I never really tried getting 2 fights. I don't know if it's possible.
Let me think. 1, 2, maybe. Really hard. I never had it in the speedrun, but if you like normally you get the second fight after you find like the end of the blood track, right? Like when you leave the cave, normally then you get the fight. But you can delay that fight to after the next corner. That happens rarely in the speedrun too. After the second corner. If you're really lucky after that, you might make it to new from that, but it's actually really tight. Yeah, it might just impossible, but it might. But for TAS, of course, it might be possible.
Might be possible. Yeah, it's worth looking at because of course any fight you can dodge saves you 10 seconds, which in TAS time 10 seconds is a lot of seconds.
Yeah. Also, of course, what's really nice in the TAS is you get all escapes first try. That alone, holy shit.
So another thing that you might not appreciate until you TAS the game, and also I can tell that Janus wasn't doing this either, but you can RAM watch while you TAS the game. So on my stream, again, not sure if Zeal's copied it over, but I have shown the relevant RAM values.
I do have it, yeah.
Excellent. So currently my danger limit is 117 steps, and my step count is 54. So when I take step number 118, if I'm still running, the game will give me a fight. And if I switch to walking, I can make it another 40-ish steps, and then the game forces me into a fight. And that danger limit, 117, those are generally random. They're fixed when you enter new areas, but like when you just load out of a battle, it will roll a new danger limit for you, and throughout the run, I will be RNG manipulating to get really high danger values.
They do depend on your weapon movement, though. You can delay your first fight depending on weapon movement before that. Yeah.
So, okay, here's an interesting thing. This is jumping ahead a little bit, but it's not the danger limit that's randomized when you enter a new area from the world map. What is random is the step count you start on, because your step count is actually looping from 0 up to in between 16 and 24 on the world. So here you can see my step count is going up to 18 and then it reset down. So for whatever reason, the devs have your step count active on the world map, and they set the danger limit to a low semi-random value between 16 and 24, and when you hit the danger limit, it just scrolls back to 0 and rolls you a new danger limit. So you can do RNG manip walking on the world map to get a to get a very low step count as you're going into an area, just by having it roll over right before entering. It doesn't affect this map entrance here. You just get the one fight regardless of what you do, but there are other places where, like Zeal says, if you do particular movements on the overworld map, you can get one fewer fight, or you can get extra walking time to get you to the wall. I think Angel Tower is one of the places you need to do that.
Yeah, that's like the main thing, yeah, because you can make it just straight to the cutscene.
Yeah, I think I'm remembering right. It was your world record video that you got a fight in Angel Tower, even though you were doing the overworld walk. And the reason that didn't work is because there is still randomness. So when you're walking on the overworld, that update between 16 and 24 is still random. And I think it's just if you get a really unlucky pattern, either a lot of low rolls in a row or a lot of high rolls in the row, you don't end up where you want to entering Angel Tower. It was something like that. Anyway, yeah, also
Game is random.
Totally missed my beef jerky split. Game is random.
Also, in case you guys wonder, like on my stream at least, the splits are a little bit behind of the gameplay because I'm streaming the feed live from the call, but the splits are from the stream, which is a little bit behind then.
Oh, yeah, don't worry about that.
So in case you're seeing the step count and danger value go while he's in a cutscene, it's because in the stream he's still running into the cutscene.
I'm gonna forget half the splits anyway. Don't worry about it.
Like in a real first speedrun.
Yeah.
Did you actually in order to make the splits, like to run them like this? Did you like let the whole run and then split?
Oh goodness, no. I just jumped through the old TAS video on YouTube and manually entered the times into the splits file.
Yeah, but like running right now, or are you splitting right now live? Actually.
Yes, right now I'm splitting.
Oh, right now I'm splitting live. Okay. I thought it's like also a recorded live split.
Oh no.
Okay.
No, I'm splitting live when I remember to. But it is very easy to distract me, and then I will forget to split.
We got this.
Especially for Breath of Fire 3, like I have no muscle memory. I don't speedrun this game yet.
Yeah, I could restream Xujan's stream, but then his commentary would be ahead of what I see and we see, technically. I think this way around is probably better. It's just like a couple seconds for the live split anyway.
Get ready.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a big deal.
Hey.
So, did you get an insane amount of cutting logs here?
Good.
Not as many as I could. There's no particular value to optimizing it. It takes the same amount of time anyway, so I think it's, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, technically you can optimize it probably somehow because people can let go of the log earlier or later, but it's of course not really relevant for the speedrun because the overall time you have is fixed.
It would be really nice if instead of having a fixed timer, if you just had to get to a certain number of logs and then the minigame would end, but it is not that way, so I did not bother to optimize it. Although, interestingly, a similar minigame that can be optimized later is the Gar minigame hauling the big fish boss out of the water. Optimizing that was fun.
Did you actually get more than 30? 31 basically. Oh shit. Holy, that's insane. I think my record is 27, I think.
That sounds reasonable. So each of those cuts was frame perfect for when Tipo releases the log.
Yeah, and I noticed you got a lot of quick releases actually from Tipo. So either that was just randomly lucky.
That was just luck.
Yeah, or maybe it also depends a little bit on how fast you cut it, how many quick releases you get. I don't know.
That could be.
Maybe it was just chance.
So this fight here, you can actually delay this just a little bit if you walk away from here, but you can't make it to the edge of the screen anyway, so there's no point. You might as well just get it immediately.
Yeah, yeah. You can't skip this fight. And as long as you can skip a fight, it doesn't matter really where you get it.
Yep.
Since we're a TAS
The,
now, you escape it anyway, and it doesn't matter what it is, as long as it's not a back attack.
You do notice that on the overworld walk there, we got just enough for our step count to roll over to 0, which means we could get a little bit of a walk in here before getting forced into a fight.
So this area normally has 2 fights, and I guess it also has in the TAS.
Yep. Yeah, it's too large to... Because you get forced into a fight right at the start there, no matter what you do, the area is too large to get through without a second fight.
Yeah.
Even with walking.
Of course, the TAS doesn't need, like normally, as a little bit of a safety, you can take the vitamin there under the rock earlier. The TAS obviously doesn't need it.
No. I don't even think we used the beef jerky we picked up.
Oh, we're skipping the coin too. Okay.
Yep.
Don't need the coin,
so I
guys.
guess...
No fishing. Uh-oh.
No, well, you have to fish to get the mackerel for Shisu, but other than that, we're not fishing up silver knife or anything.
Oh, no silver knife. But
We
that's...
are going to be saving time relative to the old TAS in McNeil Manor, because the old TAS did not spend the 1 second to pick up the melted blade. It actually went through punching ghosts with Teepo's dagger. For reasons that I cannot comprehend, don't ask me to explain his thought processes.
Wait, you don't have game audio, guys? Wait, why would you not hear this? Oh, you have game audio. It's just very quiet. Wait, why is it so quiet?
Hopefully Zeal can get that fixed, because Breath of Fire 3 has fantastic music.
Absolutely.
I love the Breath of Fire 3 soundtrack.
Talking about 200%. At what volume is your emulator? I mean, I don't want to like load it over to you, but...
I think on my stream it's about right. It sounds good in my headphones anyway.
I mean, for my headphones, it also
Like-
sounds good, but on stream, it's
Okay.
very low.
Yeah, it's quiet, but it should also be clearly audible. I don't want it too loud because we're talking over it. Hey, Autumn. Also, I guess I'm a little late pointing it out, but walking over the bridge there, our step count was 103 out of 104, precisely calculated.
Perfect. Oh, did you actually skip that? Wait, did you skip a fight? How many fights did you have until here? It should be 1...
2.
Oh, yeah, 2. No, 2 is normal. Yeah. Yeah,
So
there's
it
no
wasn't that
way.
I skipped a fight, but it was what I avoided was I didn't have to do any walking. I got to the bridge with just running.
Oh, that's sick, of course.
I'm also very pleased with the new 1 fight coming up, because as previously mentioned, you do not crit in this game. Like crit, dodge, and reprisal are all quite low odds compared to what I'm used to. So, for example, when I do new 2, you'll see what looks like a comically suboptimal fight, and it is genuinely the best fight I could find. I promise I spent an entire weekend RNG manipping 1 boss fight.
Damn.
It's rough. It's a hard life out here. But
Look at
this
that
fight,
TAS menu,
this
guys.
fight
You see that?
cooperated. Yeah.
Almost looks as good
Also
as my
copied
menu.
directly from Zeal. Okay, new 1. Let's go. So because we're not fighting anything, of course, our Ryu and Teepo are both level 1, which means Ray is going to be doing all the work.
Hey guys, check this out. Oh, did you see that little weight at the end? That was for RNG manipulation.
Yep.
Oh, the crit and the reprisal crit.
Yeah. Isn't it gorgeous?
And escape. Ooh. That's the dream. Yeah, guys, no flares, no molotovs, nothing of the sorts. Just good old crits and reprisals.
I think I removed all of the flares and molotovs other than the necessary molotovs against Mutant and Huge Slug. If I'm remembering right. Janus used them both quite a bit when he was short on damage. Like, on that fight, for example, I don't think he found crit counter crit. I think he got crit and regular counter, and then he made up the missing damage with a Molotov or a flare, rather. But like that animation is slow,
Damn
attacks are
commercials.
fast, so you really don't want to. And this room has no random encounters in it. Otherwise, we would be getting one right now. So this is the corner here that might be possible to skip in defense formation. I'm not sure.
Yeah, right.
Because it's not deterministic. As far as I can tell, now I'm real loud. Okay, I'll try and keep my voice down. As far as I can tell, what's going on is...
No, I adjusted you. I adjusted you.
Okay. When the game tries to produce a fight, like it picks the enemy before determining whether it has space to put the fight on the map or not. And then if it can't, it then fails to produce a fight and you get a free step. So there are places where some fights have space to spawn and others don't. So you can get a fight to not appear by doing RNG manip and getting it to spawn a big fight. I didn't do that here because at this point I didn't know how it worked, but it might be possible.
Yeah, game audio should be fine now. I hope, guys.
Excellent. The
On my
chat
stream?
seems happy with it.
Perfect.
Excellent.
Sounds good. Actually, I don't think I need the emulator interface, so we get a little bit more picture.
I do love that they added these little wet character animations just for this cutscene. It's real cute. And now we have to look at a much less aesthetically pleasing new fight. I was actually upset about this because I originally had a better new fight here, but that was before I had realized that picking up the Melted Blade was definitely better than what Janus was doing in the old TAS. So I went back, picked up the Melted Blade, and had to redo this fight, and the RNG just did not cooperate. I tried so hard, and it was not working.
Oh man. Okay, let's see. So normal strat would be attack Ray, do some flares. Ooh, that's a long wait. Okay. There's a crit.
It's a long wait, and it's not even very optimal because he gets a reprisal. You have to sit through an extra attack animation.
Yeah, normal attack. Damn, you really have to wait a long time for these crits, huh?
Yeah.
Another reprisal. Okay, that one was nice. And the last one. At least the last one was a very short one. Nice.
Yeah.
But no healing needed, no jolts. So I noticed you also don't care about letting Tipo and Ryu die for more Ray experience. Guess you don't need that.
This is another thing that might actually be relevant if I were to go back and do another one. I was not thinking about that at this point. It wouldn't be the experience on Ray that's important so much as not getting experience on Ryu. So normally we get Ryu Apprentice to Bunyan at level 5, and if we actively kill off Ryu in these fights, we can probably get him lower, which would get him extra points of strength, which could very much matter because there were bosses later in the game where, God, I would kill for 1 extra point of strength on Ryu.
Yeah, okay. So you can pretend you're running. Wow, this freaking jolly guy. But yeah, technically my stream is set up now that it looks like I'm speedrunning. Just that I'm chilling way too hard right now.
The first 2 turns that new fight looked really ugly. The first turn, he got reprisal, which wastes time, of course. It's like 2-second animation. And the second turn, I had a really long wait. Those are justified because they then set up better RNG for the remaining turns. So I did find crit turns earlier in the fight, but those crit turns didn't turn into faster fights because the following turns were worse.
Right. Although all these things, since the game is basically one long interconnected string of RNG dependencies, it is really, really hard, basically impossible, practically impossible to actually say sometimes what is the best outcome in the long run, because waiting earlier can be good for RNG later, you know? Like sometimes you could wait like 3 seconds for an outcome, in an earlier fight, so you get immediately what you want in the next fight. But maybe waiting less than 3 seconds on the earlier fight would have to wait you 4 seconds in the next fight. So you have to wait like 5 seconds total. When you would have waited 3 seconds earlier, you would have only 3 seconds total. You know, like it's impossible to know. It's crazy.
And this is why it took me hundreds of hours.
Yeah, and even that, I mean, you had to admit already, and it's not a secret, of course, that there is still a lot of things that can probably still be optimized, right? And that is something that a lot of people don't realize when they're watching TASes. A TAS is not inherently perfect. They are still made by humans as good as possible, but still improvable. It's like a speedrun too. A TASing is just a different kind of challenge, where you are trying to implement frame-perfect strats and inputs with the best of your knowledge and research, but the next one taking over your work and building up on it will probably find better strats and better optimizations, because of course you're putting 500 hours in, but the next one can build up on these 500 hours and putting another 500 hours in and has an advantage over you, right? It's in that case, it's a little bit like speedrunning, right? Where you can get a sick world record for your time, but the next one is learning from it and has to invest less time than you did for a new, better world record, right? It's just the name of the game.
Even my Breath of Fire 2 TAS, and I know way more about Breath of Fire 2 than Breath of Fire 3, but the Breath of Fire 2 TAS, I still know of things I could improve. It's just a question of, do I really want to sink another 200 hours into like a 5-second improvement?
Yeah.
Probably not. So for each of these TASes, I'm basically waiting until I have accumulated enough known improvements that it's actually worth going and making an update.
Yeah, I think that's pretty common with TASers, that they are basically just maybe noting down ideas and stuff for like the next time. And when they feel like they have enough improvements that are known about now to have it worth it, go for it again, then they just improve the TAS. Because it is just a lot of work, and even if you like, of course, if you would go back to Breath of Fire 3 at some point and make a new TAS, it would be probably faster, since you already have a base you can go with now, and you have the workflow. But it's still a lot of work. Like even if you have all that, there's still dozens of hours to make a new TAS then, with the new strats.
It is nice with an RNG. Sorry, wow, that was with an RPG. There we go. With an RPG TAS, the first time you make it, there's a lot of time spent just doing the walking and talking, where there's no thinking involved. You just have to press A at the right time. And that at least can be copied from run to run. So I have made 2 any % Breath of Fire 2 TASes, and the second one was 1/10 the time of the first one. Yeah. Still a couple hundred hours, but like way faster.
Right, that's a good point.
It would be the same story here. I would have to implement any changes and redo all the RNG manip. Right. But that's still not all the work. There's a lot of stuff you don't have to do twice.
You basically program the inputs, the bot presses. It's not a bot. It's more like what I always like. I don't know if you guys know that, but I really like the comparison with TASes with these play themselves pianos that you always see.
That's
like
exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, in like Western movies, in like the bars, where there's like a sheet of paper with holes running through, and the piano's playing according to the holes. Making a TAS is basically making this sheet of paper, and the emulator is the piano, and you're putting the sheet of paper into the emulator basically, and the emulator is just playing it accordingly to the inputs you set up on the script.
Yep. The TAS Studio program is functionally just a spreadsheet. I have a spreadsheet
Whoa,
with about 1.5 million rows. Oh yeah, nice TAS shopping. I have a spreadsheet with 1.5 million rows, one row per frame, one column per controller button.
Do you remember what you
And I
bought
just-
here? It was hard to see.
I bought Molotovs and a fishing rod and a worm.
Fishing on a worm. Okay, so for the mackerel basically later, right?
Yep, that lets us skip picking up the deluxe rod in the checkpoint later.
Yeah, that makes no
Which
sense.
is where... well, the thing is, it might make some sense, because the room with the deluxe rod also has a ginseng in it. And that could be useful, but the fishing rod itself is completely unnecessary. I don't even think I would pick it up if I were to pick up the ginseng, because you have to do this shopping anyway to get the Molotovs to do mutant later. And if you're doing the shopping here anyway, it's literally just a few frames to buy the wooden rod and the worm.
Yeah, but you're probably not even entering the checkpoint room, right, with Ray?
You might want to if that ginseng takes or saves you more than the 10 seconds it costs to pick up. I didn't pick it up.
I would say it's unlikely that a ginseng would save
It's
you that much time.
unlikely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least in a TAS environment, of course.
The reason that I think it is at least worth thinking about is later, so at the very end of the TAS, there are a couple of fights where it would be handy to have Might on Momo, but Momo hasn't learned it yet. Janus actually does learn Might on Momo earlier than I do, but to achieve it, he has to keep Momo alive in several boss fights. And those collectively lose a bunch of time and also cost experience on Ryu. So
Right.
I think that getting Might on Momo in time for Chimera is not worth it, but having a Ginseng as a one-use Might for Chimera might conceivably be worth it. At 10 seconds, I'm thinking probably not, but the problem is like you pick up the Ginseng at like not even the halfway mark in the game, but then you use it on the third last boss. And like testing whether that's worth it or not requires redoing that entire chunk of the TAS.
I would also say it,
So-
it depends. Like, what does it save even? Does it only save one turn, for example?
Yeah.
Because like one turn, like let's say Chimera is using a normal attack in that turn, that's basically nothing. Like that's shorter than the Might animation in itself, right? For example.
Yep. So I suspect it is not worth, and I will probably not even be testing it.
Is a player piano a legal speedrun controller?
Oh, here's another little improvement. Wallet skip. Wallet
Ooh.
skip was not known in 2011, so we saved some time here. I actually didn't know about wallet skip either until I made this task, and I was watching your video.
But it's a cool trick. It was actually
It
when
is.
when I started speedrunning, it was known. It's kind of funny how this improves, right? Like it's technically so simple when you think about it nowadays. But when you didn't let go of the ladder?
This early in the run, I did not know about letting go of ladders. I
Oh,
think that's the only
another-
one I do wrong.
Another little
Yeah.
improvement.
Yeah,
Um,
I figured it out later.
So when I started speedrunning, it was known already that you can skip the wallet here, but it was considered too risky for speedruns. So no one was doing it. And then
Yeah,
at the same time, Magus, you know Magus, of course, right?
of course.
Magus was the first one actually trying to figure out how to do it properly. Because I think like me getting into Breath of Fire 3 and like trying to improve everything also motivated him to look into stuff, and he was the one that was. I still remember the stream where he tried to figure it out, and I still have in my head when he says it's the ding, because he was thinking he was looking for like some kind of sound cue, and it actually does fit well with the sound cue in the background. Nice crit. Yeah, Magus was the first one that was looking into that, and since then we always used it. Nice crit again.
Yeah, this fight went better than the new did. this is another place where conceivably it could be worth killing off Ryu to keep him a lower level.
Yeah, I was asking that, yeah. Because like
The crit counter crit though.
like in a normal speedrun, for example, I always kind of hope that Ryu dies here. It's great, but it's not really for Ryu in that case. It's more for Tipo, so that Tipo is a higher level earlier in the manor, which is maybe not relevant in the task, but it's a good safety.
Yeah,
it makes it more likely to get through.
I'm not
in the speedrun.
sure if a level on Tipo would save any turns against the ghosts.
Why did I not crit that much in my run? Skill issue, I guess.
Yeah.
I didn't try hard enough.
That was effectively as good a pooch fight as you could ask for, though.
That was pretty crazy.
Didn't have to do any super long waits or like sit through a suboptimal animation like we did against the new.
Let's see how
And I
let's see
think
how
Rocky also
goes.
goes well. This is all like these manips were like 3 months ago, so I've forgotten the details of how these went. Oh, I do use them all.
Oh, we do use Molotov? Okay. Reprisal crit? Easy. Look at that. The normal attack after. Molotov. I mean, I assume the Molotov was needed to just barely kill him here.
Yep. You can also end up in situations where, like, if you don't use the Molotov, then the following turn there are just no good frames anywhere to be found. I believe that 8 damage is actually relevant. I think he doesn't die without it.
It better is, otherwise this would be a big blunder. Like,
oh, I know.
But yeah, that was probably very precise.
Yeah. So in other boss fights, what you would normally do is just like, I did a regular attack with Ray rather than a crit. I had the Molotov, I had the reprisal with Tipo. Normally you can just like cut all of those and have the fight take 1 extra turn and just have that turn be like crit from Ray. The problem is that in the Rocky fight, an extra turn means sitting through the ovum animation, which changes the calculation.
Did you actually try how much time it would waste if you really just go for reprisal crits every single turn?
Oh, I did try.
Yeah.
And like I gave up when even finding them, it was no longer going to be worth it because I had waited like 500 frames.
Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. That's what I thought, yeah.
So I do look for them just in case I get lucky, but most of the time you don't get lucky.
Because like the dream, of course, would be every single turn just reprisal crit into crit. Reprisal crit into crit. Right?
And that's how a lot of the Breath of Fire 2 task looks, because those are reasonably achievable with wait times that are short enough to be worth it. But not this one. I
mean, I want to say that's at least nice for variety, that you have to do something like a Tipo attack and a Molotov to actually save a turn and stuff like that.
Woo! Okay, and then we have ghost fights coming up.
Oh, I hope you get a 5 roach encounter and just flee. The dream. You remember what fight you get here?
No. I do know that I'm able to get to the first ghost fight without a random encounter.
Wait, really? No.
It is possible.
Wait, really? I've never had that before. Wait, I want to see that. That's crazy. Wait, that means you also skipped that encounter, right?
Yep. So we spawn in. Yeah, we spawn in with 124 as our danger limit, which is right at the very, very upper edge of what it can roll.
What? Wait. I gotta look into if you can do that in the speedrun too, maybe. With some step manipulation, maybe.
Yeah.
Ooh, that might be possible in the speedrun too.
I contributed 1 thing to Zeal there. This is all worth it.
Holy shit. I mean, to be fair, I never like in my whole Breath of Fire 3 speedrun career, I never tried to walk this. Because like you basically usually get that encounter just one step after, right? Like you enter, you walk one step, you get the encounter. There's like no leeway. I would have never expected you, like the walking, could get you to the ghost fight. I should make note. I need to note that down.
I know that 5 damage attack from Ryu looks goofy, but again, it gets you to the damage threshold for T-Po's crit. So, worth. So when people say TAS bot, they are usually referring to an actual little bot that I think it has a Raspberry Pi in it that the TAS community uses to play TASes on real hardware. This is just a TAS file in an emulator, which is not quite the same thing. In principle, it is doing more or less the same thing. It's just not a physical version of it. So on the splits, you can see that even though these fights are going well, we keep losing little bits of time because we are still fundamentally using the same strats as the old TAS. The old TAS has faster emulation. Hey, Shogun, good to see
it's
you.
literally called TASbot. TASbot is only the thing they show off in... Oh, did you say that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I was not noting things down. But...
The little physical bot that they bring around to GDQ events.
Yeah, right. But he's not the only one. A lot of people only have seen the TAS presentations on that are called TASbot on GDQ and think it's called TASbot. It's kind of it's a term that made it into the heads of people because of the GDQ TASbot. But that TASbot is like a specific thing.
I think we save a substantial amount of time, and yes, those hits from Ryu look goofy, but again, this ends up being optimal.
Yeah, because you don't have a silver knife, right?
Yep. So we actually gained a little bit of time, even with the slower emulation.
Also for
the old strat. Sorry.
No, say it.
With the melted blade, T-Po can roll up to about 30, and this boss has 60 health. So I think I did 30
62.
with T-Po and 29. 62? Okay,
Yeah.
I think the 1 damage from Ryu is relevant there. Not all of my little extra Ryu pokes are needed. Sometimes it's just the fastest thing that was available.
Yeah.
Because like the extra swing also affects future RNG. This is another fight where having the melted blade on T-Po really improves your damage ranges a lot. So I think I saved time here as well.
YouTube chat asks if every Sunday is now Brother Fight Sunday. Not necessarily, no. I think the last few weeks it was, but might change again. I want to get more 7 runs in. We'll see. Also, I want to say for the speedrun, it was always kind of known that in theory not grabbing the silver knife is faster, just going in YOLO. It was just, and I also put a fair amount of time into trying it, but the RNG and the luck you would need to actually get through without the silver knife makes it just practically impossible.
Yeah, I think on that fight, because he didn't have the melted blade, he couldn't get up to the 3-hit kill with T-Po and had to make up the difference with a couple of Molotovs, which is so much slower. There's also an improvement here, straight from Zeal. In the old TAS, he gets a fight in this room right here, and Zeal showed me the way. You just walk around like this, and you don't get a fight.
Okay, no fight here, still crazy though.
The little menu there to heal is funny. If I'm remembering right, and again, I don't promise I'm remembering right, I think the heal ended up being unnecessary, but the change to RNG was so good that it was worth keeping in. Like, menuing to do an unnecessary heal ended up being faster than not doing the menu, which is very silly, but that's how RNG works sometimes.
Oh, the reprisal from Ryu by 3?
Yep. This fight is a pain because he really likes to counter you.
Yeah.
His reprisal rate is very high, so trying to find
Ooh,
frames
you
where you
actually
get a
killing it?
TPO, yeah, frames where you get a TPO crit and no reprisal from the ghost are very rare. But you can see I saved over 20 seconds on that fight because what Janus, he was doing the loop where like you have the ghost heal TPO, which from like a human speedrun perspective makes sense because it's a lot safer than getting countered all the time. But man, is it slow.
Yeah. I mean, he would still counter all the time. Like the
Yeah.
like you can only
the
think it's
healing to
normal.
offset the counters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would not recommend doing that strat in a human speedrun. The odds against it are astronomical.
Risk management is something to take into account when doing an extra speedrun. I mean, you want to finish runs, right?
Yeah, you need to finish runs is exactly the threshold that I like to think in terms of.
Looking forward to the Amalgam fight here. That one's a big one.
It is pretty satisfying. I do at least know to kill off Ryu against Amalgam.
Mm-hmm.
So I do get a low level Ryu going into Bunyan, just not the lowest possible. I'm kind of curious, like what happens if you just kill off Ryu in every single boss fight? Go into Bunyan with a level 1 Ryu. Is that worth it? Maybe. He'd be big and strong later.
I mean, I assume for the TAS, Ryu's AP is probably not a big problem. Like in the speedrun, it's a big concern.
Yeah. So,
but here it's really just about
enough,
more power, right? To save turns potentially.
Looking ahead into the future, I actually am going to pick up the W fruit in the wisdom fruit in the Windia Catacombs incorrectly. I assumed that I would need a wisdom fruit at some point, and I do not.
I mean, not even okay. You don't even need a wisdom fruit between like. I
do not use a single wisdom fruit in the entire run.
But you're not camping either, then?
Nope.
Okay. Works out.
It just works out. So the reason I thought I would need one is that with the 12 AP for super comboing against Sela and Charybdis and Gishan, and then into Angel Tower where you fight Gar, you don't have enough AP for a 4th super combo against Gar. And I assumed I would need a wisdom fruit there. It turns out, no, actually, you don't need to super combo there. It's equally fast to just punch him to death with your bare hands.
Huh. Nice.
So you can actually just skip the menu. You don't need to wisdom fruit, which means you can skip picking up the wisdom fruit.
ZHEAL, I'm moving back to the USA in 2 weeks. You're going to be on in the morning. I can
Not
go
only
back to
does he
watching
need
like
to
normal
wisdom
smiley
fruit to
face.
super combo Gar, he
Colon
actually
closing
can't use that wisdom
parenthesis.
fruit because he already used it during the Contest of Champions. So he has to pick up the wisdom seed on the Angel Tower exterior, which is like minus 20 seconds.
Xutran, can you hear me? Nice, you can't hear me. So I can mute myself just so say
This is one
Thank
of
you so
the
much,
very few treasures that we actually go out of the way to pick up here. We are going
to be on the morning. Can go back to watching like normal. Oh shit, let's go, Frog.
Spooky guy.
Hope you had a good amount of fun in Japan. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the 6-7 sub. Appreciate you. Thank you.
I think you can't avoid this fight. You just get it immediately after the little cutscene here, which means that picking up the sorry?
Yeah, it might be a little bit like the ghost fight at the start. The thing is, though, it's a much bigger distance to the stairs than to the first ghost, so I assume it's probably not working out.
Yeah, I don't think it's possible. And since you have to get the fight here, it means that there's space that you can pick up the broadsword without having to take a second fight.
Oh, you picked the broadsword. Oh, okay. Oh, are you using it for Amalgam here?
Yep. This is just like the 5 seconds picking up the broadsword saves you at least a couple of turns because damage ranges just get so much better. The task menus are very satisfying.
They're very fast.
Yeah, without the silver knife, just coming in here with a Balak knife, your damage ranges suck so hard. I did try just out of curiosity, but it was very obviously going to be slower.
The silver knife. Oh, what do you mean?
Coming in here without the silver knife.
Oh, without the
I
silver,
mean, without the broadsword.
Oh, without the broadsword.
So just coming in here with Ray's base Balak knife to the Amalgam fight was clearly worse, and it wasn't close. So the broadsword is so fast to pick up that if you don't have the silver knife, you definitely should.
Yes, Frog. This is Xujan, Breath of Fire 2 legend.
Oh, that's me.
And he made a new Breath of Fire 3 TAS. That just... This is the first presentation of it. And we're commenting over it.
I'm actually like 25% less of a Breath of Fire 2 legend at the moment because I Blink 22 just yoinked one of my world records.
Ooh.
I'll get it back though. I'm motivated.
You heard him.
Not only am I coming to get my world record back, you heard it here first. Called shot, I am getting Breath of Fire 2 any percent sub 6. The world record is currently 6:15 and change.
Well, it's taking a mouthful.
Blink got 6:14. Yeah, I'm saving 15 minutes over the current world record is what I'm saying. All right. Back to Amalgam.
Oh, that's pretty nice roll still. Holy shit.
Right? Yeah, so this is the broadsword doing its thing.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
We've killed off Ryu, so at this point, all we care about is ending the fight as fast as possible. Which turns out to be pretty quick, because Ray has good damage.
Are you trying to learn Astral Warp?
Heck no. Oh, I remember doing that as a kid, though. We end up taking one regular attack here because making it a critical attack isn't necessary.
Well, HP is a resource, I heard. Was used effectively. How's Ray only critting? This is a task, gonna do a barrel roll. So it's everything is framed perfectly, calculated, so you get the outcome you want. I mean, sometimes you still have to make compromises, but you can get fairly often what you want. So you will often notice that Xujan here had to wait, or like the task has to wait before doing the last input. When he's just like hovering over, like for example here on the very last turn, you saw that he was hovering for like half a second over the auto attack option before he actually inputted it. That was so that he waits until the perfect frame where Ray would get another crit.
Another thing that didn't really occur to me until I started doing this, but there's one huge hindrance in tassing Breath of Fire 3 compared to Breath of Fires 1 and 2. Breath of Fires 1 and 2 run in 60 FPS, BOF3 runs in 30 FPS, which means that to test the same number of frames, I have to wait twice as long in real time. You only get 30 frames to a second, so I get 30 RNG results per second.
Right. And RNG in Breath of Fire 3 is also only moving every 2 frames, right?
Yep. So that combined with the base odds of your lucky results just being very low is why you see me getting suboptimal looking boss fights.
Yeah. It feels very slow in real time. But when you, as you said, when you think about the game only runs in 30 FPS and RNG basically only runs in 15 FPS 15 hertz if you want to see it like that, you sometimes have to wait a long time.
RNG runs in 30 FPS. Sorry.
The RNG moves every 2 frames, right?
Yeah, so RNG updates at every calculation frame. So RNG updates every 2 frames if you were thinking of this as a 60 FPS game.
It is. Oh, so it is. Yeah. So RNG does update every frame then on a 30 FPS environment. Then.
Yeah, it depends on how you want to think about it. You can say it's a 30 FPS game, or you can say in 1 second there are 30 calculation frames and 30 animation frames.
Okay. Okay,
That's two different ways of saying the same thing. But yeah, you get 30 RNG results in a second.
That also explains my inconsistent research at some point, because sometimes I felt like the game is updating RNG every frame in 30 FPS and sometimes not, but I was probably mixing 60 and 30, like probably the emulator and the frame rate of the game.
So interestingly, I guess one of the consequences of this that you as a human speedrunner might have to deal with sometimes is you can get inputs eaten. If you just do a single frame input on an animation frame, the game actually just skips it.
But only on emulator, I guess. I mean,
is it?
If you play it on console, the game runs on 30 FPS. Like,
okay.
But obviously, like, if you do a single frame input, then of course the game will not register it because a frame has to pass, right? So if you like, let's say like, or rather like if you do an input of at least exactly one frame, it should always work because one frame will pass, right? But if you're doing an input that is like 0.9 frames long and the frame just has started basically when you start the press, no frames is passing and the game is not noticing your input basically.
Yeah.
Because just for chat, of course, when you press the button, the game only sees that the button is pressed. Like the smallest, like people usually talk in FPS, but how games actually work or process things are in hertz, like the rhythm of the game, the takt rate, right? And the game or software, whatever, PC works the same way, is only updating what it sees every single switch from one takt to the next one, or beat, you know? And Breath of Fire 3 runs in 30 hertz. Or technically it runs in 60 hertz, but it's displaying in 30 FPS, I think, at least.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Right. So, or at least I can explain it more accurately for FF7 because I know it works like that. Like FF7 runs in 60 hertz, but the game plays in 30 frames. So that means the game is seeing everything you're doing and inputting in 60 frames per second, let's say 60 beats per second, but is only displaying or like acting by it in every other tick, basically. So it's in 30 FPS. So if your button press, and then of course if you press a button, the game only sees that you do press a button when it gets another tick, right? So if you press it and no other tick is happening and you release it before the tick is happening, the game never saw that you actually pressed it.
Yep. Answering a question in chat, the losing time compared to the old TAS is mostly because the old TAS was done on inaccurate and too fast PS1 emulation. So I haven't measured this exactly, but as a rough eyeballing, anytime there's a load screen, so either transition, opening the menu, closing the menu, getting into a fight, leaving a fight, those are all taking about an extra second compared to the old TAS from 2011.
So he basically tasked with big advantages in terms of knowledge and route, but disadvantages in terms of heated hardware back then.
Yeah. What's really interesting is that for quite a long time, the two TASes are very synchronized. Like, they're only a few seconds apart at the moment. And...
solid fight?
Yep. There we go. So yeah, from Amalgam to Balio and Sunder, I think actually maybe there was one small improvement. Entering the farm from the bottom is faster than entering the farm from the top, and I don't think Janus knew that. But you can still see that technically we lost.
Now you mean? Oh, you mean earlier? Yeah. After
when you go and talk to
Manor.
Loki.
Yeah.
So we had a small improvement, but still lost 15 seconds. That's just the load screens. Yeah, no problem, Sid. Hope RPG Limit Break goes well.
Even TAS buffed Ray couldn't beat them. They're just too powerful, man.
I know.
So are we getting apprenticed under Bunyan?
Absolutely.
The power is
Bunyan,
just too sweet.
Yeah, we cannot say no to it. I mean, first of all, your physical strength stat is just the most important stat in the entire run. But also, super combo.
Oh, good luck with that, Sid. You got this.
So the little juke that you saw me do there on the overworld map was to force the step counter to roll back over to 0 so I could walk further here before getting my fight.
Right, I is that a thing? I don't even know if my, like that is known already? Like that little thing? I did that in runs too, but I'm not sure if my PB actually is doing that already.
I
been a
don't
long
recall
time ago.
seeing it in your PB. Yeah, this is like from 2020 was your PB, I think?
Yeah, it's a long time ago. But like, for example, I did it in Hundo runs already, for example.
Yeah, way back in the depths of history. I think you can still make it to the edge of the screen if you don't do that little juke outside, but you have to do a long walk to do it, which is of course slow.
Yeah, exactly. You can make it without the little thing, yeah. But it's also inconsistent. Like for the speedrun, for example, it's RNG dependent if you can make it or not.
Yeah. Alright, and we're free.
Oh, and the TAS will of course get easily the legendary 3 encounter Mount Murnek. That is really hard to get in the speedrun.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we do. We also get Ye Old Icicle.
Because yeah, here normally is the first encounter, also in the speedrun. That's pretty normal.
So I made all of my TASes in BizHawk, which is an emulator that comes with a great TASing program. Not all TASes are made that way, but I think it's the most common one.
For everyone interested how to make a TAS, if you're still around after the presentation, I can show you how to make a TAS. Just like the theory.
Cool. What do you use the icicle for? In
Bullies.
Okay, makes sense.
Oh, you're going this way up. No, wait. Maybe I missed it. Wait, did you take another path? You took another. You took another path. You didn't go the bad emulate path, right?
Was that 2 fights or 3 fights?
Since you have splits running, you can't really go back. But
Yeah, we can look at it later.
yeah. But this is wait. I note this down. I want to look at that again.
I guess somebody could pull up the VOD and see, like, did I go the wrong way on Mount Merneg? It's possible. This is what happens when you just don't know the route.
I mean, it could be also that your route is faster. The thing is, it could be... I need to look into that, because I never thought about it. But we're going up on the right side, because we also pick up the bad amulet.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The thing is, the bad amulet is... important for the claw fight.
Momo, I assume?
Yeah, right, for the claw fight, and also for the bullies. Because they can also blind you.
Sense.
But it's not... It's like, you can be lucky, you know?
Yeah.
And not need it.
No, getting blinded against claw sounds miserable.
Oh, you get blinded against claw,
Momo's
it's
accuracy
over.
is already low enough.
Yeah, like no, it's if you get blinded against claw, it's over. Game over. There is no way you can finish that fight.
So yeah, I think this was a 2-fight Mount Merneg.
Yeah, 2 fights
then,
is crazy.
like
Like getting 3 fights in the run is already very good.
But we don't have to go out of the way to pick up the bat amulet because we're not going to get blinded.
Right.
We're just not going to get hit very much at all.
Of course,
We're also, of course, not picking up the Artemis cap for Momo either.
Yeah, okay, that's an obvious thing. It's also like, I think I would also rethink these kind of pickups, maybe like the Artemis cap. It's 10%, and 10% is great, of course, like pushing Momo from 70 to 80. But you can also just be a little bit lucky. I mean, I guess the Artemis cap is not, like, for the normal speedrun, it's not only for Momo, but it also pushes Ryu's hit rate to 100%, while it is normally only 95%. So it makes Gishan, for example, more consistent. Or a Dolphin, stuff like that.
By the time we're at Dolphin, we're just super comboing everything.
Yeah.
So it would be really just for the contest, and I guess the mutant fight. Oh yeah, we get a really clean looking mutant fight.
Looking forward. You must take forever to program a TAS? Yeah. I mean, how many hours did you say?
Hundreds.
Hundreds. Okay.
I started working on this in 2025, and I think I got up to probably Momo's Tower, and then I really started working on this like a lot, like full-time job a lot, in January.
Every day, TASing.
Very close to every day, yeah. I recently, as in like late last year, finished my PhD and have just been enjoying some blessed unemployment. So I figured this is a good way to spend some time. Thank you.
To the unemployment, of course.
Of course. A very long 9 years of grad school. So I'm taking a break. And for me, taking a break looks like playing Breath of Fire 3 very, very slowly.
Yeah, it is like the old TAS is super old, so this is great to have something new, especially something more accurate. Like this is the great thing about it, really, that he chose to properly do it on BizHawk and the not compatibility mode, right? The other mode, the one that is accurate.
Yeah, whatever that's called.
Yeah, but that one.
PhD in Breath of Fire, it is very, very possible that I have spent more hours in Breath of Fire 2 speedrunning than in my PhD.
Nah, easy. How much faster is the new TAS? Well, we'll see at the end, Jin Pride, right? The splits are running.
Yeah.
Right now, we're actually behind. And remember, we're only behind of the old TAS at this point, and sometimes, because the old TAS is having too fast loading. It's technically illegal, and it was only verified by the TAS community because it was the only TAS existing. But this TAS here, by definition of what is legit and what is not, like having correct load times, is already, even if it would be slower, which is not, be more legit than the old one.
I just eyeballed it, like doing some very, very rough napkin calculations about like on average how many loads are there in an hour times like how much time do I think I'm losing on a load, which is going to be imprecise. It was just as a rough estimate. I eyeballed it as like I'm losing probably about 20 minutes on load times over the course of the run.
20 minutes?
Yeah. So that compared with whatever the final time difference ends up actually being, but so without spoiling the exact result, I'll just say I beat the old TAS by a lot. It's not close. And then it's even less close after you account for the load time difference.
So you of course beat Valley and Sunder here, right?
Oh, no. I mean, you could if you wanted to, but you really get no benefit from it.
Yeah, so you get some extra experience, and if you're lucky, you get an asbestos armor here. But there's, of course, even casual, there is not much benefit to that. Even less in a speedrun or a TAS.
Yep. The splits are against the old TAS from 2011. That's what we were talking about, the old TAS being made on inaccurate emulation.
Well, that was quick.
Yep, very efficient. There was not a whole lot of manipping necessary for that fight. So, doing the very rough napkin math, we're currently 40 seconds behind the old TAS, but I would say it's roughly 3 to 4 minutes of difference to load times. So that gives you an idea of how far ahead we would be if the load times were comparable. We'd be about 2.5 minutes ahead, 3 minutes ahead.
Because right now we're still behind, but we're only barely behind basically because of all the new strats already. Like the load time difference is,
skip.
Yeah, right. The load time difference is so significant. And without all these new strats, you'd be minutes behind at this point, technically. Without the new strats.
So this is interesting. I get this encounter here. You don't have to. You can choose to delay this encounter by walking the right way. But I was not able to actually save a fight on the way out of the dungeon. Delaying this encounter until after falling just meant that I got the other fight later in the hallway.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, of course, like, it's the same in a normal speedrun too. You can, of course, delay fights randomly with walking, but if you're actually not saving a whole fight through the dungeon,
yep,
the walking is just slow, like, for nothing, just a waste of time.
Yeah.
So here too, you're just running into the fight because it's still 2 fights to the end.
And here is... Oh, I guess we have a bit more dialogue, but we're going to pick up the wisdom fruit. It will be our emotional support wisdom fruit, and it will be with us for the entire game. It's so silly.
Well, improvement for next time.
Yep. This is actually something that, I mean, whether you think it's a problem or not is kind of up for debate. But in my Breath of Fire 2 TAS, you need some healing items, but you don't know how many healing items you need until like the points in the game when they become necessary. And you buy the healing items early in the game. So you can just have accidentally bought more healing items than you needed, which is technically inefficient. But like it's only inefficient by a handful of frames. Is it really worth going back and rechanging everything? Probably
right.
Not.
And the problem is, this will not realistically get better either, because next time you're redoing the TAS, some strats might have changed. Yep. So you still don't know how many healing items you need for the new strats. So you still have to like overbuy a little bit.
Yep. So here's a really, really negligible little consideration for this TAS. I used 4 Molotovs. Ryu used 1 against Rocky, and then I'm going to need 2 against the Mutant and 1 against the Huge Slug. But I didn't buy 4 Molotovs, I bought 11, because 11 is the fastest number to buy.
Yeah.
Because you just add 10 a single time. However, if I had known ahead of time that I would need exactly 4, I could have spent the extra few frames to buy exactly 4, and then that slot in my inventory would become free after Huge Slug, which could conceivably save me time in the future more than a few frames by not having to scroll the item menu as much. Unclear. Maybe it would be faster, maybe it would be slower. But it's such a negligible difference either way that I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, it's like, since the menu management is something that is really much more meaningful for an actual speedrun than for a TAS, because in a TAS, it's really just a couple frames that you're losing when you have to scroll a little bit too far. But in a speedrun, not knowing, or rather knowing where exactly all your items are, is speeding up things significantly, because all this like brain lag of having to search for an item is falling away, right?
Brain lag is the exact expression that I was thinking of as you were explaining that. It's the brain lag that you're trying to minimize.
Yeah, just like this status of like, where's my potion?
Yeah. So there's another ginseng you can pick up here, right? Outside of Windia.
Yeah, very like on the castle wall on the left side. When I started to learn the speedrun back then, we were still picking it up, and funny enough, I was when I started speedrunning Breath of Fire 3, I was already like I was in a little bit of a cocky phase in terms of speedrunning. And I went into Breath of Fire 3 and I said, like, when I'm running this game, I'm routing this ginseng out. It looks inefficient, and I can't imagine that wasting, like, I don't know what it is, like 25 seconds or something. You need to pick it up. That the 20% more power in one fight is actually making that up. Fast forwarding then to learning the speedrun, I was not able to route it out because it was too hard for me, and the fights that we were using it was too important and I didn't know. But fast forwarding to now, I did route it out then at some point because I got better at the game, and I did actually hold up to what I said in the end.
Past zeal was cooking. He just needed longer in the oven.
Right.
Actually,
overcooked at this point.
Yeah, getting off topic a little bit, but Breath of Fire 2 is currently going through a very similar situation.
How you doing, Billy Quiz Boy? Hope everything's good. Happy
Really
Breath of Fire
not
Sunday.
Changed since about 2022, maybe early 2023. But there also hasn't really been active competition. So since Blink just stole my any percent world record a couple weeks ago, I actually sat down to go through the route to iron out a bunch of just like little improvements that have been sitting in my brain. And because I did that, as I was making those tiny little optimizations, I also thought of some actual real genuine route changes that are probably faster. And a lot of them are exactly those things. Like, yeah, 5 years ago, I would not have been good enough to figure out this strat, but in theory, it should be faster. And now I am actually good enough to figure out what the route needs to be to make it work. But I mean, we haven't finished any runs with the new route yet, but I'm pretty sure we're just straight up skipping the Empire Sword, the best weapon in the game.
Nice.
Which would have been unthinkable until very recently.
Yeah, it's the competition, man. I feel like when people start speedrunning, they don't really think in this kind of like speedrunning improvement mindset. They just want to get better and like get good times. And a lot of speedrunners get trapped into this mindset, and they're feeling bad when their time's getting beaten, and they would have to like look back into the run. But I feel like at some point when you have a good mindset, you're seeing this as an opportunity, because competition is what makes the speedruns better, because it forces you to take a look again at the route, see what they did and what you can improve for your own speedruns, and also make you not that lazy, right? Because like as you said, you had these thoughts for things to improve in your head, but you were never doing it because like, wow, you already had world records, so what doing it for now, right? And then iBlink comes around the corner and is doing a great job. Like he's also a legendary speedrunner in Breath of Fire 2. He's so good. And forcing you to actually put more scrutiny into the route and actually implement all these little things that you were thinking about.
That is one of the things I really appreciate about the speedrunning community in general, although the speedrunning community is really a lot of little speedrunning communities for the most part.
Yeah.
But at least all the ones that I've ever interacted with, competition is friendly. We're all trying to get better at the game, and it's a collaborative effort. It's not a bunch of individual people hoarding their strats to try and snipe world records from each other.
Yeah,
I mean, probably there are people who do that, but not a lot of them.
I had competitions with people that were not really appreciating the competition very well, but like it happens. But yeah, mostly people are very positive about speedrunning. It's also nice because it's like speedrunning is a little bit PvP, if you want to see it like that, but not in like an active fight against each other, where like it's basically we're competing against each other, but everyone for themselves, which it makes it easy to keep a positive mindset about it.
Absolutely. Yeah, like another person doing better doesn't cause you to do worse. So, like, that removes a lot of the toxicity you can get from like League of Legends or whatever.
But it can make you feel worse, because when there's this typical speedrun story when like you're putting the hours and the effort in, and then someone is coming over and like is doing what you're doing in like with less effort and fewer hours. It can make you feel bad, of course, but you always have to also think about that newer speedrunners build up on the knowledge and the discoveries of the older speedrunners, right? It's just things improve and change.
Another thing, so context, I guess, for people in chat who don't know.
What's up, Heiner? Hey, on Chaos, how you doing?
That PhD I mentioned is in math, and when I am working, I am actually working as a math teacher, not a math researcher, and like people getting discouraged learning math is very common. It is probably the most common experience. I think most people get discouraged by math at some point, and comparison is very natural and I think mostly unhelpful.
Yeah.
So, the example that I tell my students is like, when you're thinking about math, you were probably just thinking of it as like the subject that you learn in school, but really math is like just like application of pattern recognition and like analytical thinking. I have been playing strategy games since the age of 3, and I'm now 36. I have been honing those strategy and analytical thinking skills for like 40 hours plus every week for the last 33 years. That's what you're comparing yourself to if you're comparing your ability to me. It's not a fair comparison. I've been at this literally longer than most of my students have been alive. And when you make that comparison to another person, that's just the kind of thing that you can't account for. If someone else seems to be learning a thing faster than you, it doesn't mean that they're a better kind of human. It probably just means that earlier in their life, they were building relevant skills while you were building other skills.
Right. Also, of course, like
as much as.
Also, of course.
Sorry.
No. I interrupted you. No, and even if someone is better at something just because they have more talent than you, that is a thing, right? Like some people are just gifted in certain things that you are not, but you are then more gifted or you're better at other things. Of course, it's a bit frustrating when you want to do a specific thing and someone that just has a lot of talent for it is doing it easier and faster than you do, but everyone thinking about it, and everyone that truly is concerned about doing things the right way, and I don't know how to put it, but what I mean is work should always mean more than talent. Someone that is achieving something through hours, through putting the hours in and putting a lot of effort into something, it should always be looked at with more respect than someone who's just winging it with talent, if you know what I mean.
Also,
in my opinion,
for most things at most levels, the work matters way more than the talent.
For sure.
There's exceptions, like I have a lazy eye and terrible reflexes. No amount of practice was going to make me an NBA star. But those are the exceptions. Unless you want to become not just good, but best in the world at a particular niche thing, okay, maybe you truly could never make it. But other than those, most aspirations you could ever possibly set, the work you put in is overwhelmingly the most important factor.
Yeah, for sure. And it's like, I know, I could tell you I will not, because I don't want to call out speedrunners that I think are bad. But I could tell you a few speedrunners, present and past, where I also, if you would have asked me, I would have said that person will never be a good speedrunner in that game, just from they're speedrunning the game for like a month, for like a few months, and they're improving so little, and they're not even getting like some basics going, where I would have said that person just doesn't have the talent for this specific speedrun, you know? And yet, I was surprised over and over again by a lot of people that they were just sticking to it, and they were sucking ass for like a year, 2 years, 3 years. And at some point, they were just getting really good at it because they were working through it, putting in the effort, putting in the practice, and it will make you better eventually. Sure, you will have to put an insane amount of time in if you're just not having the natural abilities to do it, but you can still achieve it if you're determined enough. And some speedrunners are just crazy.
Quick aside, because there is still a TAS happening here.
True.
We just learned Last Resort. We'll need this later.
Oh, we did. Oh, nice.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I didn't see that. Oh, yeah, that's cool.
Back to the life lessons, because now we're going to be just doing walking and talking for another few minutes.
Yeah, there was a lot of cutscenes. But yeah, Last Resort, also from the orc, very cool. He's always using it first turn. So it was pretty easy learn, other than the chance of actually learning it.
Yeah, that very easy to manip. Both of those are quite likely. One thing to add on the how to get good at things life lesson thing is there are better and worse ways to improve at stuff. So there are examples where someone is just grinding their head against a brick wall, not getting better. There were probably things they could be doing differently to improve faster. And like the art of how to learn new skills efficiently is definitely something that can be practiced or that can be not practiced.
That too, yeah. Like when I started my speedrunning journey, I also learned a lot about myself, how I learn things and teach things to myself. And if you have the ability to actually analyze yourself well and like notice when you can memorize things better and when worse, and in what way you have to approach things, that's already a very, very important skill generally in life, I think, to acquire for yourself. And yes, yeah, if possible, the TAS is trying to manipulate crits as much as possible, if it's reasonable to do, of course.
Yeah. There's a few places where it's unnecessary, like a boss that will die in 2 crits and a physical hit, but won't die in 2 hits. There's no reason to manip that 3rd hit to also be a crit. It's just overkill.
Right.
So in those cases, we take advantage of all. It's like if you go hit crit crit or crit hit or crit crit hit, which one comes out the fastest? Take that and roll with it. Incidentally, I think that's just about the last dragon we're going to see. Other than, I guess this is spoilers for the future, but other than the very beginning of the game in Down of Mines, we're never actually a dragon in combat. We're only ever a dragon in cutscenes.
Oh, we're never transforming. Okay.
Never. 0.
Never.
That's another change from the old tool-assisted speedrun. Janus used the Fire Whelp against Mutant, and he used Fire Dragon with Fire and Thorn against...
Stallion, probably.
Against Stallion and against Ematai.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm.
And all 3 of them are just incorrect. Very clearly incorrect.
Did you actually try a whelp against Ematai? Because whelps have a pretty high reprisal rate. Like I'm not sure if it's specifically for the defensive whelp. It might be. But like the reason, for example, the normal speedrun is transforming into a defensive whelp on Ematai is because it has a pretty high reprisal rate. Okay.
For a human speedrunning, I can definitely see that makes sense. When you see our Ematai fight, you'll see why probably not in a TAS.
You're probably critting Ematai away and they're starting attacking each other very, very quickly anyway, right? I assume?
Even faster than that.
Even faster? Okay,
the golems, they just die really fast.
Oh shit, okay. Looking forward. We're almost there.
Yeah. Also, we finally have a third party member, which means we can go back to skipping encounters in defense formation.
Nice.
So from this point, like, we have just been very, very slowly bleeding time against the old TAS times. This is going to change rapidly now, because Janus was not aware that defense formation was a thing.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see Momo's Tower here now in defense formation. Like, if you're actually skipping encounter on the normal speedrun.
Well,
And
I'll put
how?
it this way. We get more than 0 encounters.
Okay.
Which is, honestly, was kind of disappointing to me that I couldn't get it all the way down to 0.
Oh shit. Oh, so wow. Okay, I'm looking forward to see this. Because definitely, if I get back to any person speedrun Breath of Fire 3 potentially, I really need to look into some advanced movement in terms of like step count manipulation.
This is like, if I ever get tempted, or maybe more accurately, if I ever get baited into speedrunning Breath of Fire 3 as like a human, not as a TASer, it will be the movement tech that actually causes me to do that. Watching this game's movement tech is so cool.
It's
I
really
get
nice,
so
yeah.
excited watching it. It's also really lucky that it exists, because if there weren't movement tech to talk about, then the entire back half of the TAS would just be super combos, and it would be super boring.
Yeah. That's generally with Breath of Fire 3. It's just a lot of cutscenes overall, and the fights are pretty simple, also in a normal speedrun, especially, as you say, in the back half of the game. But the movement keeps it so interesting to run. You, Rosa, you're back right. Happy
How
Breath of Fire
much
Sunday.
of output
Everything's-
is actually
everything's
needed for a game
good.
like Breath of Fire 3 to make a TAS? And Chaos, I'm not sure what you mean about how much output. Can you clarify, and then I'll try to answer. If you just mean output as in like raw number of hours spent on it, hundreds. I didn't keep track, and I would kind of like to not know how many hundreds. Also, for anyone who's interested in like getting into tassing for whatever game that you care to make a TAS for, first of all, I would say pick a game that you love, because if you don't love it, you will never finish it. It is such a grind.
Same with speedrunning generally. You should always pick a game you like.
Second of all, do not worry about being optimal. I will tell you now, I promise, the first TAS you make will not even be close to optimal. There's so much to learn, and by far the most efficient way to learn it is just do it and get it wrong. In all of the tasks I have made, like, you just have to jump in and try things, and eventually you'll start to see all of the stuff you could have been doing better, and there's no shortcut for that.
Right.
How is the task?
There's also what I was saying earlier. Like, people have this idea of a task to be like the perfect way to get through the game, but it's even a task is also a sequence of improvement. Every task is better than the one before.
Yeah.
Just like you improve on speedruns.
To answer Chaos's question, the TAS is not knowing anything in a meaningful sense. It's not a program that's running. It's just a predefined series of inputs. And I designed all the inputs, so I knew what to do by exercising my brain a whole lot.
Good
The
video.
goal is to just beat the game as fast as possible.
Oh yeah, you're right, Jolly. Pick a game you love so you learn to hate it. Kinda, yeah. Like some... It's really...
that is a possible result.
Yeah. Like, not always. There are definitely some speedruns that have ruined the gaming experience for me over the time. And then there are some games where it has improved it.
Oh, this puzzle is so satisfying.
Oh yeah, that's really nice. Let's see. So normally, there is a chance, like in a normal speedrun, there's a chance that you get a encounter here.
Okay.
But somehow you just run it and you don't get it. Even with walking, it's really hard to skip it. This room is normal.
So you can see down below the splits, we're at a step count of 300 and change out of 72. Every single step, the game is trying to produce a random encounter for us. And it is being unsuccessful.
Yeah, that one too. Okay, that you're not getting an encounter here is kind of crazy. Especially with that movement, like just running through the... But this one, okay, here on the, towards the right side. I tried this too, but also, like in a normal speedrun, that's... Oh, you're switching sides there. Oh, what the fuck is it? Okay. Okay, that's definitely a TAS only thing. That's not...
So, this specifically, this dungeon, is why I really wanted to like do this as a co-stream with you, to hear your reactions to this bullshit.
Like, wow. Okay, we're skipping...
Yes,
okay, we're skipping everything.
This movement...
Yeah,
so
we
much
pick
of
up
this
every
movement
dice still?
We do pick up the ivory dice. So here's the next possible improvement. We definitely need an ivory dice to get levels on Ryu after killing the Dodai. However, rather than picking it up here, we could kill a bomb in the dump, because they can drop ivory dice, and I don't know if that's faster. I never tested.
Is it also because other characters are still at the one? No, the other characters in the back don't mean anything. They don't play a role in the encounter calculation. The thing is though, when you step, like the game works on a grid system, right? Like every time you take a step, it's you moving on a grid on the floor, and every cell of that grid has a specific amount of formations that can happen on them, and the game is trying to calculate what you can get depending on your formation and your character composition and everything, and the current cell. So that weird movement was just in combination with his character composition, with defense formation, with his current step count value. He was not, or like the game was not able to calculate for that specific cell a legit encounter for him. That's why this weird movement worked out.
There's going to be a lot of janky looking movement in the rest of the run. Unfortunately, that random encounter there, you can't do anything about, because you need to be in a diagonal line with that crystal in the center of the room with Nina to get through the room. And there's no way to do that without getting a random encounter, because you have to be so far away from the walls.
Okay, so you saved 1, 2...
Yeah.
2 encounters to the speedrun.
Yeah.
Like normally the normal speedrun would get 3 after Momo. Potentially 2.
I think the old TAS gets 4.
Yeah. I mean, even in the speedrun, you can get a 1 encounter Momo's tower, like after Momo. But it's insanely unlikely. I only had it like maybe 2 or 3 times ever in like all attempts. And the one encounter you would get is also the one encounter you got, like the one in the little hallway.
Yeah. A lot of the movement that I'm doing is not movement that you could do reliably as a human.
Yours up the danger. Happy Birthday Sunday.
Let me try that sentence a different way. There are a lot of places where you can definitely never get a random encounter. And that's presumably what human speedrunning is actually doing. But there are also a lot of places where you can get a random encounter, but you also might not, depending on what random encounter the game tries to spawn.
Hope everything's good.
So that little cut across the hallway that made you very upset, that might produce a random encounter. It just doesn't always. So with the right RNG manip, you can make it work. But as a human, it would not be consistent. Even if you were to duplicate the movement exactly, you would probably get a fight.
I wonder what the movement is here now. Since you probably don't pick up thorns, I assume.
Correct. We don't pick up any genes since we are never going to be a dragon.
Right.
We are in fact playing human %. So yeah, we save I think about 10 seconds here.
Oh, just up there.
Yeah.
Tasty.
I assume that in any human route, like it is only 10 seconds to pick up Thorn, so it's definitely going to be worth it if it has any use. But yeah, as a TAS, I'll take 10 seconds.
In
sure.
theory, it's only a safety, but it's a somewhat important safety. You need Thorns on Angler and Ammonites because of the confusion resistance.
Oh,
when you transform.
Yep. Makes sense. Jin, this is not just Zeal's first time seeing it, it's anyone's first time seeing it. No one has seen this footage besides me, who made it, and Mrs. Charles, who has been looking over my shoulder as I made it.
Is she also interested in Brother Fight?
Oh yeah, she is actively playing it as we speak.
Ooh. Okay.
I mean, not literally this second, but yeah,
okay,
she
overall,
is.
yeah.
The last time she played, I think she just got Nina. She's in the Windia Catacombs.
Is it her first time?
Yep.
Ooh, nice.
She's having a good time.
And God, this is the first time Xujan is presenting his new TAS.
I recommend it.
Tool-assisted speedrun.
RPGs.
A crafted speedrun that is frame perfectly played by an emulator. Crafted over hundreds of hours.
So the next interesting thing coming up is
trying
going to be the movement
solve the game
jump.
as perfectly as possible.
Is it 2 random encounters you have to get?
2?
There's
in dump, you mean?
Yeah.
You would get 1, like 2 mutant. You get 2, yes.
Yeah.
Hey.
And yeah, of course, and on the way back you don't get another one. Yeah. So yeah, 2. Even though, like, so it's 2 minimum, but you can get 3 if you're unlucky.
Mm.
The first one you would get before the chest. I'm not sure if do you pick up the chest? Probably not, right? For the money?
We do, because we need money to afford a claymore.
Oh yeah, okay.
Now, that said, it's possible that there's a more efficient way to get that much money. I don't know, because again, I'm not very familiar with the speedrun.
Not buying 11 Molotovs.
That's true. You could save a little bit of money buying fewer Molotovs. But the claymore is expensive, and I think the chest is 1,200, which is a lot.
Yeah.
So.
It's a big amount.
Yeah,
the first encounter you would get before the first chest, and then the second one. Then you could get another one before the screen transition, but that one is like a 50-50 thing. If you don't get it, you get the next one on the next corner on the next screen. If you get the encounter before the screen transition, then you would get another encounter on that little corridor in the next screen. You know which one I mean? Like the one towards the Artemis Cap.
Okay.
So it's 2 or 3.
Well, for us, it's going to be 2.
Nice.
I think for Janus, it was 4?
4?
Like 2 on the way in, 2 on the way out. Well, that's the thing, is like he doesn't know about defense formation.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All he does to avoid random encounters is just walking.
That means you will save massive amounts of time after you get Pekko now then, right?
A large majority of the time save in the new TAS is just from using Pekko to avoid encounters. The other big difference is the Desert of Death.
Oh, the optimal, yeah, that one.
So like not only is my Desert of Death faster than the old TAS's, your Desert of Death is faster than the old TAS's. The old TAS is so bad. The old TAS did not have knowledge at the time, but it doesn't use the camp screen to avoid random encounters, and it doesn't do daytime walking.
Yeah, those 2 things, like the new Desert of Death is I want to say collaboration between Soma, back then Hidetomatsu, and myself. I figured out that walking diagonally through the desert is not ideal. If you like do a little cut in the middle or like towards the end, you can save a cycle and quite a bit of time. And Soma figured out that you can walk double or like more than double the range on daytime than on nighttime, and both combined actually saved minutes on that desert.
Yep. Using the camp screen rather than getting into random encounters also saves quite a bit of time.
Yeah, but that one was known back then too already.
That wasn't known in 2011, that's for sure.
Oh, the old TAS is still taking fights?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's really slow. What's interesting is that if you are ram watching as you do the desert, you actually get a higher danger limit at nighttime. It looks like what nighttime walking should be faster because you get a danger limit around 160 to 180, whereas daytime walking you get something around 80 to 100. It can even be as low as around 60. The thing is for whatever reason, it's not computing that calculation correctly. So even though it says danger limit 80 or whatever, you can actually make it about 300 steps past that. Unclear. I do not know what's going on under the hood to cause that, but...
So that encounter would also be normal for the speedrun?
Yep.
Is it be better than TAS? No. The thing is, even an unoptimal TAS that is still getting like all the reprises and crits will just inherently be faster than any human speedrun. It's just too much advantage.
I will say that if you had run the old TAS on a modern emulator, it would be slower than your PB.
Yeah, but I'm running on PS2, right?
Sure,
so,
I know.
Yeah.
But to give you an idea of just how inefficient it is.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, this plant is exactly like in a normal speedrun. If you're not unlucky to get the encounter before it's conditioned, but this would be this also looks like exactly in a speedrun. Right, there's also a little walk here
to get around that corner.
Yeah, you would do that in
Once
the
you're
speedrun
up against
too.
the wall, you're safe again.
Right.
Some very smooth menuing. So, I do not understand what Janus was thinking for this fight, but like I don't know how he could have failed to arrive at the same fight that I'm going to get here, because to me, this is what I do here is just so obviously the first thing you should try, but he turns into a flame whelp, and it's just very slow. Like the transformation animation is slow, the little sapping your AP at the end of every turn is slow, and the flame whelp itself contributes almost no damage.
And even in a normal, even in the speedrun, we do transform it into a flame whelp, but it's only for safety. Like the main damage still comes from Momo. It's really just to like clutch it out if something goes wrong.
Yep, that's the impression I got watching your fights. But like, this did not take me days to RNG manip. I think I was done this fight in 20 minutes.
It's really sad that Momo cannot crit. He would get some crazy
crits.
Oh
my god. If Momo could crit, oh man, we would do unspeakable things to the Dodai if Momo could crit.
Yeah.
Alright, here we go. 1.
Oh, good roll.
2.
Boom.
3.
Damn, 190. What a fight.
Yeah, so like, why would you do anything other than that?
That was smooth. The dream fight.
Yeah, as soon as you see that that's possible, it's so obvious that it's not worth messing around with dragons or doing anything else.
The fun part is, this is also just how a normal good fight in the speedrun would look like if you're not too unlucky.
Yep.
Just that you would like heal in between just to be safe, right? If Momo's getting hit and stuff. But yeah, like the flame wheel transformation is also just a safety, just so that Ryu is not dying. Like he has a safety net with the dragon, right? And can contribute a little bit of damage if Momo is missing. But obviously in the TAS it's not needed.
There are some places where like the optimal strat I find is like really arcane and requires a lot of RNG manip, and it's like would not be the first thing you think of. But this fight, there's no reason to not pass this. So I don't know. I kind of wish that Janus were around in the community just so I could get these questions answered.
And having him here commentating with us would be, of course, super nice. to have like the comparison to the old TAS.
Yeah.
Oh, so we're ahead now, guys. Did you notice? Mutant minus 3 seconds.
Finally,
let's go.
At long last, we haven't been ahead since the mine skip.
And this is only where it starts to amass these time saves.
Yeah, it's all uphill or downhill from here, however you want to look at it. Also, the main character has joined the party. We have Peko. So now the run is legit. A little bit of background lore. I made my first TAS for Breath of Fire 2 in 2020 as a COVID project. And when I was working on it, I think when I was nearly done, I posted to the old TAS videos forums. And at that time, Janus was actively posting in the Breath of Fire 2 forum saying that he was working on an update to his old, like 2011 Breath of Fire 2 TAS. So he was active at that point. And I posted and said, hey, I'm also working on an updated TAS using all the new speed tech. Are you interested in collaborating? And guy fucking hit me with the, nah.
Nah. Oh, boy.
And just, like, has not spoken since. I have had basically no interaction with him other than getting shot down for a day. So you will occasionally catch me playing up like I'm doing this purely out of spite because I want to beat Janus. It is just for the memes. I'm sure he's a lovely guy. It's just that's the history there. There is a small amount of vindication.
I mean, I guess it's just like a nah sounds a little bit. I mean, the thing is, you never know. Like that's the problem with the internet, right? You never know how they meant it, right? Like there is like no tonation or anything you can read into from a word on a post, right?
I'm certain that there was no ill will meant, and all of the spite is purely performative because it's funny. But that's the history. That's also why, like, we don't have Janus in on the call, as he just has not been active anywhere in the community that I can see for the last 5 years.
Yeah, the worst you can say is no. No is awful. Dude. But now it's very hard to make it sound like it's meant to be this. Yeah, like so for me, and that's probably also a little bit the feeling you got from it. When in that situation, when someone hits me with a nah, it makes me feel like they are kind of bumped off by the fact that someone else is trying to steal their show, and they're kind of also like comboed with the fact that they haven't released their task since then, or like stopped working on it. They might have some kind of, and of course this is like interpreted a lot into this now, of course, but this gives me some vibe of like main character syndrome, where they thought they can be like the Breath of Fire tasser, and so now someone is coming in, stealing their show, and they're like, bullshit, I'm not interested anymore, fuck all this, I'm out.
Well, until I came along, he was the Breath of Fire tasser. Like, he was a one-man show in all 3 games. And, so yeah, I did steal his show successfully and on purpose.
Yeah.
It would be very cool if he came back with updated TASs and beat some of mine and forced me to like go back and improve these. That would be incredible. I would love it if that happened. But it seems unlikely at this juncture.
Wait for it, he was just cooking for the last 15 years.
It would be great if that actually is what happened.
The most insane passes ever. 15 years in the making.
What a plot twist.
I hit the toilet real quick. Be right back.
Yeah, good timing. Once Zeal is back, we're into the contest of champions. I appreciate the comparison, Mazrak, but I am definitely not the Gordon Ramsay of Breath of Fire 3 speedrunning. Like, I learned enough to make a pretty good TAS, but I am very clearly not as good at this as I am at Breath of Fire 2. If you want to accuse me of being the Gordon Ramsay of Breath of Fire 2 speedrunning, that one I will accept. AD danger. We're just holding down the fort until Zeal gets back. Also, I am definitely just vibing out to the music. I have said it before, but it bears repeating. Breath of Fire 3 has great music. We're also rapidly approaching the end of the non-super combo era. We have to do the contest fights, and then we have to fight Stallion, and then we get the broken move that the devs clearly did not intend to be played in a TAS. It is actually kind of funny the way that super combo is programmed. As a human, you are clearly not meant to ever super combo past about 8. And the way I know this is because in the little super combo mini game, the buttons that show up to tell you what you need to press next, after I think it's either the 8th, I think it's after the 8th, I could be off by 1 in either direction, but around there, the button doesn't show up until after the window to press it has already closed. You get a 3-frame window in 30 FPS. You get a 3-frame window, a 1/10 of a second to press a button, but the game doesn't tell you what button to press until the 1/10 of a second is already over.
What is it about?
Just describing super combo.
Mm-hmm.
After I think it's around the 8th button press, you get a 1/10 of a second to press a button, and the game doesn't tell you what button to press until after the window has closed. So once you are past about the 8th button press, as a human, even if you get the timing right, you have to guess, and you're just 1 in 4 to guess the right button.
I mean, I think you can, like, with really good reflexes, you can get, like, 9 consistently, right?
Is it 9?
Yeah, I think 9.
Yeah.
After that, it basically becomes a guessing game.
Yeah.
Like, there's just no reaction time, humanly possible reaction time after 9.
It's not even the human reaction time issue. It's literally, you are given, I think it is -3 frames. The button that you have to press doesn't appear on the screen until the window to press it has already closed.
Yeah. But the last reasonable, like as a human, the last really reasonable, if you're good at it, is 8, basically. 8 is good.
Yeah.
9 is still possible if you're, like, really good, I think. Like, super good.
Yeah. This fight is interesting.
Ooh.
I spent an entire weekend on this fight. So here's a question for you. Quiz time. Here are 3 possible strategies. 1, examine Claw to learn double blow and just double blow the thing to death.
Oh,
2,
damn. Okay.
do that again. So double blow and just double blow normally. In which case, you end up at, like, the thing still has enough health that you need 1 extra attack before it's low enough that Ryu can finish it with the icicle. So regular double blows plus an attack, option 1. Option 2 is do double blows, but specifically RNG manip for unbelievably high damage rolls, which let you skip a turn at the end. So double blow, high damage rolls, or skip double blow entirely and just do it with regular attacks. Of those 3, which do you think is the fastest?
I mean, what you're doing here is definitely double blow. The thing is... Well, let me think. I mean, she still started with a blind, of course, right? And then you ginseng, and then you learn to double blow.
Yeah.
Oh, it's really hard. It's a long fight. I think I want to say it's probably all 3 somewhat close to each other.
Okay, first of all, It is incredibly impressive that you are so good at Breath of Fire 3 to get the right answer. The most correct answer is they were all within 10 frames of each other.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like,
yeah, it makes no difference. All 3 viable strats are effectively the same length.
Oh,
the fastest one is whichever one sets up the RNG best for Ryu's Icicle.
Okay, I see. Damn.
That's the determining factor. Which was, like, I was mind blown when that happened. Because, like, I spent a long time optimizing all 3 routes to figure out which one is fastest, and the answer is, literally, it doesn't matter. Whichever one sets up the best RNG for Ryu is going to be the fastest one, because they're so close.
It's just, I would have immediately said that not learning double blow, unless it has a use later somewhere, is the slowest. If the fight would not be so long, but he has 2,000 HP, so I was like, it is like you deal like almost 200 damage per double blow, but you have to factor in, of course, that she is doing 2 attack animations per blow, and you need to learn double blow, so that means Claw needs to do a double blow herself, so you do lose a lot of time for this extra damage, so it must be pretty close together, all right?
That's all correct. And also, you have to account for the fact that it's harder to manip good double blows than good single attacks.
Yeah, right.
Because you need both hits to, first of all, not miss, and second of all, to roll a good damage roll. And that's way less likely with a double blow than with a single attack. So, yeah, anyway, that's the fight we ended up with. I did use all double blows and was able to manip high damage rolls, but man, it's tough. It is so hard. Anyway, we set up this beautiful icicle here.
Nice. Pretty. I wonder how you deal with bullies since you use the icicle here.
You will see. I promise.
All reprisal crits.
It will be a religious experience.
Because this, of course, would be amazing too in the speedrun if you could just use the icicle here to finish off, because Ryu's normal attacks are pretty annoying.
Yeah. So we did lose a tiny smidge of time against the Dodai. There's 2 things at play there. One, of course, is load times. Where we saved time, so like, yeah, we only lost a couple of seconds. We should have lost a lot more to load times. We got most of the time back because the old TAS learns blind here with Momo.
For what?
For the Gazer. To get the hidden secret experience bonus against Gazer. Which is necessary if you want Momo to have Might for Chimera. Which is what makes me think that having Might for Chimera is not worth it, because it's not worth the time to learn Blind, to keep Momo alive against the Gazer, to use Blind just to get the extra experience.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way that's faster.
So generally, like, from watching TASes, it's obviously not always true what I'm about to say, but from watching TASes, I can say most of the time, the simplest way is the best way. Convoluted strategies are usually not worth it, or like very often not worth it. They need to provide a significant amount of advantage to actually be worth it. Because usually, especially in RPGs, of course, the game gives you the tools to be completely overpowered every fight, like reprises and crits, for example. If you just manip reprises and crits every single fight, it will be stronger than whatever convoluted strat or setup you could ever come up with.
In particular, not as a question of like what is ultimately fastest, but just as a question of practicality. Like, as a human tasser, I have a finite number of hours, and I'm doing all of this RNG minute by hand.
Yeah.
I don't want to waste thousands of hours unnecessarily. So as good tassing practice, do the simplest path first. Get a baseline time, and then try the convoluted arcane things that you've thought of.
Right.
And the reason to do it that way is, in each convoluted path that ultimately fails, if you know the time it has to beat, you will recognize very quickly that, okay, yeah, there's no way this is going to work out. And you don't actually have to finish the whole path. And you can save a lot of your personal tassing time by doing the straightforward path first. And I usually, but not always, follow that advice myself. I definitely have been guilty of thinking I had some brilliant idea that I definitely had to throw in the trash at the end because it was less good than just punching things in the face.
It's of course also easy to be baited because like this research and testing is what makes it really fun, right? It's like what's fun about testing.
Absolutely.
So
Yep.
having an idea, even if you maybe know deep inside that is not worth it, it's still fun testing it, right? So you're getting sidetracked a lot with this stuff.
All right, here's the Amitai fight. You were looking forward to this.
All right, let's see it. No whelp.
Yep. So what I will tell you is that Janus turns into the Thorn Dragon and gets like 500 damage crits. That's what I'm trying to beat.
Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Nice. Okay. And another one. Damn. Emita is getting wrecked.
It looks a little goofy doing the 2 attacks with Momo, but the time save from just using the auto command makes that actually the fastest by a hair.
Yeah, that is crazy. Also here, what Xuchan explained earlier, he didn't need to crit everything because 2 crits and 1 normal attack was finishing off each golem.
So the end of that fight is a little bit tragic because Ryu can crit for 300 against Amitai, which would be enough to 2-hit, but the 300 crit is right at the top of his damage range, and the RNG just didn't work out. Like, the time it took to wait for a 300 crit 2 turns in a row just ended up being slower than that auto attack.
I guess this was one of the things you were thinking of when you said you would really give a lot for like 1 or 2 more strength points, power points.
Yep, it would make a big difference there. Yeah. Just getting the extra points of strength to improve your damage roll so that just any old crit would do rather than needing a high roll crit.
Right.
Yeah, trying to fish for high roll crits is the single most frustrating thing in this task because you know it's possible. You've seen Ryu crit for 300 before, and he just refuses to do it for you.
There is also, in theory, I mean, probably, I would expect not, but using the ginseng here on the Amitai fight instead of the claw fight is something you could try too, in theory. Maybe it can maybe it can 2-shot the golems? Maybe not.
So even if it's 2-shotting the golems, like you're saving 2 attacks from Ryu, and then I guess you'd save 1 attack from a golem, probably. So you're saving 3 turns by using a might animation, and the might animation costs almost 3 auto attacks worth of time anyway.
I mean, the might animation you have to play anyway, if you use it on Momo or not.
Yeah.
Like that one is not a time loss, but it makes the Momo fight, of course, slower by whatever amount.
And yeah, Shizo, if I were to change something early in the run, I would have to do all the RNG manip over from that point onward. Not every game works that way, but Breath of Fire games do.
Was stealing new power food getting help? The problem with new power food stealing is that Ray is the only one that can steal, and he's also the main damage dealer, so you would waste a lot of time stealing it. You can not just steal it on the side, but you actually have to spend an entire turn to steal it and not dealing damage.
Yeah, in theory, stealing a power food could be worth it, but it would have to save like 3 or 4 actions to actually make up the time you spent getting the power food. Yeah. Now, that said, it is a good thought, and a possible improvement to the TAS is not stealing power food from New, but manipping drops from Sela and Charybdis, because they can drop power food. That might be worth it.
Right.
It's the kind of thing where, like, I won't know if power food manipping is worth it until I've already tested whether low-level Ryu before Bunyan is worth it.
Right,
because of course
that's
that
the main
will
thing,
affect
yeah.
your strength holds. Yeah.
For sure.
Once I've figured out what is the optimal level for Ryu to be at before Bunyan, then I can work out whether it's optimal to manip power food drops or not. There's so many things, and all of the things affect all the other things, man. Routing games is hard.
I mean, routing RPGs is a different behemoth, yeah. And tasking them especially then. So Ryu's already low HP, so this is also very easy.
Yep.
There's also something that you try in the normal speedrun too, that you take some damage on the Emitai fight on Ryu, so that this is a quick one. Not always possible, depending on what the golems do, but you try.
Doink.
Nice. Also, nice little optimization that Ryu's killing himself because his attack animation is a little bit faster than Gar's attack animation.
Yep. I did remember to test that. Yeah, it's faster by half a second or so.
Yeah.
It's not a huge deal.
It's not much, but a bit faster. Faster is faster, especially for a TAS. Every frame counts.
Yep. Alright. And then I guess we have some plot before we get to the bullies. So this is a good time if chat has questions, if you've been sitting on one, because we've been doing a lot of yapping. And actually, I guess especially after the Stallion, there's a long time before anything interesting happens.
Well, but there is a lot of action stuff going on. Like there's the ass turkey coming up, of course. A big highlight.
Yep.
Also, of course, here's the bunny girl. That's good content. Here, more bunny girl. Every screen has bunny girl.
Okay, question from Shogun. Yeah, I started this, I think, last fall, but didn't really get very far. I really started in earnest in January. Like, the large majority of this task was made in January and February, and yes, I was absolutely no-lifing it. Mrs. Charles did not see much of me. And Pax's question, yeah, the splits I'm comparing are to the old tasks from 2011, made by Janus. We currently look like we're basically tied with him. What that actually means is we're like 6 or 7 minutes ahead, but the old emulation he was running on was illegitimately fast. His emulator does much faster load times than an actual PS1 would have. Yeah, I kept this secret from my own stream community, even.
Which was rough, probably.
Not talking about it. Like every time a boss fight went well, I really wanted to like gloat to someone. So I told my brother, I told Mrs. Charles, but the entire stream community was in the dark.
It's faster to actually train bait, or it's just so. If you haven't seen bait, like how the speedrun or like TAS will deal with it in the speedrun, you will be up for a nice little surprise when it comes up. We're somewhat close anyway, but we will deal with bait in a bit of a different way. You'll see, Ryder.
It is pretty quick, I'll put it that way.
Do you think Momo is also a bunny girl, or is she a dog girl?
Bunny girl or dog girl? Autumn, I'm pretty sure the most correct answer is that Momo is a science girl.
True. With the big fluffy ears.
Yep.
It's also like there's also are you team ears or team feathers? Because I've heard from a lot of people they always thought that it's feathers on her head and not her ears.
To me, The
I mean,
actual
it is ears. Like if you see her
It is
her
ears.
art, like it is
Yeah.
ears, yes. But a lot of people, especially in their childhood, thought it's feathers.
I see
I caught.
why they would think it looks like feathers. Just the profile doesn't look very ear-like to me.
Yeah.
But I think as a kid, I actually just thought they were like ribbons on her hat or something like that. Like Momo was actually just a straight vanilla human.
I don't actually remember exactly anymore what I thought about her, if I thought anything, but I think I always thought it's ears. Maybe. Oh yeah, now we have the 3 MVPs. Monkey Boy, Bad Lungs Pete, and Knives McGee.
This fight is such a non-event, I don't even have a split for it. Disrespecting the bullies.
Oh boy. You should always disrespect the bullies.
Oh man, this fight was fun.
Oh, yeah, that's one. Oh shit, we kill off Nina. Alright. Holy shit, yeah, that was beautiful. Damn. Alright. If you like, this is where in the speedrun use the icicle. If you try this strat in the speedrun, you will just straight up die, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, there are not going to be very many frames that give you 3 reprisals in the same turn. I was shocked when I found that. Normally in Breath of Fire 3, I'm going into a fight with an idea of like, okay, if the RNG works with me, this is the plan I'm looking for, and if I can't find that, then I'll scrounge and see what backups are available. This might be the only fight where the RNG gave me something better than what I was looking for.
Wait, Jolly, leaving the leader last? Wait, do you consider Bad Lungs Pete the leader? I thought Monkey Boy is the leader.
So, as a TASer, what I can say is that Bad Lungs Pete is the asshole, because he's the one who uses Flare, which is the longest, slowest animation, and he uses it most of the time. Which means that like, so many frames are immediately excluded because you can't have a Flare animation in the fight. That like doubles the length of the fight.
Yeah, the Flare. It's also the reason why in the speedrun we kill Bad Lungs Pete first.
What's the plan?
We do Icicle Jolt and Rio normal attack on Bad Lungs Pete so that he dies fast.
Alright.
But I see what you mean. I see how you mean. I see Jolly. He's like the brooding guy in the background that is giving the order, right? As the leader.
Now we get the Stallion fight. So again, like with Ematai, the Janus strat is Fire plus Thorn, and then do 3 500 damage crits. We are doing human percent, so we will not be doing that. Also, we'll be faster.
Let's see how this goes. Okay, we're still getting the Titan belt on Ryu.
Unfortunately, he always does barrier on turn 1, so we have to sit through the spell animation. Boink.
Nice. Rip Momo.
Get ready. Hey!
Damn. Very straightforward. Beautiful. Holy moly.
Very good.
Why would you do anything else other than just crit him 5 times?
No healing, no transformation. Nothing.
Nope.
Nothing than good old crits.
So, one thing that just kind of blows my mind every time I think about it is just how stacked attack formation is.
Yeah.
Like, that 70% or whatever it is damage boost is just nuts. It would be a completely different speedrun without it.
The only thing improving this I could think of would be probably denied by how unlikely it is. But if Ryu would not tank all the bullies, but instead Momo, he could take maybe 1 or 2 attacks from Stallion and reprisal crit them.
Yep. I did actually look for it.
But I guess it's probably too rare of an outcome where you need a specific bully fight and then probably good damage rolls on Ryu and of course the reprised crits.
Yeah.
Right.
So the needing the damage rolls is definitely part of it. You need to average 300 across your 5 crits. And another thing that's significant is you can't necessarily just replace a crit with 2 regular hits. Because you actually do more than double damage with a crit in Breath of Fire 3.
Potentially. Like, you do double damage minimum, but like it's 2 to 3 times damage roughly. Randomly.
Yeah. So, you would, if you're gonna do a reprisal, it basically would have to be another counter. You can't just like get a reprisal hit and then turn another.
Optimization here. Ooh, you
Yeah?
didn't watch my PB. Good enough,
No,
apparently.
what did I do wrong?
You switched twice to get to Nina. It's only small, but you switch twice to get to Nina. If you're switching along a wall, it's too big for Guard to switch in, and you switch right away from Ryu to Nina.
That improvement for next time, that's going on the list.
That saves like 1.5 seconds or like a second, roughly.
Something like that. Yeah, it's about a second. Okay, where's that? Oh, there's another potential improvement here. Hang on a sec.
Optimal time to read a whole TAS. I mean,
Yeah.
Zujan already went into this knowing that there is already a few things he want to look into. Oh, did you pause it or did you end it?
Yeah, I accidentally paused the timer.
Okay.
That's good. So it's going to be slightly off. It's whatever. It's just for show.
I mean, the TAS is the TAS. It's just for comparison anyway. Reset. Redo the TAS.
Yeah, I'm not normally typing while I have a timer running, so the fact that like I have keys keybound isn't an issue, except for when I'm doing showcases. Yeah, it was paused for like 5 seconds.
Breath of Fire is not as well figured out as FF7. Yeah, that for sure.
Definitely. Man, FF7 is incredibly detailed.
Yeah.
What people know about it.
But it would be really interesting how, like, I'm pretty sure Breath of Fire 3 would have the potential to be, like for new strats and maybe even skips and stuff, and certain, like there's definitely a lot of things not figured out yet that could be figured out if more people, really smart people, would try to figure out the inner workings of the game and also like connect themselves to the speedrun community. But it's just unfortunately the way less popular game compared to FF7.
That is kind of how it goes in speedrunning. Just the more eyeballs you have on a game, the faster things get figured out.
Yeah, exactly.
It makes sense.
I mean,
so another possible improvement that I need to consider if I ever redo this is you can get the Stallion to drop a Holy Mantle.
It's only really useful for the start of Adulthood.
Yeah, it is a thing, and you also can just sell it, I think. It sells for a lot, which might be relevant. Might let me skip picking up the Beast Spear or something. Probably not worth it, but maybe if it saves you an encounter in Down of Mines. But I don't know how the Holy Mantle works. Like under the hood, what does it do? What does it allow you to do?
It extends the free, like you have like a safe distance you can run after each fight, right? Without getting an encounter. It doubles that safe distance.
Okay. That could conceivably save you a fight in the big room.
It would save you a fight, like even in this normal speedrun, it can save you a little bit. It saves you a fight in the Dawn of Mines, it saves you a fight on Mount Levet, and it saves you a fight with Ryu at the end of the game, where he's solo.
Okay.
So it saves you like 3 fights, maybe 4, I'm not sure, but 3, it definitely can save you 3 fights.
It would not save me a fight in Mount Levette. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, okay.
I'm real excited for you to see my Mount Levette.
Okay.
That is possibly the highlight of movement tech in the run.
Ooh, okay. Looking forward.
Yep. Yeah, I'm pretty sure my Mount Levette is actually just straight up illegal.
Can TAS improve odds of getting Gooking Sword? Yes, to about 100%.
Yeah, we could get a Gooking Sword if we wanted. It's just no way is it worth it.
The problem is
Comes way too late.
Yeah, the problem is rather it would take a long time to defeat a Gooking. Like you would get the sword in TAS first try, like no problem, of course. You just wait for the frame that drops it and you get it. But same with here with the Holy Mantle. It is probably a time save that Sudran just didn't think about at the time, and probably something to note down for next time potentially. But it would be an easy manipulation. He would just have to kill him on a different frame to get a drop. And the Gooking Sword, same. You would just wait until the frame where he drops. But it would take a long time to kill. Like, it would probably take up to potentially something between 30 seconds and a minute to kill a Gooking, which the Gooking Sword can just not save you back.
So you would definitely not use the Gooking Sword against the Dragon Lord, because the Dragon Sword does bonus damage against it anyway.
Yeah. And because of that, you need to steal the Dragon Sword, the Dragon Blade anyway.
Yeah. You would only use the Gooking Sword against Miria, and you cannot kill Miria in fewer hits than I do. Like, Miria has 20,000 life, and the damage cap is 4 9s. So you cannot do any better than 3-shot her, and I 3-shot her. So like, what is the Gooking Sword doing? You get to do slightly faster super combos. That's it. It would save you at most a few seconds.
Yeah, right. Like the only thing that actually saves you having more damage is doing lower super combos, which just saves you a little bit of time, right?
Yep. Yeah, it is technically more than nothing.
Yeah.
But like, if the Gooking Sword were available in 2 seconds, maybe it would be worth it. But no chance. Not at like 45 seconds.
How good is that sword? That's the point. The Gooking Sword isn't even that good. Like, it is the strongest sword, yeah, but strongest doesn't mean like mega strong sword. Like, yes, it's like the second we get the second best sword in the game for free by just having 100% steal rate from it on Dragon Lord. And having the second best sword in the game basically for free makes the best sword not really much needed. It's not a big improvement.
Yep.
The Gooking Sword is really just a prestige thing. It's not that much better than the Dragon Blade.
It also just comes far too late to be worth spending time on. Like, if you could get the best sword in the game halfway through the game, then yeah, definitely. Of course, that's worth it.
I think in terms of placement, I mean, it doesn't make sense with the name then anymore, but I think if the Gooking Sword would be a drop from Archmage or Berserker would make more sense, because then you could potentially get it before the last dungeon and actually get a huge bonus from it. Like, probably not for the TAS either, but like for a casual game it would make more sense then.
Going out of your way for something in a TAS, there's what you get from it has to be extremely good. Like here, going out of our way to get super combo. Like, yeah, it costs a minute to get super combo, but it is so worth it because of what it does.
Yeah,
for
that one is of course massive. And you'll see,
also,
like super combo
movement tech getting out of there without a fight.
Oh, I do that too in speedruns. Like you're getting this without encounters. The Gooking Sword should be required for Hundo's runs, without a TAS. Oh, dude, holy shit. People asked me for that actually, for like true Hundo, and I said maybe at some point. But yeah, that's a rough one.
I have a true Hundo rule set for Breath of Fire 2, which doesn't have a Gooking Sword equivalent exactly. What it does have is a dozen different armor pieces that are all either 1 in 128 or 1 in 256 drops from late game enemies.
Is this task gonna be released on YouTube for anyone to watch? I'm pretty sure Xudran will. You release it on YouTube, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So follow Xudran's YouTube. It's also Xudran on YouTube, like XUJHAN.
Yep.
Like on
That's
Twitch,
me everywhere on the internet. I have used that username since age 10, which is now 26 years ago.
Where does it
And
come
also,
from?
it comes from 10-year-old me hammering on a keyboard to name a D&D character.
Oh, okay, so it's a unique character and not from... Okay, that's
It is
that's
a
cool.
unique XUJHAN, I think, is a word in Albanian.
Oh, okay.
But in the English-speaking internet, if you do a Google search for Kajan, every single result that comes up is me. You can see all like the cringy emo poetry I was posting on DeviantArt as a teenager. So like, please don't. But if you want to, you have that power. I take no responsibility for any psychic damage you experience in the process.
Xujan is a unique rifle in Fallout 3, really.
Huh. Yeah, I see one of the very few people who manages to have a pronounceable word, but a totally unique username on the internet, which I'm kind of proud of. Man, it's a long time until the Zig fight, isn't it?
Oh, we're almost there. Normally in the speedrun you would pick up Thunder Gene here, but of course the TAS doesn't need it. I really like this part in the speedrun, generally. It feels very... like, it's still very cutscene-y, but for some reason it also feels open. I guess it's also because you... like, it always feels nice getting out of the windier cutscenes there. So even there's just like some more cutscenes here, it feels... it is spread better with some movement in between.
It's also nice as a casual player just having the squad.
Yeah, but Napoli is also a nice name.
that.
Where does that one come from? I'm sorry, Sujan, what do you say?
Oh, this rat here is my friggin' nemesis.
Man, I have a clip from that red where I was half losing it.
I got so body blocked trying to get down these stairs. It was friggin' embarrassing.
Going up can be a real pain. Like there is a clip from me where the red is in the middle of the stairs and then just taking a step down, up, down, up, down, up. And I was just standing next to the red and I'm like, okay.
Oh my goodness, yeah. So one of the things that I'm definitely spoiled by in Breath of Fire 2 is that Breath of Fire 2 has an NPC wandering AI where if you're trying to walk into where an NPC is standing, it will almost immediately step out of your way, left or right.
In 1 too,
like
right?
it doesn't,
in Breath of
it
Fire
can't
1?
even walk backward and continue blocking.
Yeah.
Does Breath of Fire 1 have it? I don't
think.
recall.
I feel like
I've
Breath
never
of Fire 1 is
speedrun
also
one.
like when you bump into NPCs, they like take a really quick step on the side. I think, but I'm not 100% sure now. You bastards,
It
how you
doesn't
doing?
come up in a TAS because, of course, you just manip the NPCs to stay out of your way. Blink would know.
Yeah, it's a very common thing. Everyone had that too. It's a very common thing in tile-based RPGs. I feel that they program something in a way can bump NPCs out of the way.
I also had some fun trying to manip the cockroaches out of my way in Parch.
Oh yeah, that can also be.
I had
annoying.
completely forgotten that existed before I got there in the speedrun.
And I'm sorry, but I have to put things straight. Those are lice, not cockroaches. Just.
Oh, my bad,
yeah.
my bad. Okay, we're almost there. Come on. Let me beat up Bade. Oh, I think, unless I've missed something, I have a small improvement for you.
Oh, yeah?
Later on, once you've opened access to the lighthouse, when you enter the wharf as an adult to go and talk to Bade, you enter from the lighthouse direction rather than from the Rafala direction.
Yes.
It is, I think, like 8 to 10 frames faster entering from the Rapala direction.
Damn. Guys.
Assuming perfect movement.
Guys, world record improvement incoming. 3 time saves.
Yep.
You just heard it.
Like,
Damn.
it's real close. So, like, if you have the other direction in muscle memory, feel free to keep doing it. But, like, with TAS movement coming in from the bottom is very, very slightly faster.
And obviously I have TAS movement, so let's go.
Obviously, yeah.
But nice, good to know. For sure, I gotta note that down too. I mean, it's not much, but I mean, it's free if you don't make a mistake. So.
I can see exactly why no one would have noticed it, because, like, to the eye, it's indistinguishable. They take almost precisely the same amount of time. Alright, we get one more cutscene, and I'm going to spend the entire cutscene watching Honey chase Pecco, which is adorable.
Yeah. Like, the whole thing with Pecco and Honey is really fun. Also in the Black Ship, of course.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I have fun with Pecco in the Black Ship. We'll see that when we get there.
Also, it's this cutscene is extra fun when you know who Pecco really is, and he's still like playing with Honey around, right?
Yeah.
Just having some fun.
I mean, there is the piece of wisdom that, like, the wisest old people are wise precisely because they're still able to be childlike.
Right, right.
Alright, finally we get to play the video game again.
Now comes bait.
Yeah. So another, I don't think that this is going to be an improvement, but we want a flare sword later for like to do Fire Week bosses.
Yeah.
And you can get a flare sword by giving bait a claymore, and then the sword in the box becomes a flare sword. If you don't do that, you have to buy a flare sword in Urkantapa. And getting a claymore out of the box would be faster. The question is, how do you get the money to buy a second claymore in time? Because you'd have to buy it in the contest. And we already had to go out of our way opening a treasure chest to buy the first claymore.
I mean, another option would be,
just...
since you're super comboing anyway, you could give, in theory, you could of course look at other sword options for Ryu and just give bait this claymore.
The problem is that, like, your sword affects your super combo damage.
Yeah, but you could always. I mean, it depends on if you can still do it in the same amount of turns, right?
Do longer? No, most of our super combos are basically maxed.
Like maxed and like absolutely necessary damage, like barely killing it basically with the claymore. Yeah, okay, then it's tough.
In fact, we have our dolphin fight is really depressing. It is possible with a claymore Ryu, with the exact amount of strength I have, to one-shot the dolphin with a 1200 damage 32 super combo. I could not find it. I know it's possible because it's what Janus does in his TAS, but my Ryu capped out at like 1197. So I have to do a less efficient fight with an attack from Momo.
So this could be chained into like having a lower Ryu on Bunyan.
Yeah, that would help a lot. And that is one of the reasons. That was the first thing that made me think, man, if I could go back and just get Ryu one extra level at Bunyan, that would get me like enough damage range to be able to RNG manip it in a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah. Okay, so for the bait fight, for the Zig fight here, normally what you have to do is, of course, so how the fight works is you have two enemies in that fight, Bait and Zig, and these two enemies, they only attack each other. It's like, it's technically a normal fight, just with the angle so that it looks like you're watching another fight. The fight ends as soon as you're doing anything other than examining or defending, unless Zig is critting Bait, and then for the next turn, until Zig is getting a hit, he will wave over and like is distracted, and you can use anything you want other than attacking Zig. If you attack Zig at any point in the fight ends because you're getting called out on cheating and the fight is getting interrupted and you have to do it again. So we will not train Bait here because we don't actually need Bait for the entire fight. And that is because the game checks if, like, where Zeke got damage from, and if it's from your team, then the fight ends. But if Zeke dies, it doesn't check anymore from where the hit came, and the fight is just over. And this is what we'll do here now with the Zeke fight. We will just one-shot him, and we do that in the speedrun too. But in the TAS, you can even get it, well, the same way, basically, right?
Yep.
It's not really any different than the speedrun. Yeah, it's not really any different than the speedrun tech. You will just see that the TAS is inputting the super combos a little bit quicker than a speedrunner would do.
Funny thing, the old TAS made by Janus, he thought you needed to let Zig crit Bade to start the wave animation before you could kill him.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to save time on the Zig fight there, although clearly we're losing time on the split overall because of all the cutscenes. Every load screen, we lose another second relative to the fake time. But yeah, he does have a suboptimal Zig because he had misunderstood how the fight worked.
Also, in case you wondered, you have to do one training with Bade always. Like, the game doesn't let you fight Zig with at least doing one training. And you actually have to do the training. Yeah. It's not enough that you go into, like, the training area and equip him and then quit out. You still need to do the training. And this is also one of the main reasons to speedrun. Like, for the TAS, it's an absolute no-brainer, of course, but the speedrun is also getting super combo. One of the main reasons is this fight. The main reason, I want to say, is this fight. Oh, we're not even super comboing.
Yeah. Super combo is a great skill.
Alright. So yeah, in the speedrun, you would use super combo here. Well, the TAS is just manipulating a high crit and easy. Zeke has like a bit over 300 HP, so this barely killed him. Well, and as said, the game is not checking where the damage comes from. He got one shot, the fight is over. Well, that was great.
Yep. The old TAS also does use super combo there, and it's just unnecessary.
Yo, Porkshot. Porkshot, how you doing? Yo, Countdown. You guys are good. Yo, Aldera. Happy Brother 5 Sunday, everyone.
Kind of funny to think if someone who knew nothing about Breath of Fire 3 and had never seen it before just watched this TAS, they would come away with a really, really warped perspective of how the game looks.
Yeah, I want to know, Ryder, what do you say about this now that you've seen it? Yeah, mind-blowing, right? I know it was mind-blowing for me when I saw it the first time, back then.
All you have to do is punch Zig. Yeah, Bade is still super injured, even though literally nothing happened.
Yeah, just from looking. I mean, to be fair, you were smacking him pretty hard in training.
That's true. So, okay. I think the Windia split is fake time save because I think when I was producing the splits, I probably picked that time from the end of the camp cutscene rather than the end of the Windia cutscene. So ignore that minute 41, that's probably fake. The -3, we're basically on par with the old TAS.
Who is this TAS? He plays all those games so fast, man. The best speedrunner ever, dude.
Yep.
The actual
we're going to save more time in the lighthouse. Man, Janus gets a lot of random encounters in the lighthouse. We do not.
You didn't know you could attack Zig without the crit phase? The thing is, you can't attack Zig even with the crit phase. You can never attack Zig. Like, you can support Bait, you can buff him, heal him, you can do whatever you want, but you can never attack Zig.
I remember being very confused by that as a kid. Like, the game told you that you could do stuff in secret when Zig wasn't looking, and then I punched Zig, and then he got all mad. Like, what's the deal? He wasn't looking.
Oh, your lighthouse movement?
Yep.
Shooting from afar?
This was so satisfying.
This is like the first complete dungeon you can do with encounter skipping, and I tell you, if you learn the speedrun, this is one of the most satisfying moments when you learn the speedrun.
It was satisfying as a TASer too.
If you do this, no encounters.
Missed a question a few minutes ago. How long? Hundreds of hours. Yeah, how long did the TAS take to make? Many hundreds of hours. Basically a full-time job over about 2 months in January and February. I had technically started in fall of last year, but I didn't get very far.
Yeah, look at the step count value. Just going up and up.
The step count looks ridiculous.
I always, when I explain this, I always like the higher the step count, of course, the more the game really wants to give you an encounter. And I always like to say that the game at this like step count values is like really panicking, and every single cell it really tries to find a workable encounter for you, because it's about time, my friend.
Yep.
No dream ring required either. It's another safety would pick
also,
up in
some of this
speedruns.
movement is probably going to look pretty sketchy to you, because obviously, like, you just hug the wall truly to be safe. But I'm cutting as many corners as I can, because sometimes the game lets you get away with it.
I mean, to be fair, some of these movements would probably also work consistently in the speedrun. And I would definitely have to try some cutting when I ever get back to any person.
I think if any human on the planet can justify it, you can. Because, like, it's not just that hugging the wall is safe, it's that hugging the wall is also easy. Like, the controller inputs are just very straightforward. Right. And if you're not just hugging a wall, like, if it's safe to cut 3 tiles, then, like, you have to be confident that you're cutting exactly 3 tiles, and if you accidentally cut a 4th tile, you gotta fight.
Exactly. Oh, there's the first super combo. Look at that. Bam, 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 bam. You can barely flash it up. 29.
So we save a substantial
Look at that animation
here.
length. 1134. Right, damn, you see that shit?
I'm pretty sure that's the only experience Pekko gets in the entire run, but I did not think it was worth waiting for Gazer to kill Pekko because his attack animation is really slow.
Jesus, this is it, yeah. This is the TAS.
Yep.
Holy moly.
So there will still be interesting things to talk about, but I mean, I'll let you know now. Our boss strats are going to be a lot of super combos from now on.
Yeah, so how strong that is. And that goes up to, that goes 3 more technically. 32 is the cap. That was 29. Obviously, it will not always be 32, because there is no reason to do a max super combo, because every super combo is taking a few frames. So the TAS, of course, wants to achieve the damage it needs with as few combos as possible.
Another very useful thing, it doesn't really affect how long the super combos take, it just makes my life as the TASer much easier. The damage of your super combo is determined by the frame that the animation ends on. So, like, I can get a different damage roll just by waiting 1 frame before doing the final input of my super combo. And if I don't like that one, I can wait 2 frames. I don't have to go back and start an entire new 29 super combo on a different frame, which would be so tedious.
Yeah. Super is an understatement at this point. It's a giga combo at this point.
Yeah. So Ryder asks, is that from the TAS doing that combo for you? All of this is the TAS. And when we say the TAS, what we mean is a predefined series of inputs that I made on a spreadsheet program that's specifically designed for this. But I was sitting with the game going a frame at a time. It's like, okay, the next input is square. And then I said, okay, so on frame 3,877,822, whatever, press square.
Yeah.
And then wait a few frames to see what the next button is, and then press that button. So there's not very much me playing the game. In fact, there's no me playing the game with a controller. There's me using a mouse to enter inputs in TAS Studio. You can have TAS Studio record inputs from a controller if you want to play the game directly with a controller, but I do not do that.
Is this Giga Pace? This is absolutely Giga Pace. Best pace I've ever seen.
So we saved, even with the load time differences, we save a full minute in Lighthouse just from random encounters. And a little bit of time from not messing around getting the extra experience on Gazer. I love Fairy Village, and I'm kind of sad we don't get to see more of it in a speedrun. I think Fairy Village is like the final form of what the Breath of Fire 2 devs were cooking with Township. Do you need to do any Fairy Village stuff in 100%?
Yes, all of them. All of it.
Okay. Cool.
That was even one of the biggest, like the Fairy Village, like my big goal for Hundo was sub 15 hours. And the newfound knowledge we got, because I was running and I was trying like to optimize Fairy Village, and then I don't even know who it was, but someone in my chat pointed out, hey, I found like a document from someone that was like reverse engineering Fairy Village, and it was like the holy Bible suddenly of Fairy Village, and a lot of things, like it was not everything correct in the end that we figured out that was in the document, but it was actually teaching me how it actually works internally, and I could route the Fairy Village suddenly very precisely, because there is no RNG involved in the Fairy Village, actually, if you know exactly how it works. So you could route it 100% consistently, and that saved a lot of time in the end.
Yeah, I bet. It is fantastic as a speedrunner, just having at least one person in the community who is like that.
Yeah.
So for us in Breath of Fire 2, it's Nitrodon. In fact, I think for many speedrunning communities, it is Nitrodon. A significant portion of the RPG speedrunning community just rests atop Nitrodon's mighty shoulders.
I've never heard of Nitrodon, actually. I must admit. Yeah.
Oh, dang. I know he's done stuff in Earthbound and Chrono Trigger, I think. And he's done some stuff in BOF1, and he did a ton of stuff for us in BOF2. Just in like going into the code and telling us precisely how the game is doing things so that like we can optimize the speedrun.
I only scratched Breath of Fire 2. But I was fairly active for a while in Chrono Trigger. But I still have a good time there. I think I'm still 3rd or 4th on the board.
Oh, very nice.
But yeah, I never heard of him. But it's good to have him heard about him now. And you know how it is with these kind of effects. You hear something for the first time, and suddenly you will hear it everywhere. You will see it everywhere.
Yep.
So probably from this point out, I will probably notice a lot more that he did.
You'll see Nitrodon everywhere. Yeah. Incidentally, this is the best scene in the entire game. The translators were cooking.
The Australian dolphin. I always wanted. I think actually we at some point, I think I remember someone in chat was explaining how it is in Japanese in the original. It was something like a Tokyo Osaka accent or something like that in the original.
Okay, that would make sense.
See how the dolphin fight goes. I would assume some super combo.
Of course, it's not relevant if you're just going to one-shot him, but I had forgotten that he has a high reprisal rate.
He has a high reprisal rate, yeah.
Yeah, you have to deal with that as a human, I guess.
We actually abuse his high reprisal rate to kill Nina. Because we do a normal attack with Nina, and then Nina dies.
Clever. Yep. So what I was maniping there was getting Ryu to outspeed the dolphin and also getting the dolphin to not counter Momo.
Ah, okay. Maximum super combo 32. Long animation. Oh, damn! And the one shot. Was Momo's damage important for that?
Yes.
He has
1200 health,
HP, right? Yeah.
I was 20 short.
Damn.
I don't. Whatever black magic Jaina spoke into his TAS, he got 1203.
Oh
as
wow.
his
Okay.
damage roll, and I tried. I looked for so long, I could not get a damage roll over 1200.
I mean, was he maybe a level lower on a Bunyan than you have?
Nope, it was
Same?
the same level
Okay.
going on Bunyan, so same level on the Dolphin fight, same equipment, same strength. I checked, I triple checked. Everything was the same. He just had better RNG.
Damn.
But like even 1 point of strength more would make that easily achievable. So that is one of the main motivators for going back and getting at least one extra level on Ryu under Bunyan. Although now that I have considered the possibility, it could easily be optimal just to get all your levels under Bunyan, just kill Ryu off in every early game fight.
Yeah, for sure.
Because you don't actually need him. Like between putting him under Bunyan, all you have to do is get him to survive one attack from Claw, which is easy, just dodge. So the problem with the power food is that the most convenient place to get power food from a TAS's perspective, in other words, the place where you can get a power food that costs almost no time, is getting them to drop from Scylla and Charybdis, who we haven't fought yet. They're the next boss. If we could fight them before the Dolphin, that would have solved the problem. Alas. Linear time stumps me again.
Yeah, new would be the one
Yeah.
for that.
But getting the power food off the new is unlikely.
One strong point gives you a huge damage range. One more power in Breath of Fire 3 is worth a lot of damage, yeah.
It's both that it's worth a lot and also that I was so close.
Yeah.
Like the highest damage roll I ever found was 1197. I was literally 3 points of damage off.
I want to say in terms of strategizing and like equipping, like gearing generally, it's really fun the way Breath of Fire 3 is balancing stats, because every single stat in Breath of Fire 3 is actually doing the work. Like when you like a couple defense more or a couple power more is already altering your performance significantly. Like it's really fun gearing in this game because every point is actually doing work. Except for intelligence, that one's not doing it that much.
The Titan's belt we get off Gar is really impactful, even though it's only 10 strength.
Yeah, that's 10 strength.
Like a lot of these boss fights would need an extra turn without that.
Yeah. Masters are also a very good mechanic. Masters are very, very powerful in the game. If you know about masters, how they work and how to abuse them to your advantage, they're massive, yeah. Like in a normal speedrun, we're abusing mainly Bunyan and Barrel Leap for power and speed. Because agility is like the most powerful stat in the game until you get X turns.
Yep. Which makes it kind of funny that we do not care about them at all.
Yeah.
I don't think I get a single extra turn in the TAS.
Yeah, of course in the TAS, if you can just brute force everything away with just super combos, you don't need extra turns. Oh, I'm looking forward to the movement here in Mont Glaus.
There's a particular little bit of movement that is completely irrelevant, but I love it so much.
Okay.
So one thing I learned is you have to get a fight here. There's no way to enter the boss fight without triggering a random encounter.
No.
Which just sucks.
No, you can skip that fight. Wait, did you actually get a fight here in the TAS?
You get a fight in your speedrun.
Yeah, but because I'm unlucky. Like, it's a chance.
Oh. I tried literally hundreds of frames.
That turn is so nice.
That's, right? Do a spin!
A little spin.
I was so pleased about
Why
that.
am I not doing that in speedruns? That's a no-brainer.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, like, when you switch from defense formation into attack formation before starting the boss fight, you then have to take a step for the boss trigger.
Okay,
and I was always... Yeah, I was always, no matter what, getting a fight on that boss trigger step. I tried a lot of different stuff, and I could not make that fight fail to appear.
That's weird. In a speedrun, you can get, with like, I want to say 50-50 chance, a complete 0 encounter mount gloss. You don't need to get any fights.
I would be interested to know how, because I could not figure it out.
I mean, be lucky. I mean, it's not like I'm doing anything different than you here, right? In speedruns, you just pick up the miracle gene, of course. You go back, you go one tile before the boss trigger, then you're doing your attack formation, and then you walk into the trigger, and either you get a fight or don't. It's pretty common to not get a fight.
When I eventually figure out what the difference was, I will be fascinated. Because, yeah, it was generating a fight for me 100% of the time, no matter what frame I took the step on, or like which direction I took the step from, or whether Gar was in slot 2 or slot 3.
Did you always try it from the same step count value? Or did you also try different movement a little bit, like taking like a step back and forth?
Yeah, I
tried
different movements. Yeah.
That's really weird.
It was all... I don't know, man. Anyway, it's an improvement for next time.
Maybe it's the spinning.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be something? If I ever update this TAS, when I get to this point, I will ask you to help me take a look at it and see if we can figure out what the hell is going on.
For sure. Are skill and characters also in Brotherfight too? I don't think so. Is there any like fire worms in Brotherfight? I mean, there's one worm in thing.
Yeah, no, they don't show up in Breath of Fire 2.
23 hit combo. One gone. Rip Nina.
Yeah, the only thing that really needed manipping in this fight was getting them to target Nina. One thing that we haven't talked about yet that is definitely relevant, and I have been abusing it and just not talking about it, enemies have agility variance. Like, from turn to turn, they can roll a little bit more or a little bit less speed.
Yeah. And it's really annoying.
Yep. Which means that on the final turns, whenever possible, I am trying to manip them to underspeed me so I can save their attack animation.
From experience, I want to say though, it is rather unlikely that they roll like it's not like a complete random thing. Like I don't know the inner working, I can't give you numbers, but just from running the game and like, of course, all the challenges and everything I've done, it is much more unlikely that they roll more agility than less. So when you out agility an enemy, you will usually go first. Like, it's not guaranteed, but there is a chance. But I want to say, if I would have to give a number just from feeling, I would say there's probably maybe a 33% chance that they actually roll higher agility than their base agility.
Okay.
You should usually go first.
So that armor shop is just to get the flare sword. If I can find a way to get enough money to afford a second claymore, then we could cut out that armor shop. Also, this is the point at which I realized the thing about dropping off ladders. So from this point on, I drop off all the ladders.
Oh, you did drop off the ladder already in Lighthouse.
Oh, I'd forgotten about that one. Yep.
I think Urkantapa is a great city and it should be featured more in the game somehow. Like, it's also a game. I feel like this is the stuff where you can see that Breath of Fire 3 is some kind of early RPG, kind of like a 90s RPG, where there are a lot of really meaningful and cool locations and things about the game that are just not featured enough. Like, there is this like ancient war against the dragons and everything, and Urkantapa is like basically the central hub of this event, right? And yet it's not done enough with it, I feel.
Yep, I agree with that. Also, Angel Power coming up is fun.
Ooh. I mean, you will
We
do the
pick up
skip,
a-
obviously, right?
Obviously,
Yeah.
yeah.
Skill menu. Defense. Back to defense formation.
We spend a lot of time in defense formation. Also, pick up the ivory dice while I'm here.
Oh, already here?
Yep.
Oh, do you need?
So the
where do
thing
you
is
use it?
this jumping down the cliffs here
do it
is
like
a
this?
slow animation. And since you like this doesn't add any cliff jumps, where doing it later does. Because you have to come this way anyway.
Why do you use the
I mean,
ivory dice?
Elder?
Then it should
So
still
we
be
could pick
faster
it up
picking
later
the
if we
ivory
want.
dice later, right? Because like in the speedrun, I pick it up on after dice, like after the cutscene where dice is sending you to Geist, and you need to get down to Geist anyway.
Yes.
You need to go down anyway, right? Oh, right, like after dice, like no, after dice, like because after dice you need to jump down anyway from top, right?
No, you can walk out down the main stairs.
Oh, you can. Oh, you need to do only one jump, right? Yeah, you can do one jump and then run out, right? Oh, I actually have to test that. Maybe that's also. Yeah. I note that down.
Also, making this TAS is how I learned how this Angel Tower skip actually works. At first, I didn't realize that the fight in the previous room was necessary.
Yeah.
Because you can skip it with good movement.
Yeah. But you need to take it.
Yeah.
I mean, I still like. Do you understand how it works? Because I don't, actually. Like, I know the fight is necessary and everything. Like, I know how to make it work, but I don't know why.
I don't know
it
what's
works like
going
that.
on under the hood.
Yeah, okay.
But I know how to make it work.
Yeah, me neither.
Another thing that I haven't been talking about, but that is technically a little optimization, is every time you get into a random in battle, every character either does or does not get a little exclamation point above their head, and it's used in determining whether or not you get an opportunity attack or if the enemy gets an opportunity attack. But if no one gets an exclamation mark, you do actually save about a second, because those exclamation marks use time.
Oh.
So every time I'm getting a random encounter, I'm manipping to get no exclamation points.
Oh, that's nice to know. So it's faster to not get exclamation points because the game is actually using time to display it.
Yep.
I didn't know that. That's pretty cool.
I didn't realize it at first, and what was happening was when I would get random encounters, I would just be randomly gaining or losing a second relative to like other attempts of my own tasks. So like these should take the same amount of time. Why are some of my random encounters faster? And I eventually figured out that's what was causing it. So this is what I was talking about earlier with the wisdom fruit we picked up. I thought I was going to need the wisdom fruit here because my Ryu is now empty on AP from doing the super combos in the Volcano. So I can't super combo Gar, and I thought I had to because it's what Janus did, and I kept, for some reason, assuming that he had tested this. He had not tested this. You can just punch Gar to death and it's as fast as a super combo.
Wait, can you? But you cannot one-shot him.
You cannot one-shot him, but you can kill him pretty fast.
That was pretty
And
good.
that is almost exactly the same amount of time as it would take to execute a super combo anyway.
Yeah, I always wanted to say that looks actually pretty close to what a super combo would have also just done.
Yep.
I'm curious, how often do the TAS runs end up in a game over? You mean while making them? Very often, I would say. When
well,
at least like it's hard to answer that question because of course all the testing is ending in a dead end until you find the thing you want, right? And often that dead end is just a game over in theory. Often you're not even playing it out to see if it would result into a game over. It's just not what you want, right?
That's how I would have answered. Like, you end up in branches that would eventually turn into game overs, but you don't, because you immediately realize that it's not going to be optimal and you back up and do something else.
But if you actually mean, Gololani, if the task is actually running into a game over, then of course never, because the task is finishing.
Yeah.
But maybe it sounds to me that you might not 100% know what a task is. Because a lot of people, that's why I'm always like re-explaining this, a lot of people think that a task is something that is actively played. This is basically like a video. It is at the same time, it is a video and not a video. Like the emulator is right now live playing the game, yes, but it is already determined what will happen before it happens. No one is actively, like, this is not an AI or anything. This is already a spreadsheet that has all the inputs at what frames it is done on it. The emulator is just replaying it. It's a little bit like like watching the replay of, like, do you know, like, these old like Counter-Strike replays that are basically just a text document where the game is just replaying the inputs that are really just a few kilobytes big? Or Warcraft 3 replays, right, where just the inputs are saved? It's like this. A task is nothing else than that. Where the game is really just reading the file that has the inputs on it, and the emulator is just reading the inputs, and it's just replaying it. And Sujan here is the one that made the file that has all the inputs on it, which takes hundreds of hours, but now the file is there, and if he would give it to you, in theory, you could boot up your emulator, put the file in, and get exactly the same gameplay here. But hey, we made it to adulthood. Almost half of the run already done. Or basically half of the run already done.
Pretty much. Yeah, there's a little more than half of the runtime left, but
Yeah.
we're pretty close to the halfway point. Gordolani, yeah, this is deterministic. So there is a different question. So this is not really what anyone means when they say tool-assisted speedrun. This is just something that I saw the YouTube video that a person made one time. They were curious, could they find a series of inputs that would always beat Pokemon Red no matter what RNG value you started on? Which is a very different question.
Damn.
Because, of course, this kind of task, the normal kind of task, is taking heavy advantage of the fact that the game is deterministic, and so we have effectively removed the randomness. But can you get a series of inputs that will always beat the game regardless of the inherent randomness, rather than taking advantage of it, which is a much harder question and very interesting. But that's not what we're doing here.
I mean, I want to say the answer is probably yes. It would just need heavy grinding, right? To a point where your rolls and stuff like that just don't matter anymore.
The thing is like, if you were to think in terms of actions, yeah, but you need to think in terms of inputs. So like, the random variance will mean that, like, in some possible timelines, you're in an encounter at a given time, and at other times you're not, because some of them spawned a fight and some of them didn't.
I mean, yeah, for the randomness, yeah, of course, if you
yeah.
But yeah,
so
I mean,
can you even overcome that?
Yeah, like for
Pokemon
for
Red,
example,
the answer one. Yeah. Sorry.
No,
I think the conclusion was. I think the conclusion to the YouTube video was it's almost possible.
Okay.
I think there was one little thing early in the game where he found a solution that works in most RNG seeds, but not quite all of them. And after that, it was deterministic. Yes, but it was very, very different from a standard task.
Like Stockfish can determine the best solution for the problem. No, Stockfish is an AI.
Yeah.
Like a task is not an AI. A task is already done, and this will never change unless Sujan makes a manual change to it.
Yeah. So I think we have to take 2 random encounters here, or is it 3?
Who?
Probably 2.
Normal speedrun is taking 2, yeah. Like here's the other one.
Yep.
Right.
So yeah, if the Holy Mantle gives you double the danger limit,
Right, this would be
this one.
right. This would be the one that is skipped.
I mean, that saves 10 seconds. That's probably worth it.
And you would skip another one. Yeah, you would skip the one fight after Dragon Lord 2. Like this would be the only encounter you would get in Mines, like the first one. Because now you would be at Zombie Dragon, and then after Zombie Dragon you could reach the exit without another fight.
The sprite artists really had fun with the Zombie Dragon. It's a very jaw first design.
I always thought the Dragon Zombie is very, but when you actually look at it, it's very cartoony. It's supposed to be. I think it's probably intentional because they wanted to make like a zombie dragon, of course, but at the same time they didn't want to scare kids.
Yeah.
So they made it like a zombie bony dragon, but like very cartoony with like these teeth, for example, like the super oversized head. To be fair though, kids are very easily to scare, and I was absolutely scared of this thing when I was a kid.
I definitely remembered it being spookier than it really is.
Yeah, for sure.
I think you have it right. They were just trying to fit the tone of the game rather than just randomly having this one really dark moment. And I think they mostly succeeded. Also, yeah, this fight is so much worse in casual when you actually have to deal with the mechanics.
No, casual you just get Kiri and one-shot him.
Oh, that's true. If you're a try-hard casual.
Yeah. Super combo.
This is,
You will not one-shot this guy, right? Oh wait, you have the flare sword. This will be a massive hit. Oh shit. Oh, look at this. 30 hits. Oh. 2-5. Oh, I knew it! Look, watch me! Watch me! Oh shit! Called it. Thank you.
Yep. The damage numbers only get sillier. To the point that we actually... I don't think you're ever going to see me do 4 9s of damage, but I could. Like, I only don't because it's not faster to.
Because he has 2,400 HP, and I thought from the flare sword and the 30 super combos, it must be about like 2-5.
Yeah. You need some swag in a TAS. That's why I did the spin earlier.
Yeah. The best TASs are the ones that do silly things when they have the time. Unfortunately, that's not super possible often in RPG speedruns because...
No, you don't get many opportunities, but that just makes it even more important to do it when you can.
Right. Of course, it's super fun in platformers when there is some kind of...
Oh yeah, when you have an auto-scroller.
Yeah, right.
You can do some absolutely unhinged movement tech.
Like Mario TASs are super fun to watch. Like Super Metroid stuff.
Yeah.
This is super nice.
Will there be a boss fight without super combo? Let me think. My immediate impulse answer is no.
Oh wait, I'm stupid. I don't even get a fight here anymore. Yeah. You want to skip anything anyway? Yeah. Radius tests very silly. Oh yeah, that is like only auto scrollers. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I actually want to probably watch a Gradius pass at some point.
Yeah, that sounds like
that
fun
sounds
now.
really cool. Yeah.
Maybe we can put that on as dessert after this finishes.
The funny part is a Gradius TAS shouldn't be that far away from a speedrun either, right? Like it's auto scrollers only basically. The only thing that is different is maybe like bosses in the end, right? The only thing that really can be optimized, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think there are any bosses we don't super combo now. I'm gonna feel silly if there is one and I've just forgotten about it. But the interesting thing is going to be all the stuff we do around the super combos, because we're getting to the point where a single super combo no longer kills. The bosses their health bars are getting too big, so now we have to do some combination of, like, do we focus super combo? Do we last resort super combo? Do we do 2 super combos? So, like, there are still interesting decisions to make, but it is definitely a super combo heavy list of strategies.
Yo, Eki, how you doing? Yeah, today earlier. Because Sujin here, you're in A located, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, we had to make
The
a little
funny
bit of
thing
a
was
compromise. It's already very early for Sujin.
I over-compromised, apparently. I picked our starting time so that it wouldn't be too late for you, and actually you would have been fine with a little bit later, but... Okay.
Yeah, my normal stream start would have been like 3 hours later than we started.
Yeah, I neglected to account for how much of a night owl you are.
Yeah.
But... Okay, so I have a question for the upcoming Were Tiger. Do you know how this fight works? Because I don't.
The Were Tiger fight?
Yeah.
Basically like the new 1 fight, where you put him on the threshold and there's a chance he runs away.
Okay, is it just a chance-based?
It is chance-based, yeah.
Okay.
Just like new 1 too. You can also just randomly not. But like also same thing. I don't know how it works under the hood. I can just tell you how it is practically.
Yeah, okay.
And in new 1, for example, it is the case that when you just defend with everyone, she has a much higher chance to just not run away. That's why you always wanna, like in a speedrun, even if you know you're already over the threshold, you never wanna like defend with Ray. You always wanna still do an attack, because if you defend with everyone, there's a high chance she will not run away.
Okay.
And it's kind of the same on Were Tiger. Just from experience, I want to say he has like a much higher chance to run away, like much higher than new even. So usually, like the strat for the normal speedrun is to transform into a behemoth and blitz him.
How much damage do you do? Like before, like what is your threshold? How much damage are you trying to do to him?
What is a blitz doing? I mean, you would have to look at my PB. It's been a long time since I dealt with it, but
That's
I think
fair enough.
But I think like something between 300 and 400 damage.
Okay.
I'd be completely off, but I'm not sure. If I remember right, like a blitz attack should deal about 100. It's 3, so it's a little bit more. So like something between 300 and 400 damage should make him run away.
Okay. So I was pretty confident when I did it that this fight is not optimal. Also, very satisfying getting through here with no walking necessary.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
But, so I'm going to do that much damage with a super combo. I could do that much damage with regular attacks rather than a super combo, and it would be a little bit faster. The thing is, when I tried doing that, he wouldn't run. I had to keep hitting him.
Oh, okay.
So this was the fastest I could find, but I also knew that I was not understanding under the hood how this was working. So with more understanding, I can probably do this without a super combo and have it be faster. Because yeah, we just do this weak little 8-hit super combo. And like if that's all the damage you need, then there's no need to do that with a super combo.
Yeah, yeah. Like you should not need... if you can achieve that damage without a super combo, then you don't need it, yeah. Pretty sure. I mean, it's also like...
Now...
There's 2 strats you can do with the... like in the speedrun. You transform into Behemoth anyway, also to protect Gar. And then either you do a normal attack, like either you do 2 normal attacks or you do a blitz. Basically, both are kind of the same because the blitz is a long animation, so the 2 normal attacks, and the Were Tiger is only either doing focus or normal attack, which are both pretty quick. So 2 normal attacks or a blitz is roughly the same, with the difference that you can get a reprisal and save it. So it's like a either works.
Also,
you know?
Please check this out.
Oh yeah. Oh, that. Whoa. Okay. So it's funny that you do this. because I'm doing like a permanent randomizer challenge right now, right? Like Sundays usually, and I recently on like the last seed or something, or maybe it was the current seed even. I was also getting only single encounter Mount Levette with also some crooked weird movement I was doing. And I was like, whoa, I've never seen this before. I need to look into that. And then it's funny, you do it actually in the TAS. So that is definitely something I would have to look into. I know that down too. But yeah, it's really sick.
I do not know if it could be made completely consistent, because like that was really janky walking, and it was because like I was finding individual frames where it would fail to generate a fight when other frames would generate fights. But it is at least possible. Okay,
but yeah, that was
there's
that was really cool.
a lot of cutscene right now. We're like 12 minutes away from Mikba. I'm going to take the opportunity to go quickly have some lunch and get a fresh coffee. So can you hold down the fort for a little bit?
For sure.
All right.
I think I will also order some food at some point. I haven't eaten anything.
Oh, that'd be a good idea. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Yep. Have a good one.
BRB.
Oh, we're alone now, guys, with the TAS. It's kind of funny that like the content that is playing right now I have no control over. It's just was the old TAS only 13 minutes faster than the world record? Was it? Is it that? It might be. So the old TAS is really bad for today's standards. Like there was already explained a lot about the old TAS didn't know you can skip encounters with defense formation, something very standard nowadays, right? There was a lot of unnecessary boss threats and a lot of unnecessary menuing and strategizing. There was a Momo pushed towards learning might for like one fight in the end game, which is way too much effort for way too little gain. Do you ever have control over your runs? I try at least. This one's gonna be sub 7 then? I mean, obviously. Like... Wait, I mean, it should... I don't... Will this be sub 7? No, probably not. Oh, wait. Actually... Maybe. I don't know. I haven't seen this either. I mean, my PB is 754, right? The old TAS was like 30 or something, right? 730? Or a bit more? This one, I don't know if it can be sub 7. But it will continue to save a lot of time from this point on. Like, it will amass a lot, especially on the splits that has movement on it. So the problem, again, for those that didn't catch it, the old TAS was played on a too fast emulator. Because the TASing community, like there is a website that is basically managing all that. It's called TAS Videos, and there's like a council. There's like people that verify your TAS, and there is some overall TAS rules, right? And one of the major overall TAS rules is that the game has to be tasked on their original speeds, their original like hardware specs, you know? So a PlayStation 1 game cannot be tasked with PlayStation 2 loading times. In the speedrun we can use a PlayStation 2, it's legit, but tasking needs to be on PlayStation 1 loading times. Tasking also usually starts from power on, and not just from like new game like a speedrun is often doing it. So tasks are inherently disadvantaged over speedruns. That usually cut out like booting up and opening cinematics often and stuff like that, and having slower loading times. The old TAS of this game though was using PS2 loading times. It was verified by TAS Videos, but only because it was the only TAS available, so that they just have something for that slot, right? But Xugen now was the first one that was making this TAS on legit PlayStation 1 specs with PlayStation 1 loading times. So this TAS here, compared to the illegal loading time existing TAS, is very disadvantaged and is losing constantly a lot of time to loading screens. Doo-doo. Don't have a lot for tasks, exactly, yeah. I don't know, like some things just evolve over time without any like specific reason for it, right? But I guess one argument about tassing being on PlayStation 1 while it's fine PlayStation 2 and speedruns is that tasks are inherently fast and more optimal, right? So having them as legit as possible to be on original hardware and everything is more of a like it can be more of a concern than speedruns who really try to optimize everything around the human aspect as much as possible. So playing a PlayStation 1 game, PlayStation 2 is fine as long as it's still the original game, right? I guess it's also like to make up for the fact that it's not the original game, if you see it like that, right? Because so TASs can only be made on emulators because you need TAS tools, you need the program, you need like the additional software that is letting you make a TAS. So a TAS has to be made on PC on an emulator. While speedruns can be done on original hardware with the original game, right? And while, of course, the ISO, the game you use for the emulator, is, all things considered, the same software that would also be like on a disc. It is not on the disc anymore, and it's not replayed by any original hardware. So the compromise that the TAS community probably decided to do is to just have it replayed with original specs at least. Like original emulation from the original hardware. Was the PS2 specs the reason for the wonky audio in the old TAS? That's reasonable to assume, I would say. Like, I don't know, but it could be, yeah. Because when you bump up something like seek speed and read speak in emulator, games can deal good or bad with it. Also, you notice that BizHawk here is really good emulation because all these graphical glitches, because usually Breath of Fire 3 especially has a problem with graphical glitches here and there, like you see some black stripes and some misplaced pixels here and there. BizHawk is, I think still, as of my knowledge, the emulator that is emulating PlayStation 1 games the most precise of all emulators. It is also the emulator that is eating your PC up for it, though. Like BizHawk is using a lot of processing power for this precision of emulation. Why does Ryu sit all sideways like that? Aura farming. He thinks it's cool. I was just wondering if it's possible to make TAS that actually passes inputs into a real console. That is exactly what TASBot is for, right? So like a lot of people, and like the term TASBot is kind of burned into a lot of people's minds because they only know TASing from TASBot. So what TASBot is a segment from AGDQ where they have a little bot, basically, like a little machine. It's given like a little shape of a little cute robot, right? It's a connection piece, and like this machine is a connection piece between the TAS and original hardware. And what TASBot is doing is you feed it the data from the TAS, but it is not replayed by an emulator, but instead TASBot is then transferring the input sheet into actual button presses and is replaying the TAS on actual hardware. That is what TASBot is doing. Nina walks faster? No, it's just happening that she's the character you're controlling right now. No one is walking faster or slower. The only thing you want is you want to have one of the smaller characters in front and not Gar. Like you want to have any other character in front that is not Gar, because Gar is big and he needs more space to run around things, and you would get encounters. So yeah, that is what TASBot is doing. So there are TASs on the original hardware, but not really. But only as like a showcase, not as a competitive TAS. All the like competitive TASs, all the like the real ones, the displayed ones are on emulator. And all things considered, the TASBot TAS is also not any different than a normal emulator TAS. It's just nice to have this thought of that there is this TAS on actually original hardware, which is pretty cool, right? But it looks the same. We're coming up on the Mikba fight here now. Let's guess what the strategy is for the Mikba fight. Will it be super combo? Or will it be the Giga combo, right? No.
Okay. I am back.
Oh, it's just in time for Mikba, huh?
Yep, perfect timing.
Bum, bum,
Okay.
bum.
Did I miss anything interesting?
We're just going again through like what TASBot is and a TAS and having some fun.
Okay. So, this fight causes me to think there's something weird going on under the hood. He always starts with Venom Breath.
Yes.
Have you ever seen Venom Breath not hit at least one person?
I was never paying attention to that, I want to say.
Okay.
But I want to say,
So-
I from feeling I would say no.
Right? You'd think it should be able to, because like it can independently miss on any given character. The easiest way to program it would just be to make it like a bunch of independent rolls, and it should be possible for like Ryu to resist the poison and Nina to resist the poison.
Yeah.
But for some weird reason, I tested at least 100 frames. Every single time, at least one person got poisoned. So I think it is somehow coded weird under the hood so that it can't fail completely.
I mean, maybe just
Which is
without
also really-
resistance, right? Like, in theory, you could
Yeah.
boost your status resistance.
Yeah. So here,
But,
like,
yeah.
I was able to get Ryu to not be poisoned, but I couldn't get both Ryu and Nina to not be poisoned, which means we have to sit through this poison tech, which is
Mhm.
annoying. So this is the next best thing. Get Nina poisoned and then get Nina killed.
Yeah, sounds good.
Nina is going to spend a lot of time on the ground.
So Mikba has 2,400 HP, right?
Yep. And we went for the double focus super combo.
24 hits. Over damage by 7 hits, by 7 damage. Nice. Smooth. But it makes me think that was only 24 with 2 focus. Is there no like 2,400 with like 32 and 1 focus?
Nope.
Damn.
Alas.
Focus big. Did you also last resort in this?
No, last resort is generally less efficient than focusing because the animation is longer.
Okay.
In the speedrun, do you pick up the ginseng here?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
It's for Elder.
That makes sense. Aldera says if I only did 1 turn focus, Nina wouldn't have died. I could have just let the boss outspeed Ryu. So,
Oh, yeah!
I'd like focus turn 1, and then on turn 2, Mikba kills Nina, and then Ryu super combos. But I don't think you can do 2400 with a single focus.
Excuses again?
I mean, what also could be faster, in theory, maybe, is instead of doing a focus, just doing a Ryu normal attack.
Get ready.
To make up a little bit of damage.
Hey!
And then 1, like, focus, super combo, and a normal attack?
Or a normal attack first, whatever works, of course.
Well,
Or
it would
just
have to be first, yeah.
a normal attack, then
Right.
focus, then super combo.
I'm guessing no. So, with 2 focus, super combo is 2400. So, like, no focus is 1200. Each focus is adding about 600 damage. And Ryu, even critting, is not going to be doing enough.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. It's like double. Like this was probably a high roll too. I mean, you only use 24 super combos though. Like it would be, but of course, going up to 32 would also add a bit of time, right? So
Yeah. Now that might change if I'm doing like a level 1 Ryu on Bunyan. That might be enough extra strength to get you down to 1 focus.
True, yeah. Many things are really strange programmed here. Same with Thunder and Bali fight. Even when you edit the HP to 0, they cannot die. It's because an enemy or a battle ending has to be a field script. You know, like a battle. If the game is not scripted so that the battle can end, the battle can never end. Like the enemy can maybe, you know, go, but the battle would persist. And since that fight just has no script for the battle to ever win for you, you can just not, you know, win it. It's just the thing is from like it's really hard to get away, of course, from this like child's eye perspective, if you know what I mean, where like, but what happens if I win the fight? But there is no what happens if I win the fight, because the game was just not programmed in a way where you could ever win the fight. You know, it just doesn't exist. That's why even when you reduce their HP to 0, in theory, even if you edit the RAM values and you like actually kill them, the battle just never ends. Because the battle cannot end. There is no... You would have to reprogram the game for that. And even then, the game would probably run into an error at some point, because like if they're removed and you would end the battle, then you would, I don't know, soft lock, then run around on the screen and the game doesn't continue, you know? Zeal, destroyer of children dream. I'm sorry. I mean, if we're not real talking on a TAS presentation, then I mean, when then, you know? This is like the most logical
we have
thing.
so much dead time to fill. So this screen here, once the talking is done, you just walk straight out like nothing bad can happen to you. But I get random encounters on this screen.
Wait, really? I've never had one.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, never in all the time just running out there straight.
That's
never had a
the
problem.
impression I got because you were walking out like you weren't worried about random encounter.
Yeah, no, never.
Huh.
Not
So
even
I
once.
tried to experiment to figure out what I had done differently to cause me to get random encounters there. Something, evidently. Because, like, if you can get random encounters there, you would have gotten one in one of your attempts over the years. So something you have done differently than the TAS has made it not possible for you, but possible for the TAS. Now, it's not a big deal because just walking to avoid the random encounter costs me like 4 frames. It's not a problem. But it means that there is something that I don't understand. And that always itches me.
I mean, the Balion Sunder fights in Windia Castle, I would like to know how they work exactly too, but I don't know. The only thing I know is that the fight ends after a specific amount of turns, or if you deal enough damage. Like that's something the randomizer told me, for example, because usually vanilla, the way I always won the fight if I wanted, was just sitting it out, and after like something between like 10 and 15 turns they would just start running away. But in the randomizer, when you have a good weapon early and you can actually deal a lot of damage to them, they run away right away. They kind of run away like turn 1, turn 2 already. Escaping enemies never drop XP, but they do, because it's not actually that they escape. The fight ends. Like that's again the same explanation like before. The reason why enemies give you XP when they die, but not when they run away, is because it is scripted like that. Because when you defeat an enemy, the game is keeping track of that, and in the end, it's just calculating the experience you should get to your characters, right? In the Balion Sunder fight, the running away they do is not like an escaping that a normal enemy would do in a fight. That is the end of the fight. The fight is scripted that they run away when you win, right? So you do get experience because you do defeat them as far as the game is concerned, you know? Just with a runaway animation.
One of the things I have learned from making TASs is to just never expect consistency from the devs.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair...
Things work how they work.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think for an RPG needs to be inconsistent to be believable and immersive. Like, that diversity is one of the central aspects of an RPG world, in my opinion. Because the world is just diverse and not consistent. And an RPG is just supposed to be like a slice of life kind of thing, right? So having streamlined mechanics and consistent outcomes is not fitting to what an RPG is supposed to be, right?
The plant is one of my favorite areas in the TAS, purely for how much better we do it than the old 2011 TAS. This is probably the dungeon where you the most feel the difference between knowing about defense formation and not.
Yeah, it's a massive dungeon. Like, there's a lot of movement, a lot of fights in theory.
And a lot of back and forth.
Yeah.
Like walking from the computer room to the other end of the plant and back several times. So I think when I counted it, I think Janus gets 15 fights. And of course, none of them are actually necessary.
Lufia 2 expects you to potentially win unwinnable Gades battles. I mean, I love when games are doing that.
Me too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
that's a
it's
great idea.
different, of course. Like the Gades fight in Lufia 2 is more like the Balion Sunder fight the second time, right? Where it's not expecting you to do it, but it rewards you if you do. But then there are fights like the first Balion Sunder fight where you're just dying. Like there is no other outcome, because the first Balion Sunder fight, the whole plot is centered around you losing that fight. You cannot be rewarded for winning it, right? While for Lufia 2, it's kind of funny, because when you actually beat Gades, who's like completely broken at that point, and you do beat it, then Gades is saying something like, that's somehow off-putting, and then just warps away, you know? Because he's like surprised that he was not able to win, and he's just like, that's not supposed to happen, and just runs away.
I wonder if there's a tool-assisted speedrun for Lufia 2.
Probably is.
I'm gonna check that out afterward. If there isn't one, maybe I'll make one. I love Lufia 2.
That game is great. I still have the world record in it.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, congrats. Breath of Fire 2 is obviously my speed game of choice, but Lufia 2 might be my favorite RPG.
I have the world record in Lufia 2 since very, very long, because literally no one is running it.
Yeah. It's such a good game, though.
It is really cool, yeah. The flex, yeah. I'm flexing with a world record that is uncontested for many years. But to be fair, even though it's still improvable, because I remember I lost like a minute towards the end because I was messing up a manip. It is a very complicated speedrun with extremely precise movement.
So, I will say, maybe this is odd as someone who is like a known TASer at this point.
Happy
But
Wolf
RNG
Sunday.
manips in RPG speedruns don't interest me very much. Like, they can be interesting to watch, but I would not want to play one.
Yeah.
So for me, what makes sense in my brain is that a lot of the fun from a live speedrun is having to adapt to stuff on the fly. And a lot of the fun from a TAS is getting to optimize things.
I mean, it's funny you say that, because you say skipping encounters and moving in Breath of Fire 3 is fun for you, but that is RNG manipulation. Technically.
It's more movement manip than RNG manip.
Yeah, but it's the same outcome.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of...
It is the same
Yeah.
outcome, but it's different reasoning.
Yeah.
So, like, watching the Tucson manip in Earthbound, I think I would have more fun.
You're literally
either
thinking about for
doing
6
a
months.
manipless
Welcome back.
speedrun
Appreciate you a
or
lot. Hope
Just
you're
making
good.
a TAS.
Hope you're having a lot of fun. Thank you. Happy Breath of Fire Sunday.
And I'm aware that that opinion does not necessarily sound internally consistent, and it's certainly not an order for how I think anyone else should feel. Just describing how my brain works.
Oh wait, what was it? I was talking to my chat for a second.
All good. Like, if I were going to learn an RNG manip in an RPG, I would rather just outright make a TAS. Doing RNG manip in RPGs feels like it's a weird halfway in between doing a speedrun and doing a TAS, and I'd rather do one or the other.
I mean, to be fair, a Lufia 2 TAS is just an extended version of the speedrun, because the speedrun is already maniping roles and outcomes a lot.
Yeah.
And when I entered the Lufia 2 speedrun community, all I was doing, like, there was already, like, the manipulations known and everything. It was just, like, not a lot of them were worked out and used, and I was just routing them out and using them. That's why I improved the speedrun to a point, like, where a lot of late-game dungeons were just not manipped, and a lot of boss fights were not manipped, because you would not struggle with them, because you would be strong enough either way, right? But like, manipping still makes them faster here and there, so I was still manipping them, and like,
yeah.
So at this point, the like Lufia 2 is already, for the biggest parts, just completely RNG.
You're basically just speedrunning the TAS. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, not 100%, of course, right? Like, there's still segments that are unmanipped because because it is either like a lot of effort and a lot of risk in maniping for not much outcome, for like saving. If you would complete manip it, you would save 5 seconds, but it is so precise that in precise movement and being careful, you would lose more than that, for example. And if you actually make a mistake, you would lose a minute, so it's not really worth it. So you would just take the consistent strat, unmanipped, that kind of stuff. But everything that is reasonable to manip, I think, is manipped now in the speedrun.
The game I'm thinking of most is Earthbound, because I watched a lot of Earthbound speedrunning back in the day. Like, I know Earthbound speedrunning is still a thing, but like 2020, 2021, I was watching a ton of it. And the way RNG manip works in Earthbound is like, it's not just precise movement, but it's like you get into a battle and you have to go like left, AA, B to like, because every button input affects the RNG. And that kind of just memorization of huge input strings does not sound fun to me. Clearly it's fun to other people because a lot of people do it, but that is not my thing.
Yeah, like it's a good point you're saying. Of course, RNG manip is not necessarily RNG manip, right? Like it depends on how you manipulate the RNG. And in Lufia 2, for example, for bosses, you're right. It's not a lot of fun because you're just memorizing what you're doing with what character. So you're basically just memorizing the inputs and you do it and it's fine, right? But the RNG manip for the movement, like for the encounters, like in Lufia 2, enemies only move when you move and according to your position and your past position, right? So consistent movement is manipulating the enemy movement. So it is also, of course, memorization where you actually have to move, but it feels better because it is actually like just optimizing your movement to a point where it's so optimal that it's actually a manipulation, right? So it feels better. Yeah. So it feels a little bit more like in Breath 3, where you're also avoiding encounters with just good movement. And in Lufia 2, it's also you're avoiding encounters with good movement. And to be fair, there is something really cool in Lufia 2 when you're just running straight through all enemies and like doing the weirdest shit movement ever, and no one is ever touching you because it's it's consistent. That's really cool. So.
Yeah, the movement in a game like Lufia 2 or Breath of Fire 3 to me is much more interesting. I guess if I were to describe why, it would be like there's clear intent. Like, you can ask, like, why am I doing this particular movement in Breath of Fire 3 or Lufia 2? And it's a very clear answer of because the game can't spawn a random encounter here. Or in Lufia 2, it's because it causes this enemy to walk in this direction, which means I can get through here without a fight. Whereas the in-combat manip is, why am I pressing B? I'm pressing B because it makes the RNG under the hood do the right thing. And for me, that's a much less satisfying answer.
Yeah, for sure. Agreed.
Very skill-intensive. Absolutely not saying that manip is easy or that manip runners are not good runners. It's just, to me, it sounds painful to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's whatever you like, right? Like, a lot of people also say they don't want to watch or run glitch speedruns because it just doesn't interest them skipping things. And of course, as someone who likes to do both, I can tell you, or in my opinion at least, there is something beautiful about some glitches and skips. And then there are ugly ones too, like if you're just glitching it out with some very specific easy to get position and then the game is glitching out and it looks ugly and suddenly you warped like 3 screens ahead. There is nothing skillful, beautiful, or nice about it, especially when you skip a nice other screen that normally has a cool movement technique or something, Like in Final Fantasy VII, Cosmic Canyon skip would be a good contender for what I'm talking about here. It's a technically very easy, very simple skip to do, but it skips a cool area that has a lot of actually cool movement and stuff going on, So it's a bit of a letdown.
My stance is, at the end of the day, all rule sets are arbitrary. The point is to like generate something that is fun to play and to watch. That's my guiding star in Breath of Fire 2. Especially because I have invented more than a handful of Breath of Fire 2 meme categories that I run from time to time, just for fun, because they show off cool parts of the game. Also, quick check-in, our danger limit is 96, and we're on a step count of 1,848.
That's a lot.
I think that's the highest it gets in the run. Goofy little slug. I like this guy.
Very
I just like a
colorful.
lot of the sprite work in this game.
The sprites are amazing. It's funny you do it with the Ryu. But I guess...
I think it... Yeah, it doesn't matter who you do it with, right?
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter with whom you're doing it. The problem, of course, like... It would be potentially more efficient if you could make Ryu slower than Momo, for example. I'm not sure if you can do that. Because then Momo could throw the Molotov and you could do the super combo in one turn. Like Molotov and the super combo.
Yeah, if we could get like Momo to attack and then the slug kills Peko and then Ryu starts the super combo.
Right. That would be ideal.
Yeah, that would at least save the menu time. Okay. I will look into it. There's no inherent variance in your party member's agility, so it would need to be like an equip setup to get Ryu to be slower than Momo.
Right.
Maybe you could throw the scale mail on him.
Yeah, that
although
would make
it
him
would
heavier,
have to be
yeah.
fast enough to like not cost more time. I guess you could do it in the menu when you're switching to attack formation. That's probably the fastest way to do it.
Right. No, super combo is not always the same buttons. It's random. So how does he know what to press?
Because when you're making a tool-assisted speedrun, you can just go back in time. I look into the future, I see that the game wants me to press square next, so I press square next.
Again, everyone who's interested in like how actually it looks like how to make a TAS, I can show you guys after this presentation. We can go into BizHog real quick and I show you how, like what you have to do to make a TAS and how it looks like. What is my average super combo count? 7, probably. I get some, like if I'm in a good form, I get 8s. But 7 is like the most standard super combo amount that a person is getting usually. If you're really good at it, you get 8s. If you're decent at it, you get 7. Kinda.
Godorlani, the short answer is no, you don't have to do any coding for a TAS. Like, the actual physical action of me making this TAS was me sitting down with a spreadsheet with, you know, a couple million frames in it and just clicking on like, on this frame I want A, and on this frame I want down, and on that frame I want R. That's all you have to do to make a TAS. Now that said, more sophisticated TASers than me could code up automation for like searching for particular RNG seeds that they want. I just did all of it by hand, which is slow, but you know, it is what it is because I'm not a coder. I don't have those skills.
You also buy Blink.
But hey, Blink.
Is super combo fully determined at start? Well, that's a question for you, Xuka.
As far as I know, no. Like I think it is just pulling from RNG. For
I mean, it's like I think what they mean is like when you start super combo, is the whole string already determined at that frame?
So,
or does it depend on when you input the last input?
It depends on when you input the last input.
Okay, so it's not determined. Okay, so it's random. So every single input is calculated after the last one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
James asks, do you have to replay all changes or do you... So if you make a change, you then have to replay everything from that point on. Now that said, if you're making a task in TAS Studio, it is good about automatically arranging save states for you. So a lot of that busy work is done under the hood, so to speak. It's a well-made program.
Yujin Tatsu.
Oh, and Blink. Hello, Blink.
Also, I guess making a task is partially also a little bit like in that kind of sense what James said, a little bit like coding, where if you change parts of your code, you have to change also all the parts that are deterministic going onwards from that code change, but you can take later parts from the code and insert it earlier if it if it doesn't change anything. And you can do that with the TAS too. Like, for example, the inputs you do in an auto-scroller or in a cutscene or something, you can still take one-to-one what you already tasked them and like input them into a new TAS.
Yep. So if and when I ever come back to update this TAS, I don't have to do everything from scratch. I just have to do all of the RNG minute from scratch, plus implement whatever changes I want to make. But like the cutscenes and a lot of the walking, I can just reuse.
You have to record every button, yes. Or like not record, but like you tell the tool what it has to press. Like it's like making a task. It's basically like filling out a long sheet of frames where you tell then at what frame is what button to be pressed.
Yeah, Blink, I'm coming for your world record. I want my lunch money back.
Let's see that shroom fight.
Yet another goofy boss sprite. I love it.
Very colorful in here, right? Very colorful slug. Repecco. Another focus one.
So, yep, this is, I think it's 2 focus super combos, and I remember this guy was actually real rude about refusing to kill Momo for me. Hence the longer than average wait before that focus. Jeff, that sounds like a really useful thing to do. Unfortunately, I have no programming skill at all.
27. He has 3,000 HP, I think. If I remember right. And it's doing 3,011.
3,000. So just let me scroll up. Yep, between Mikba and the huge slug, we saved 2.5 minutes just on random encounters.
Damn. Almost 5 minutes ahead now.
Yeah, more than that if you factor in the load time differences. Yeah, if you have to fight this guy straight up, he does actually quite a bit of damage with his attacks.
Thinking about ordering food, man.
Now is a good time because we don't have another boss fight until Geist, which is like half an hour in the future.
My problem is rather that I have food at home, but I would need to cook it.
Oh.
But if I want to cook it, I have to wait until after stream, but then I might have starved.
Yeah.
I haven't eaten anything yet today because of the early stream, no time.
If you want to take a quick break to cook something, I can hold down the fort. We do have a long wait until the next boss fight. We don't really even have much dungeon walking to do.
No, we'd have to
There's just
fry
a
some
huge
chicken breast.
cutscene.
It would take like half an hour. I don't
Okay.
want to be away for like half
Fair
an hour.
enough. Yeah.
But I could, of course, order some Burger King. Or pizza. Microwave burritos. I haven't eaten any microwave food in forever. Usually I
So quick
either
aside.
order some fresh food or I cook. Yeah.
Quick aside, Blink, while I've got you here, how excited are you to never have to do Empire sword fishing again? This is about Breath of Fire 2 stuff.
Oh shit, you're old and flexible. Wow, what a guy. Thank you so much for the 20 bucks. Pizza time. Oh shit, dude, you pressure me to get pizza. That's not healthy. What are you doing?
Oh,
Appreciate you so much for the
another
20.
potential
Appreciate
drop
you.
that
Thank
could
you.
be maniped
Pizza time.
is the dragon tier off the dragon zombie. That's another way to get some quick money. What I do in the run here is pick up the beast staff after beating Geist, which is fast. It's only a couple seconds. But if you could manip a drop in less than a couple of seconds, that would conceivably be faster.
I mean, when Wazilla's doing stuff, keep on. I mean, you can. I mean, I don't mind you coming in.
I don't object to Blink's presence, but like, just add him to the Discord call. That's probably not hard to do. We're just in a private call rather than in a server that he can jump into of his own accord.
What a fresh food Burger King. Burger King is really good here. I don't know where you're situated.
Not over here.
It's not. Yeah, yeah. I heard in the NA. I heard in NA Burger King is really overpriced and really shit.
All NA fast food is overpriced and trash.
But here, like Burger King here is really good. It has the best fries around here, and it has some fresh meat, some fresh veggies. It's a great burger.
Yeah, I don't think there's a single fast food restaurant in North America that I would recommend these days. Like, the whole premise of fast food is that it is supposed to be fast and it is supposed to be food. And preferably, it is also supposed to be inexpensive. And currently, it is none of those three things. It is inconvenient, it's like neither healthy nor tasty, and it's not even cheap.
I mean, healthy is obviously not, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
But like
not here either.
Different layers. Yeah.
Obviously, deep fried stuff is never healthy. But it's not even that expensive here. Like here, if I order like a Bacon King, or rather like what I usually get is an extra long chili cheese with fries and a Coke Zero and maybe some nuggies. That's like $23. A whole menu with nuggies.
Yeah, shopping at Costco and just making the food yourself is where I'm at. Or at Costco. Actually, what we have, Mrs. Charles and I moved recently, and we're about a 5-minute walk from a little local Asian grocer that has an incredible selection at like the cheapest prices I've ever seen. I have no idea how they stay in business, but I'm not complaining.
They should be called muggies. But do you think $23 for that is too much? What? For like a big burger, fries, a drink, and nuggies? Way too much? What?
I would say it depends a lot on the quality of that you expect that food to be.
I mean, it is very good. Like, yeah. I mean, the thing is, yeah, I mean, obviously, you can also go to some like shitty burger restaurants around here and get like a whole menu and nuggies for like half the price. But then you get what you pay for, you know? Like, it will not be good. Habs Burgers? Wait, what? There is a chain that is called like that? No way.
I hope so, because that's incredible.
That's insane.
Yeah, I don't object to dropping $20 on a burger meal. It's just, it should be a good burger meal.
Yeah.
And dropping $20 at a fast food burger place in North America, you're not getting a good burger meal. You're getting crap.
No, that's what I mean, Jinpride, but Burger King is really good here.
Yeah. They live differently over in Europe.
I mean, Burger King is, like, Burger King here is, like, way better than McDonald's, and McDonald's is already not too bad. They make really good burgers here on Burger King.
So, I suspect this is the kind of thing that varies a lot from place to place. I don't think I could speak for all of North America, but where I live in Ontario, the fast food chain restaurants are trash, but the little local burger places that's just like a guy making burgers, those are really good.
Yeah, but that's everywhere, I feel like. Like, of course, people that put, like, their heart and soul into their food will always be better than a big chains.
Well, the deal used to be, like, you could get those or you could get fast food, and at least the fast food would be cheaper. But here, the fast food isn't even cheaper anymore. It's just like, do you want your $20 burger to be good or not?
The thing is, though, I mean, prices can go up. Like, if you go to a... You of course get... Like, Burger King is good here, but it's not, like, mega fancy, right? It's still obviously standardized burger. It's, like, normal price as you... Like, the shape, the like, as you would expect them. They're really good, of course. But, if you want to, like, have, like, some nice, thick steak fries with, like, a great big burger, juicy and everything, great and handmade and fresh, you will pay, like, $30+ for that. If you, like, on a very fancy, good, like, big, like, great restaurant. That will cost you. Here.
Hey, Tayfan! Local Toronto represent. Not local, we're in Kitchener, but close enough. I can see you from here. All my Southern Ontario boys.
I heard that McDonald's breakfast is good, but I've never tried it. Never had McDonald's breakfast.
Harvey's was what my dad used to take us to when we were kids, but that's like 25 years in the past. I haven't been in a Harvey's in years.
We don't have that here.
The last restaurant we discovered here was a little Indian place that's very close to where we live, and like it's about $25 a person after you count for like tax and tip and stuff, and it was incredibly good food. Oh, now I want Indian food.
And I love Indian food, but I don't get it very often.
Also, my parents are going to be in town on Thursday, and we're all going out for sushi, so I'm very excited about that.
I love sushi. Man, now I want to have like a good curry. Or some nice butter chicken or something. Ooh.
Yep.
Sushi's very you get what you pay for here. I feel like that's pretty much everywhere.
Yeah.
There's just a huge difference between cheap and expensive proper sushi. It's easy to notice. But I'm pretty sure you probably, like, it's very hard to find in NA, but Balkan food. I'm also a big fan of Balkan food.
Me too.
Pleshkavica
You're right
and Chebapi and it's so good stuff.
There isn't a lot of it, but what I've had was really good.
They know how to, like the Balkans, man, they know how to cook meat, dude. Some good goulash. Amazing. What is Balkan food? Like food from Balkan countries and traditions, basically. Like Slovenia, Slovakia, that kind of stuff. Very meat-based, usually, with lots of onions. Check, right?
Yeah, a lot of really good restaurants didn't survive COVID. That was tragic.
Czech is not Balkan? Really? It's really hard to know what exactly is Balkan and what not. Because some things you would think is, and some things you would think not is, not.
Yeah.
Like Slovenia, Slovakia is Balkan. I would have thought Czech is Balkan, but maybe not. Hungary is Balkan, I think.
All I know is that the last time I was in Prague, I had really good food. Whatever they're serving up there is working for me.
Balkan Punch. That's why Czech and Slovakia spirit. I guess it makes sense now that I say it, yeah. Actually, I am a very history-interested guy. Maybe I should look up why they got trapped into the same country in the first place back then. I don't know much about that.
I assume that would be part of Soviet history.
Maybe, yeah.
I am not a knower, not my area of expertise.
Maybe it goes even back to like what's it called in English? Byzance. I don't know what that is.
Byzantine Empire?
Yeah, Byzantine Empire thing.
Yeah.
That's in English. But maybe it goes even back to Byzantine Empire.
Possible, yeah. Oh, another little optimization that the old TAS didn't have. You just walk back out. Thank you, Zeal. I took that one from you.
Oh, nice.
Save a couple more seconds.
Yeah, we're getting into the Geist fight now slowly.
Slowly. We still have to do some talking here and then walk through Tidal Caves. Okay, so Tidal Caves is weird. Like, for tasking lore reasons.
Did you test if it's really faster to walk here with Gar?
Yes.
Okay.
So, based on all of the available evidence, it seems like Janas did not know that defense formation prevents encounters. Which makes it really weird that in Tidal Caves, and in only Tidal Caves, he deliberately switches into defense formation to prevent encounters. And then he never does it again afterward.
Maybe, and it's only a maybe, of course, but maybe he did figure out that he can skip encounters with defense formation in Tidal Caves. But since he didn't know that's like a general thing, he automatically assumed it's only there.
That could be.
As it often is in speedrunning, right? Like yeah. where you're figuring out something and you don't even see the whole scope of it, right? Mm-hmm. At first.
So I don't remember the exact order of operations you have to do here. You go talk to Geist first before you go and see the room with Deus in it, right? Yeah.
Okay. No, you can go down there if that's what you mean.
You can, but you're not supposed to yet, right? You don't have to.
You don't have to, no. Like it's just you see the pyramid with naked girls sleeping in it, but that's it. When was encounter skip found, by the way?
Oh.
You mean that you can skip encounters with defense formation? That was definitely before I started speedrunning. Like, that was already known when I learned the
quite
game.
old. So I'm not surprised at him not knowing about the defense formation trick. What I'm surprised at is that he clearly discovered the defense formation trick and then never tried to use it anywhere else.
Yeah.
My first thought when I find something like that would be like, oh, I wonder if I can do this elsewhere.
Did he use it from that point onwards? Generally?
No, just for title
Just for title.
caves.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's a good point too. The title cave has, of course, the special tights mechanic. Maybe he thought it's related to that somehow. But as I said, like when you discover new tech or like new happenings in speedruns, often you can't even know the scope or like what really is behind it, right? So maybe he just thought, hey, if I have defense formation when running around this corner, I just don't get an encounter. It's a weird little thing here, and that's it, you know? Sometimes it's really hard to just comprehend the...
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
But
what kind of possibilities a little find can have.
So for the most part, this is uninteresting. There's no random encounters. You just wall hug the whole way. The one thing that I've thought about a little bit is you can go out of your way near the end to pick up a better sword for Ryu. And your damage ranges on Geist aren't amazing. So I thought maybe it would be worth time, but it takes too long to ride that raft around.
The Deadly Blade, yeah. It's here.
That thing.
That I, by the way, can never remember how to get to. Every time I'm here, I'm telling myself, okay, now remember how to get to the Deadly Blade. And then next time, I still forgot how to get it. Here. Hurts my soul. This is one of the greatest genes. And he's just walking past it.
Nope.
It's so obvious, too.
Yeah, that's the gross gene, right?
Yeah, it's the best multiplier gene in the game.
Well, it's staying on the ground.
Best stat multiplier gene. But yeah, so far it makes sense that you never transform into a dragon, because so far the transformation itself would have just plain time loss compared to just super comboing. And at the time, when you have like access to the Kaiser Dragon, where you could use super combo from the dragon form, you just deal max damage anyway, and the Kaiser is just not really doing much for you, I guess.
Yep.
In the end.
Yeah, it is bonkers how good Last Resort is at the end of the game. Actually, coming up in the Geist fight is our first use of Last Resort, because this is the first fight where Focus Super Combo is not enough damage.
Ooh. So it's actually Last Resort focus for... I mean, we'll see.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So, for those who are not intimately familiar with the mechanics of Breath of Fire 3, which is probably almost everyone, the way Last Resort works is it takes your defense stat, sets it to 0, and adds that old value to your attack stat. which means that like the more armor you have, the bigger the buff is. And for that reason, we've actually held on to Gar's scale mail from way earlier in the game, even though like we don't care about having armor for armor's sake. We aren't getting hit unless we want to be. But the extra armor adds to our offense stat after Last Resort. It's also another possible source of improvement. One thing I did not do was look for ways that I could like go a little bit out of my way to pick up like an extra helm or an extra shield or something to like boost the effectiveness of Last Resort.
Also, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not 100% sure about that, but I think Last Resort is snapshotting, means that it gives you the power at the time you had in defense when you used it. So any added defense after that is not accounting anymore.
Will giving the scale mail to bait have been worth it? What do you get from scale mail? Asbestos armor?
You mean from bait?
Yeah, if you give Bade scale mail, what ends up in the armor chest? I don't remember. Oh, Crep Cape. Yeah. Can we even equip that?
You should not get
I
Crep
guess
Cape.
you can. I just gave
you get
Bade
mithril armor
clothes.
from asbestos
okay.
armor. You get asbestos armor from a Crep Cape, and you get a mithril armor from asbestos armor.
Gotcha. Anyway, the TLDR, I have scale mail since it's what Gar came with, and I took it off Gar immediately because we want Gar to die sometimes.
I mean, the scale mail gives you the Crep Cape, yes. That's also what we get in the speedrun.
So having Gar's scale mail here on Ryu is going to give me just a little smidge of extra power, which is going to end up being what I need.
Yeah, the advantage over the Crep Cape and the scale armor is that the Crep Cape can be worn by weaker characters like Nina and Momo.
Yeah.
Well, the scale mail cannot. But the scale mail has more defense.
That's a big guy. Also, the torches in this fight are such an obnoxious waste of time.
Yeah. That was actually... There is a speedrun strat where you transform into a behemoth and blitz, which kills the braziers.
Makes sense.
But it's overall slower than just YOLO and be a little bit lucky.
So one thing that's cool about the Last Resort strat here is we don't need to Last Resort focus. The Last Resort gives you so much extra power that you just upgrade a focus into a Last Resort and that gets you there. So it doesn't add a whole turn, it just makes one of your turns a bit slower.
$29.
Big number,
Damn.
good.
Nice. Yeah, that was barely working out. Last Resort plus focus. Barely killing him with 29. Almost max combo 2.
Yeah, I was surprised that there was actually a little bit of wiggle room. Because clearly, like, I could have comboed up to 32, it just wasn't necessary.
Yeah. Normally Ryu does not do a victory pose here. It just goes into black on this fight, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe also for a little bit of like is it called what? Dramaturgy in English? Dramaturgy? I don't know. Dramaturgie in English. What is dramaturgy in English?
I think
Dramaturgy?
just dramaturgy. I think so.
Right.
So
Yeah,
one
dramaturgy.
thing that is kind of funny to me coming up here is I used to think about the Barbarossa in Junktown as like this endgame insane sword that you can buy crazy early. We use it for exactly one fight.
Yeah, the Ammonite fight.
Yeah,
Or the Angler
it
fight
is
too,
worth...
maybe? I don't know if it's useful there too.
Nope. I think the Angler resists thunder.
No, it's weak to thunder. Oh, wait. Wait. Wait, No, it's weak to thunder. No. No, you might be right. No, it's right. No, we're all right. We're all right. In the speedrun.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I was like, wait, it cannot resist thunder because I have it equipped in the speedrun, but we're all right, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Right, it's weak to holy.
Yeah, unfortunately, it resisting thunder means that I'm actually fighting the Angler with a friggin' claymore. Because it's the strongest sword I have that isn't resisted. So here, when we do this hop down the ledges here, we could have gone to pick up the ivory dice at this point, but it's the exact same sequence of hops that we do earlier, so you can do it earlier or you can do it here and it's the same either way.
Yeah.
But you don't want to do it on the way out from here, because doing it on the way out from here requires doing extra hops when it's faster to just walk down the stairs.
Buying the Barbarossa before Adulthood is so crazy. Yeah, it is. The thing is, agility is the best stat in the game, and like being faster has big advantages, and X turns is crazy. But if you have a sword that is so powerful like the Barbarossa so early, it doesn't matter if you have agility. It's just the advantage of having so much power is crazy.
It's possible that it might have been worth going out of your way to pick up the Barbarossa in Junktown as a kid, except that, like, of the next 4 bosses, there's Gar, who is just free. You don't need a weapon for him. And then there's the Dragon Zombie and there's the Huge Slug that are both weak to fire, so you'd rather use the Flare Sword anyway. So, like, picking it up early isn't even helping you. But yeah, casually, I was always picking up the Barbarossa as soon as I could. Let's get the 1 to 32 speed boots from Claw. So the main problem with getting the speed boots from Claw is that you have to kill Claw instead of just... Well, I mean, you could kill Claw and then kill the Dodai, but, I mean, that's slow and tedious. Although I do pick up the speed boots in Steel Grave later, and I'm... Like, it's probably correct in a TAS, but strictly speaking, I didn't test it. It's so fast to pick up, and like you do care about outspeeding bosses, so trying to rely on just RNG manip to outspeed them rather than getting the +10 speed seems like it should take longer, but I don't know for sure.
Okay, I need food now. I'm starving already.
Sure. Yep. No problem.
I mean, I will just order it. Like,
yeah.
I'm getting pizza. Fuck everything.
Excellent choice.
But I also get my favorite Zuppa di aglio. Zuppa di aglio.
Well, that's a good question. Do you get the hidden desert treasures in Hundo?
No.
Okay.
Since Hundo is not about collecting items, there is no point in getting anything.
Gotcha. Yeah, if you get them, the +10 agility is huge. Okay, For the record, I want it to be known that I did test this. And I'm happy to report it is objectively faster to flirt with Bleu. When you get
Wait,
the
really?
dialogue option, when you can say, like, I like you better this way, or that's too bad,
Like
it is faster by like 10 frames.
Oh,
But
okay.
it is very, very slightly faster to tell her that you like her better this way, which is convenient because
Funny.
you're also morally obligated to do that.
That's nice to know.
Yeah, it only affects the very following text box, and then she goes back into the standard script, and it just happens to be that the answer to this one is very slightly faster.
I mean, even though we don't need it in a speedrun, but you also need to do that to get her as a master later. It's very easy to miss master if you give the wrong answer. And run dead in Hundo, technically.
Yep, true.
I have even...
So what is the Hundo rule set? Is it all masters fairy village? Anything else?
Yes. It's all... You need to max out all the masters, like learn all skills from all masters.
Huh?
Have all fairies, max culture, all buildings, all jobs unlocked in the fairy village. You need to have all fish, all 23 fish. And something else?
All
dragon
genes
genes,
and
right? Yeah.
Berserker and Archmage?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Get ready.
That is a cool rule set. Okay, I want to watch this now. What are you doing next Sunday?
Hey!
I definitely. I mean, you can watch my TV if you want. I'm not doing a Hundo next Sunday.
Okay.
But it is a cool run.
Mm-hmm. It sounds really interesting. All right, what do we have to do after this? Is it just go straight to Junktown?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I don't know. You tell me. You're the tasser.
Dude, I have a really poor memory. I don't remember what I was doing yet last night. Oh.
Yeah, we'll go back to the 7 Hundos soon-ish.
Ooh, those are also fun.
I gotta put all the work that Blink and I put into that to use finally. Unfortunately, I was getting into it and then I had internet problems.
Funny story regarding Zeal and FF7
Oh yeah, your timer
streams.
stopped. Oh, is that my fault? What is that? Oh, your stream stopped for me. Never mind.
Okay. We good now?
Yeah. All good.
Cool.
Your stream just paused for me.
A couple months ago, I had one of your FF7 runs open on my other monitor, and Mrs. Charles comes up, and she has only ever seen, before that point, FF7 played on like Steam versions, and I assume you're playing like a capture card off of original hardware?
Yeah.
Yeah, so she looked at your FF7 streams like, wait a sec, why isn't FF7 ugly? I thought it was ugly. But she had only ever seen the really terrible ports with like the smoothed out graphics.
Exactly that.
Yeah, so now she insisted that I set up an emulator for her so that she can play FF7 looking as close to the original as possible.
FF7 is ugly on PC.
It's
and
pretty
the new
atrocious.
version more than ever before.
I know! How did they make it worse?
It's just, I know a lot of people try to argue against one, but the synergy between the characters, like the rendered models and the backgrounds is just so important. It just looks so much better on hardware or emulator. Almost as if style is more important than resolution.
Shocking. Yeah, that's what I think whenever someone in my chat wishes for like a Breath of Fire 2 pixel remaster or a re-release or a new version or something. And just based on track records, like I'm very likely a new version would just be worse.
Likely. I mean, especially knowing, like, Capcom just has no connection anymore to RPGs. Even if they would announce one, I would be like, oh shit, like, these guys have no idea how to make an RPG at this point. Like, how would they ever produce something good? Also,
Sorry. One of the great things about being a fan of old RPGs like this is you can emulate them on literally anything.
Yeah.
My microwave oven can emulate a Super Nintendo.
And I feel like what modern artists, I mean, I know it's a bit mean to like throw everyone in a pot right now, but what I rather mean is like all these like pixel remasters and like remakes that try to mimic the old graphics. What they absolutely lost the skill for is shadowing, I feel.
Yes.
The depth of shades, like of pixels and like layers and everything that these old games do so well with shadows. It's just everything is so flat and bright in modern remasters and remakes. It's sad. It's really sad. It's a little bit like anime. Every anime fan probably knows what I'm talking to. If you watch some like 80s or 90s anime maybe even, they are a lot darker, a lot more shadowy than like modern anime that are just really bright and like massive contrasts. And of course, it's also a style you can like for anime, it's like you like either or, like you can like both. It's just different, right? Not necessarily worse. But I think especially for pixel art, shadows just are objectively better. They look so much better when there is some good depth with shadows and good layering.
Shogun says that the Breath of Fire 1 and 2 in Octopath style could be done well. I absolutely agree that it could be done well. I just don't think that it would be done well.
The thing is, I think Octopath is cheating. Octopath is looking good, and for the backgrounds, I would even say it's fine, you know? But Octopath is cheating by having a lot of stuff just being chibi, like very simple sprite art. I gotta say, though, the stuff that is big is looking very good. Like big boss fights, for example, like the big pixel art. Octopath is having good pixel art, yeah. I would agree. But like the overall, like the field characters, they're like chibi style, they're very simple. And it's kind of funny, like Durnical says what I wanted to say too, and Frog, like the opposite of what Frog is kind of saying. The thing is, it is a little bit unique, but in my opinion, the Unreal and the Unreal lighting that Octopath is doing is not fitting too well to the great shadowing the game is actually having. They have some really cool pixel art and great shadowing, but then they use some weird lighting on it. It kind of creates this kind of unique Octopath style, so I don't even want to shit talk it in any way. It is kind of cool, but I wonder how it would look like without this like extensive Unreal lighting.
I'm with Total Scrub. I think Breath of Fire 2 and Breath of Fire 3 have some of the best sprite art ever made.
Breath of Fire 4 wanna have a word here.
Breath of Fire 4's sprite art is great. I'm not a huge fan of how washed out the color palette is for a lot of the game.
A lot of people argue that, yeah, but I don't think it's bad personally.
It's a taste thing.
Yeah.
And yeah. I would have preferred the just sprite dragon art and not the 3D things, but
I think for the Breath of for the PlayStation, I mean, this is just my opinion, of course, but for my taste, the two best looking pixel-based, sprite-based games on the PlayStation are Breath of Fire 4 and Final Fantasy 9.
Final Fantasy 9 does look great.
Final Fantasy 9 is insane, especially the amount of details. On every single screen, on every single model. It's crazy. And Final Fantasy 9 is not making the same mistake that Final Fantasy 8 is doing and trying to be hyper-realistic. And is actually embracing the style itself, this chibi style as well, and just works, you know? So wait, I want to watch this minigame.
Yeah, things are happening.
Alright. Okay, we're going down. Going right to the edge there. Okay. Okay. That is technically bad, but not horrible, of course. Like, this little interrupt is always meh. Yeah, here again. Oh, you're manipulating one? Nice. Oh. Oh, no, don't? Wait, what?
So, you probably know more about this game than I do. What I did was basically just brute force.
Have you compared this with my PB minigame? I would be very surprised if if like an average minigame from one of my runs is not faster than this.
Okay.
Because what you technically want to do in a speedrun is you want to manipulate as many double flags as possible. The problem is you were always way too far ahead of him, and double flags can only happen when both your values are pretty close together. But you will never let him get close to you, so you never get double flags. Double flags are great because you get double the value, right? Because you're both pulling at the same time, so you're getting down much faster than just pulling one at a time. And a great double flag value usually is 3. Like if I get in a run like 3 double flags, that's great. 2 is also very common. I never had a 4. I was kind of wondering if a TAS can do 4. But you didn't get a single one because you were just pushing to the edge all the time.
So what I can report is I think the old TAS had 2 double flags, and this was faster than that.
Yeah,
now that could just be because Janus is bad.
Maybe, I don't know. Yeah. Like, we'll have to do more comparisons, but it's definitely an interesting thing to look at.
So, what I was manipulating for is like as few red flags as possible, and like the double white flags in a row, and that he has like 2 different pull speeds. He can pull fast or pull slow, and I'm manipulating him to pull fast.
Ah, yeah, that might be a big reason why yours is faster. But I would be surprised if manipulating him pulling faster and manipulating double flags, that would probably be the ideal.
Yeah,
I feel.
So this is an example of where me not knowing how things working under the hood makes my job more difficult, because I was just brute forcing, learning.
Yeah.
Like just experimenting and seeing what happened. Compared to the old TAS, this section is interesting because he picks up every single part.
Oh, really?
Which is clearly very inefficient.
Oh, so the Anglify was so fast I didn't even notice what happened. Like, wait.
Yeah, we super comboed it.
It was just a super combo, nothing special, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'm so hungry. Where's my food? I just ordered it earlier.
The only thing that made the angler fight tricky was trying to manip him to kill Gar before my super combo went off.
Do we get Robe of Wind still? No, okay.
No. The old TAS does pick it up and then never uses it for anything, which was also a little funny looking.
Reminds me of a certain wisdom fruit.
Exactly, right?
A double focus, super combo, okay. Yeah.
So for a TAS, the way that I was looking at that fight is not that double flags are bad, but double flags aren't that critical because all that really matters is how much time he spends pulling. But like him pulling versus us both pulling is more or less the same thing because I have so much more time than I need just with like 3 red flags. Like almost all of the mini game time is just waiting for him to catch up because the task can pull so quickly. That was my reasoning, which could well be incorrect.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely correct, of course. Like, you're pulling as fast as possible anyway, like way faster than he does, so all that matters is the way he pulls, right? But a double flag means that he usually goes... Because a double flag, more often than not, comes from his side, because you're trying to set it up and then, like, being ahead of him.
Yeah.
And then he pulls... And then the double flag happens, which basically means that he pulls twice in a row for a long time. Damn, that was satisfying.
That would
Holy
be the
shit.
thing.
Holy moly. You guys see that? Oh, there's my food. Direct.
Yep. So I'm just going to think out loud while Zeal's grabbing his food. Yeah, the thing that matters in that minigame the most is just minimizing the number of times, or the amount of time that the other guy isn't pulling. So if what Zeal is saying is right, it might be possible that I pull less at the start, and that will result in him getting more white flags, and like fewer instances of like me getting a red flag. What I was able to do with RNG Manip was basically like every time it was like white, white, red, white, white, red, so he was not pulling a third of the time. But you might be able to do better than that with double pulls. What isn't helpful is like turning what would have been a white flag into a double flag. Because that, like, giving Gar extra pull time is unnecessary. That doesn't really give you any benefit. The other thing that I would want to look into is what is actually the exact ending trigger. Because the final rope values when the minigame ended were substantially higher than they were in the old TAS, and I don't know why that is, I just know that my game ended faster. Which is, like, beneficial, but I don't know why. How many flags do you need to keep within the 2-meter range? Hardly any. Like, you could pull almost the entire rope in one red flag, if, like, the game would let you. It just doesn't let you. Like, the really optimal thing would just be to manip a whole bunch of white flags in a row, but that does not seem to be possible. I was never able to get more than 2. Is it when you're under 5? That could be. So you literally can't pull further away than 2 meters or you lose the minigame. That's how that restriction works.
Okay. Nice soup.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
So there's this big glut of mini games here, the Angler and then all of the Shisu stuff.
Oh yeah, back then I called this the hour of minigames, by the way.
Yeah, I basically did this all with trial and error because as a non-speedrunner, I don't know how any of this is working under the hood. I just experimented as good as I could get it and moved on.
I mean, I don't think there's anything that complicated, really. What food got ordered? I got pizza and I got garlic soup. Here.
I was able to get a very satisfyingly quick mackerel, although it does look kind of goofy.
Oh yeah, I wonder about that. Yeah, mackerel, and I mean, beside like first try, shelly seeds, there is only the mackerel really that can be optimal.
Yeah. With the vinegar mini game, it was just like figuring out what is the minimal number of inputs for each section going off the sound cues, which it was a little bit of trial and error, but I think I got it.
I mean, I'm not even sure about the inputs. Like, I never looked into that, but I don't think the oh, actually, I'm not sure. Like, if the amount of time the game gives you to input stuff, if there is a big variance. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure if it's going by time or by inputs, actually, now that you mention it. Anyway, I did it as quick as I could. It was pretty quick. The important thing is that we're on a boat.
What about is garlic soup? Is that like onion soup? Yes, just with, you know, garlic. Not onion.
Oh, unknown. Yeah, that the guy can pull you outside of the 2-meter range and cause you to lose the minigame. Ain't going to be happening in a TAS, of course, but it can happen.
What guy?
In the angler minigame.
Oh yeah.
Like if you just never pull at all, he will get more than 2 meters ahead of you. Ross Tiger, one easy way to figure out how a TAS works is wait till the end of the show, and then Zeal is going to show off how making a TAS in BizHawk looks. But the TLDR is, it's a huge spreadsheet with one column for every controller button and one row for every frame, and you just input which inputs or like what controller buttons you want pressed on what frames.
I say it again because I love the comparison. Do you know like these Western pianos in the bars, in the saloons, that like play automatically with like a sheet of paper with like holes in it? A TAS is working like that. The TASer is having the sheet, basically, and they're making the holes into the sheet, and the holes is basically what input is pressed on what frame throughout the game. And then they put the sheet, which is the TAS, into the piano, which is the emulator, and then the emulator is replaying the sheet according to what the TASer determined.
I am the piano man, yes.
Right. That's literally what a TAS is doing. Or someone, if you want to have a more gamer answer, someone was comparing it earlier, which is also very accurate, with like these old Warcraft 3 replays that are also just really small streaks of input that you could also just send around to people, and they could just replay your replay, right? With just starting the game, and the game would just read the input order of things. One of those antique pianos can play Breath of Fire 3? Yes. At least if Sujan is doing it. Oh, they're called player pianos?
Yep, that's one name for them.
Good to know. World record Zeal is at DICE? Oh shit. Bit behind. So the people were asking earlier when you were AFK, if this will be like, you should not answer it, of course. But if this is
It's a good lead in.
if this is actually if this is a top 7, and I said that I think it's unlikely, but who knows?
Unlikely is a good answer, considering how much game is left. So you can get a feel for it. Like, we're 2/3 of the way through the game. As of the last split, we're 5 minutes ahead of the old TAS, which means that by the old TAS's pace, we're on pace for a 740. We've gained 5 minutes in 5 hours. We're probably not gaining 40 minutes in the remaining 2 hours. Seems unlikely.
Maybe you found a way to glitch in HE shells.
Wouldn't that be cool? Maybe I found the container yard skip.
Did you actually know? Did you actually know about Soma's April Fool's prank?
No. Did he actually do that?
Yeah,
That's hilarious.
he April Fools. Like, it was even like April 2nd or 3rd, you know, like he was even cheating it, you know, where he was suddenly releasing a video to the community where he was getting that skip with some weird movement, and suddenly he was like creeping through, and everyone was like freaking out. And it was like, "Hi, April Fools!" It was just hacked. That guy.
Wow. What a character.
Quick random question: do you still have your first hundo run with the new route? My first one? Oh wait.
I assume he mean did you say
FF7. I should still have it, yes. I think. Sounds like the Ken the Ben Gold Chocobo. What was that about Gold Chocobo? First Shelly Seeds.
I think it is kind of... Oh, also fishing. Here, before I...
Oh, there it is. Okay, let's see.
Get ready.
How's the mackerel? Alright, that's a pretty close one too. Honestly, there is always a way to do it a little bit better, but I think that was close to like if I would have gotten a mackerel like this in the speedrun, I would freak the fuck out.
Get ready.
Yeah, that's how I felt. It's like, I'm sure it could be better, but I don't want to spend the hours trying to make it better. The wiggling the worm around without the fish biting it for a couple seconds looks funny, but for whatever reason, that just happened to set up the RNG so that the fish didn't fight back at all.
Yeah. Also, he was spawning very close to the shore too.
Yeah.
Released a new skip that showed the calm chocobo able to walk over a mountain with certain movement. But oh, I think I've seen that. He just turned on cheat emulator and turned all the chocobo into gold chocobos. Yeah, oh damn. Man, that guy. I still remember the Ken the Ben video where he was showing off how to get out of bounds on Chocobo Ranch. And all he did was running back up the mountain in the back of the screen. And he's like, that's out of bounds. Great.
I think it is kind of funny that you're required to do all of the mini games to get the Shisu ingredients, and then you can just like completely bail on the actual Shisu preparation itself. The requirements to successfully make a Shisu are so low.
Yeah. The thing is though, you will easily fail if you use too many horseradish or vinegar.
Yep.
Like the mackerel rice proportion is not really, like, the game is really lenient with that. But if you use too much vinegar or horseradish, the game fails you.
So I use none of either.
I was wondering if you know about that. Yeah.
Yeah. 7:45 is the old TAS time from 2011. Using... the old PS1 emulation ran too fast, so it's roughly comparable to Zeal's PS2 times. So we will be doing substantially better than 7:45, but it is also true that there aren't really any major skips in the TAS that don't exist in the speedrun. This is just a very, very optimal speedrun. Blink, what you're describing, depending on the frequency and like the amount of all caps typing, that sounds like it could be either hilarious or the most frustrating thing I've ever heard of. Also, me once again walking straight by a dragon gene, much to the upset of many players.
The thing is, when Blink says bizarre suggestions, that's the understatement of the freaking centuries. When you actually read what he's saying, you think that either one of you guys have a seizure.
Yeah, I've seen people like that over the years.
No, you've not seen that. That he's a one-off. Like, this guy is crazy.
Okay. I will take a look the next time I'm watching an FF7 stream just to see if a Ken the Ben appears. I'm curious now.
He's coming in with stuff like I can't even give this, like I can't even give it justice how crazy it is, but it's stuff like he's coming in and he's like, have you ever tried to like poison carry armor? And you're like, yeah, he's not poisonable, he's immune. But then he's like, but what if you equip the Minerva band on Tifa? Would that work and make him poison? And you're like, why? That armor has nothing to do with poison. It's like super off the way. It makes no sense. And you tell him that, and then he's arguing with stuff like, well, you haven't tried it. How do you know?
Yep.
You know? And it's like, what? You know, like this kind of logic. It's just, oh, you're not even using all shady seeds. Nice.
I actually tested to figure out like what is the minimum number of Sally seeds.
It makes sense. Yeah, that's really good.
Have to save those 4 frames. There we go. This is the most technically a Shisu thing you can create. Am I in MD's Discord? I certainly used to be. I think I still am. If not, I can easily rejoin it, I'm sure. I periodically prune my list of Discords that I'm in just because, like, it is the form of doom scrolling that I am most susceptible to. It's like, I start at the top of my Discord servers list, and by the time I get to the bottom, it is reasonably probable that there could have been a new post in the first one. My list is now too long and I need to get rid of some.
What about the one guy who's always like, I always use Knights of the Round and carry armor? I mean, at least that's just a meme, and at least that's kind of chuckly, you know? But that guy is also posting the same thing about under my YouTube videos and streams, so it's a bit strange, but I mean, at least it's you could call it charming. But Ken the Ben is like, if you don't know him for that long yet, you would swear that he's just a troll. And you would think everyone who thinks he's not a troll is just stupid. How, like, not obvious it is.
Yeah.
But he's not. You know, at some point you realize he's not. 1029, can the Ben, hello Seal? Sir Seal, I don't know the situation, but quick question. Could you ask Sir Seal if he could do a in-depth video on the weight trick for Guard Scorpion? Okay.
Get ready.
Is it any different than weight tricking any other boss?
There is no weight tricking on Guard Scorpion.
Excellent.
Good.
An
Ready?
in-depth video on the weight trick for Guard Scorpion. We're not even fighting Guard Scorpion on weight. Because it makes no sense. No one is faster than Guard Scorpion. And that's the thing, and then you explain that to him, you know? Like, why what he just said makes absolutely no sense. But he comes up with some crazy other thing why in his head that should work out or something. And it's just a...
I feel that it
downward
is for
spiral.
reasons like this that the good Lord invented block buttons.
The thing is, I never block or ignore someone that is genuine. You know, like I do understand when people do it, but I feel bad if I do it. I only ignore and block like trolls or people that are genuinely want to be assholes, you know. But as weird as some people can be, as long as they try to, you know, in their own weird way be helpful or like try to learn something, I even though I know it's a waste of time, it's hard for me to justify, you know, pushing them away, if you know what I mean.
Sure. It's also different when, like, you're the guy with the microphone rather than just being another person in chat.
Yeah.
Like, I have banned one person from my stream preemptively. I have banned He Who Must Not Be Named. But I've never actually had to
Voldemort?
ban anyone else from... Yeah. I've never had to ban anyone else from my channel. I am much quicker using the block button just as, like, another person in the forums. Like, it's like, I don't want this person to not be here, I just don't want to have to read their stuff.
Yeah. I think this is, by the way, how it all started. Dumbledore just probably blocked Voldemort on Facebook or something. And Voldemort was like, fuck that, I'm splitting my soul.
You know? I mean, I'm trying not to summon the drama, but I guess it's an if you know, you know situation. Ling's instant reaction. Yeah, that's how I feel too.
I'm not ignoring you. I read it. Like, there's a difference. I read what you said, Kesso, and I actively decided to not react to it. I shit too. I shit too. Two. Well, I should too, sometimes.
Yep. I think I stole the pattern for ramming the black ship directly from your VOD. Because Janus does something else and it's weird and slow.
I mean, I'm not arguing there's like no way there's anything better, but the way I rammed the black ship is like the earliest tile that I could ever find back then when I made the strat.
Yeah.
So unless there's some weird clipping going around, some like weird, very early glitchy way, I don't think there's any earlier way to do it.
I'm pretty sure it's got to be optimal because, like, you can ram the back of the black ship on earlier tiles, but you just bounce off it.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
And there is also, if you look at it, you can't, like, now, right? And
Yeah.
there is a line on the ocean you can clearly see where the color changes.
Yep.
And I think the trigger to be able to ram into the black ship successfully has to be over that line or like on that line, because that is probably the part that where the script is activating.
That would make sense. Yeah.
Is what I assumed, at least.
I love the little Dizzy Pecco sprite. All right. We're about to queue up a bunch more time save because, once again, defense formation.
Also good music.
Also, Janus takes a weird route through the elevator room. Or not, the where you have to like pick which of the routes you take through the little moving floor thing.
Mm-hmm.
He does that in a weird order that I think is slower than what you do.
When it has to consider the tool. Are we getting again into the discussion what is a tool and what not? God damn it, dude. Not again, please. But is a pen and paper to make notes a tool? Isn't my glasses when I'm short-sighted a tool? Oh my god, dude.
Some people were just born to be rules lawyers.
Artist tool assistant.
I am a tool, that's true. My guiding principle when doing like mod stuff for the Breath of Fire 2 community is that I am the big cheese. I make the rules. That's how we decide. Yeah, Blank, that is tool assistance. Oh, I think I might have a slight optimization for you in the crane minigame. It's a very small one. But there's the fourth crane that's like hidden in the boxes out of sight.
Wait, did you say Blink?
Slightly faster. No, did I say Blink?
I thought you
that
said...
was a brain fart if I did. Sorry, for you. I had
was
slight
confused.
improvement.
Like, do I have a
Breath
tip
of
for
Fire
Blink
3.
or for me? And...
No, I have a tip for Blink because I want Blink to start running Breath of Fire 3.
That's good.
No. Yeah. Yeah, so when you do the crane minigame, there's the 3 boxes you can see, and then there's the 4th box with a treasure in it that's like hidden out of sight.
Yep. I mean, all the
think
boxes
the
have
one
treasures in it.
Oh yeah, like whichever one you break last. Yeah, I
Mhm.
think... So... The fastest I was able to find was the one above this one is so far out of the way that it's actually slower to take than the one that's way off to the left.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think that is one of these things that I just never gave another thought, because this is the
Sure,
way
yeah.
speedrunners did it back then when I learned it, and I did it,
Yep.
copied it then, and then I never like looked back at it. And the reason why speedrunners back then did it, I assume, is because the one on the left side is a pretty hard one to do, technically. Or like,
yeah, the timing for it is kind of tricky.
Yeah.
Because it's right as it's going over the lip.
There's no
Like,
good
it's
visual
hard to
cue for
judge.
it. Like, not an easy
Yeah.
visual cue for it, at least. Yeah. You're going to make your custom PlayStation controller with turbo, then you will attempt this game? This game has the most lenient mashing of any RPG. The text is so slow. You can mash with like 5 presses per second and you will still be pretty optimal. Because you have like 3 frames of leeway, any text box or something like that.
I do like RPGs with slow text, just so like as a viewer I can actually read what's going on, and as a runner so that I don't have to kill my hands.
Yeah.
All right, we are approaching the fun room. So, because this countdown just counts down and you don't actually have to do anything as a task, you have a whole lot of spare time to kill.
If
Now,
you're making
on the one
custom...
hand,
No, sorry. Sorry. I thought you were done.
on the one hand, like, I did not want to spend a whole lot of time making bespoke time-wasting inputs for this section. On the other hand, I didn't want to just have my character sitting in place for 3 minutes being boring. So I wanted to come up with like an input loop that I could just copy and paste several times to like get through the time. And this is what I came up with. I hope you will all be entertained.
Well, let's see. This is an auto-scroller where... Let's see what we can do. What TAS is presenting us with.
Yeah. So, answering the question in chat, danger limit means once your step count gets beyond the danger limit, discounting a value of 0. A value of 0 means that there are no encounters to get, but assuming the danger limit is a normal value, when your step count gets higher than the danger limit, the game tries to produce a random encounter. The fact that it's not producing random encounters is proof of shenanigans. So yes, this is
Root
an
Pecco.
input loop. So we're gonna do this for about 3 minutes,
What?
or however long that timer takes. I did make sure I have the fast timer. I didn't screw that up.
Okay. I think if I would have made this task, I would have done something like making the characters move in a funny way, fitting to the music, as if they're dancing.
Yeah,
or
that
something.
would. That's what I meant about not wanting to take the time to do bespoke movement. Because, like, at this point, I had already been grinding this game for 6 weeks straight. I just wanted to be done with it.
Yeah. But yeah, Blink. If you're making custom controllers, I would definitely be interested in knowing more about that for sure. If that is what you meant, for sure.
So one thing that I should probably test, I know you can go downstairs and like it doesn't interrupt the timer, but is there any like lag frames or anything like that?
I also always wondered.
Because there is that chest with $2,400 in it, and like I could pick it up if it doesn't cost me anything. But I didn't test it because the money isn't that important. We only have one more purchase left to make and we already have enough money for it.
I mean, I assume you get...
Oh.
I assume you probably get the Damascus sword. Yeah.
That's it.
Like probably not the
Alright.
probably not the gauntlet. It's probably not worth it with super combos.
Nope. I considered it, and it is conceivable, maybe, like the extra power you get from Last Resort having higher armor with the steel gauntlet makes it worth it somehow, but I would think it's unlikely, considering it's like 12 seconds out of your way in Combinat to go pick it up.
And maybe in the end, of course, in combination with with the new low-level Ryu on Bunyan thing, plus Gauntlet, plus Last Resort, that you have actually enough.
It's always hard to
boost.
tell how these things all interact with each other.
Yeah.
ETA 3.5 hours. Yeah, you're safely within that time frame, Blink.
3.5 hours.
The spoiler. There are fewer than 3.5 hours remaining.
Well, unless this run is not suddenly going game over, I feel like you will be fine.
Technically, another thing that should be tested is, like, I'm gonna go, I think it's 8 seconds out of my way to pick up the ivory dice here. It is conceivably possible that we could skip it. Like, the extra levels from the using the ivory dice on the Dragon Lord versus not on Myria, maybe, like, we can get away with one fewer. But, like, it's 8 seconds. It's not that big a deal, so... For a future attempt, if I have one.
Yeah, but there's of course more, right? Like, there's also Manmo, Chimera, Dragon Lord. Even though I think Dragon Lord is, like, very easily max damage, of course. Like, that's not a... But, like...
Well, it's not just picking up the ivory dice, but, like, you then also have to use it at some point. So, like, we're using one against the Elder, and then we use, I think, 2 on Dragon Lord. And you can use them earlier, but then also if you're using them earlier, you're getting less experience.
You used them on Dragon Lord?
Yep.
Is it not smarter to use them earlier, so you can get an advantage on earlier bosses already?
The thing is, there isn't a whole lot of benefit to it. Because you could comfortably one-shot Arwan, you comfortably two-shot the Dragon Lord. And...
There were Chimera and
Chimera mainly, it would be mostly right? It would be mostly like using them before Chimera to get a benefit on Chimera.
Yeah.
Whereas like if you use them earlier, you're getting less benefit from Myria, which is the main point when it's actually kind of relevant.
Mm-hmm.
So there are things that are worth testing, basically.
Oh, is Myria just basically barely making the max damage?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so the strat that Janus uses was just Last Resort, 2 mites, and super combos, and each of the super combos is doing about 7,000
on Myria.
Yeah.
Okay.
So three of those. The thing is, super combos are slow, and I came up with something faster.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, faster than 3 super combos. I do 2 super combos. But yeah, 2 super combos means you also have to do some extra damage because at least the way I do the setup, you can't get the super combo all the way up to like quad 9s. So it needs to be 2 super combos plus a little extra.
Dude, if you finish off Myria with like a Nina attack, I die.
That would be really fun.
That would be insane. Because I mean, in theory, if you do 2 super combos that each deal 9,999, she has 2 HP left.
Yep. So I will say, it wouldn't have been a Nina attack, but I tried basically that idea.
Okay.
Also, we're queued up to save a bunch more time here because, again, we know that Pekko is large and he helps us not fight things. I also think it's cool that you have to step literally just like the 1/2 tile out of the middle of the room and then you can't get any fights. I don't know if you'd want to try and actually use that movement in a live run just because, like...
The one in the middle through?
Yeah. it costs you almost no time just to walk over to the wall, and then it makes the inputs much easier. Whereas, like, if you're walking in the diagonal I took, if you ever accidentally, like, let go of right a frame before you let go of down, then suddenly you get a fight.
Yeah, there's definitely some movements. I also noted down already in the document that when I'm back on doing actually Breath of Fire 3 speedruns that I want to try out. First and foremost, the Mount Levet one.
Is it possible to do quad 9s unassisted? Please define unassisted. Like, does using Last Resort count as assistance? Does using Might count as assistance?
No, without tools, of course. But what is a tool? Oh my god.
Oh my, yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. If you mean Shine Spark, if you actually mean unassisted as like not in a TAS, then yes, absolutely, because everything that he's doing here is also just the same way possible in a vanilla game. You don't need a tool-assisted speedrun to do what he's doing here, except the high amount of super combos, right?
Yeah.
But like, this is all the way the game works.
Yeah. How close to quad 9s could you get with just like a giga stacked aura? I don't know.
Oh, I mean, quad 9s without crazy super combo. Like, I don't think you can do. Very
like
easily. I mean, if you like, you need, in very special circumstance, like you need to stack up like a big, like you need to use a 999 power attack with a probably super combo on like a very weak against that element target with no defense basically, and some focus.
Also, he's some nice tiny super combos here because Barbarossa is doing most of the work.
I mean, you guys say it's ridiculously easy, but I don't think it's ridiculously easy. You still need a very specific setup for it.
It's achievable, but there would be a fair amount of work involved.
I mean, it's like you need a specific setup for it.
All right. We're in the end game or something. It feels like the end game to me. Everything after the black ship always feels like.
But you can, I guarantee you, if you go to like, let's say, a zombie in New Cave, and you have endgame characters, you transform into Kaiser Dragon with like a dragon blade, doesn't even matter, some kind of endgame sword. You transform into the Kaiser, you buff him 100% might, you use celerity, you use aura. He's dealing 9,999. That should work. But that's still like a specific setup.
One thing that might be relevant, and I don't know how this works under the hood for Breath of Fire 3, but is there an offense cap that you run into? So this is relevant for Breath of Fire 2 speedrunning. Your offense stat in Breath of Fire 2 can never exceed 511. And it's actually very relevant because the attack up buff in Breath of Fire 2 just straight doubles your offense stat. So assuming a buffed character, having your base offense any higher than 256 has no benefit, and you actually comfortably get over 256 in the speedrun anyway, just by picking up the Empire Sword.
In Breath of Fire 3 you can go to 999 per stat.
Okay.
But I cannot actually tell you, I'm not 100% sure, if celerity is letting you go over 1,000. I would assume no, but I actually have never tried to like... It's also... The problem with Breath of Fire 3 is also that the scaling... or like it seems that power has like insane diminishing returns at high values, where at some points you're just not getting a lot of benefit anymore from a point of power. So... For example, the difference between 800 power and 999 power is sometimes not even very apparent if you get like a low roll versus a high roll. It's kind of overlapping even, you know? So it's hard to test this kind of stuff.
Out of curiosity, by the way, since we've got some time to kill before the next dungeon, you played the hard mode mod by Llewellyn a few years ago, right?
I mean, yes, but I'm not sure if it's
Yeah.
the right one you mean. Like BOF3 hard.
I only
mod?
know of the one. That looks right. Yeah.
This one, yeah. By
Yeah.
leveling, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Did you have fun with that?
It was.
I know it.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, I can definitely tell you that my viewers and commenters on YouTube had a lot of fun with it because I'm getting a lot of positive feedback from it. I think the mod was okay. It was a challenge for sure. It definitely opened some perspective to the game in terms of balancing and everything. It's definitely fun. Could be better though. It was definitely not the best hard mod I ever played.
That was basically the opinion I came to, is I was having fun with it, but it was also clearly a little bit janky as a result of like the modding limitations that he was stuck with.
Exactly, yeah. That's what I would say too.
Yeah, for people who don't mind a little bit of nonsense in their hard modes, I think it's pretty good. A good way to enjoy some fresh Breath of Fire 3 content.
Yeah, I played the Everything is Buffed mod too. I mean, I'm not sure about V2, but I played the Everything is Buffed mod for Breath of Fire 3, and I didn't think it was actually that good. It was okay. It was fine. I also had fun with it, but it didn't really, like, other than it being a bit silly, of course, and adding a little bit of difficulty to it. There was nothing that makes it really stand out from other mods, if you know what I mean.
The hard mod, the thing that I appreciated the most about it is that it actually forced me to learn how Breath of Fire 3's like status resistance and elemental resistance system works under the hood, which as a casual player I never really paid any attention to.
Oh, you do pick up speed boots still?
Yeah. The end game in the hard mode mod, you actually have to like pay attention to your status immunities, which I really liked.
Yeah, for sure. That movie was also pretty crazy, man. 100% encounter for me if I would have moved like that.
Picking up the speed boots here, I think is probably worth it, just because it was already, even with them, it was a struggle to get outspeed turns for Dragonlord and Myria, and I think probably without them it might not be possible.
Oh, you give it like to Ray for the steal or something.
Huh?
Oh, who do you want to outurn?
No, the speed boots are just going on Ryu.
Oh, okay.
So that on the final turn of a fight, Ryu can outspeed
he goes
the
first.
boss
Okay.
and like, save a boss action. Yeah. And I think based on how difficult it was to find a frame where that happened with the speed boots, it would either be very slow or outright impossible without them. But that's only a guess, I didn't test.
In V2, they change sprites and stuff? Oh, I'm sorry. That sounds... I need to look into that. Actually, like playing a Breath of Fire 3 mod that is doing more than just juggling some values around would be very refreshing.
Yeah, that sounds interesting. Also, getting through this dungeon without an encounter was very satisfying.
Yeah, for sure. No wisdom fruit. You guys. We already have one, huh?
No failure gene either.
Yeah, I was wondering about the failure gene. You don't pick the failure gene in any prison, right? Why am I stupid? I'm too hundo-brained right now. You don't pick the failure gene in any prison. Did I pick it in my PV? No, right?
I don't think so. No. I do feel like that every time I come back to any percent in Breath of Fire 2 after diving into a meme category for a while. Like, how do I play this game again?
Yeah. We ain't no failure gene.
Nope.
Only success genes.
I'm pretty sure I way overcomplicated this minigame as a kid. I did not remember it being this easy.
I mean, to be fair, it is definitely one of these things that if you know the correct inputs, it is insanely simple and easy. But if you have to figure out first, like, what's your goal, like what you actually have to do and how they have to align, it could take you a little bit. Like, especially when you turn them a little bit around, and the janky way the lasers then moving too might like mislead you into like wrong positions and stuff, and it can become probably quite a bit of a trial and error situation. That would be such a detour. What, the failure gene? No, it's right there. It's a detour of 1 second.
It's an interesting design choice that we have the steel grave and then the colony and then this the container ship all in a row. None of them have a boss fight.
Yeah. It's a really... The thing is, I like it in the speedrun because there's just a lot of nice movement going on, you know? Like, it's a long stretch of gameplay, that's great. Casually, I can't say, like maybe if Literally's still there, she played like through the game recently. I don't know how this, and she's like a comfy slow player. So I wonder how this must feel to someone, or maybe your wife can report back when she's getting past this. But I imagine that a casual player that takes it a bit comfy, I feel like this could be a big slog segment where there's nothing really entertaining other than just running around dungeons happens.
And random battles.
And
so many random battles.
Right, exactly. But I think the developers also assumed or were expecting you that after this cutscene, that you basically like revisited old places a little bit and like masters and stuff. And so now that the new world and the old world are connected, you would like warp around a little bit and check out other stuff, right? Talk to NPCs again, which would make things a little bit more varied and feel entertaining, more open.
Yeah, so in between the Angler and the Elder, the only boss fight is the Ammonites, which just feels so wacky.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, as a speedrunner, like, it's nice. The movement tech is the main thing we're here for, so we get lots of movement.
It's really often in speedrunning, you know? You know, my first speedrun ever, and I told that story quite often already, but my first speedrun was Super Mario World 11 Exits. And casually, it was also my very first video game ever, but casually, I always hated the water levels in Mario World. In the speedrun, though, when I was learning the speedrun, the first water level in, like, Donut Plains or whatever it was, like the second level, right? The second area.
Yeah.
The speedrun of that water level is so cool and fun. It became my favorite level in the speedrun. And it's just... It's a good example, it's a great example about how things can feel very differently in a speedrun than casually. Things that you absolutely hated, maybe casually, can be great things in the speedrun and vice versa. And suddenly, like, something where it was like, oh, casually, I love being in that place and doing this and that, it's suddenly non-existent in speedrun, or like just like a slog because you were just approaching it differently.
One of the most common comments I get speedrunning Breath of Fire 2 is when I get to the High Fort section when you're just solo Sten. And everyone's like, oh my goodness, I hate High Fort so much, the friggin' mazes, I stopped playing here. And like, as a speedrunner, man, High Fort feels so good.
Yeah.
The random encounters are all one-shots. You get through there so fast. But like, of course, like, you know how to go through the mazes. You have the speed tech for the random battles, so everything is a one-shot. Of course it feels good.
Or another thing, in Final Fantasy VII, the live stream sequence where like Cloud's past is revealed and everything, casually I always love to be in that. That was always such a great moment for me. In the speedrun, it's such a slog.
Yep, it's just cutscenes.
It's just mashing.
All right, everybody, please join me in dropping one giant skill issue on iBlink.
Fuck, running into Pharaoh, outspeeding and dropping freeze. Wait, is that a Breath of Fire 2 thing?
Breath of Fire 2, yeah. Getting Sten killed while he's on his own.
Who is Pharaoh?
It's something
I don't remember.
It's just one of the random battles you can fight as Sten.
Oh, okay. And that's a skill issue? What can you do about it?
Get ready.
You can not get attacked by a Pharaoh.
Hey!
It's not a skill issue at all.
Yeah,
It's completely
oh, you
RPG.
mean okay. I'm sorry. I
Yes,
thought
I'm
it's
muted.
actually a
Sorry.
skill issue. Okay. Like,
No, my poker face was a little too poker. Sorry about it.
Good. Ready.
it's a blue mummy enemy. You know what's funny about that, iBlink? I don't know if you know the game Ragnarok Online, but that was one of my big games as a child. There is a, I mean, it's not Pharaoh, there's also an enemy called Pharaoh, but there is an enemy, an MVP, a major boss fight called Osiris, which is also a blue mummy, which just reminded me of it. There is something with blue mummies being pharaohs or gods.
Total scrub. If you're checking out Breath of Fire 2 runs, I will tell you now, it is a great time. The Breath of Fire 2 world record was just beaten a couple of weeks ago, and it will be beaten again a couple weeks from now. Called shot.
Oh, okay.
So it is one of the best times it has ever been to check out some Breath of Fire 2 speedrunning. Also, follow iBlink22, who is the current world record holder.
It's okay, we will trade world records. No, that's not the spirit, iBlink. You gotta say something like, fuck, you get anything, I will improve it before you get it, blah, blah, blah. You know, you gotta like smack talk a bit. Like,
The antenna has a range. It's not just a single angle.
it's not a very far range though, it's just a few pixels.
No. Yeah.
It's tighter than you think. I have to give him confidence? Oh, you mean like keep him close, right?
Okay, regulars in my chat will know, if there's one thing I have never struggled with, it is confidence.
Dude, that reminds me of a guy in one of my older speedruns. I don't want to call him out now because I don't want to shit talk, but he was pretty obnoxious. And he was a world record holder before I I got the world record. And in my streams, he would then say something, like when I was on a good pace, he would say something like, it doesn't matter when you world record now because I already have a VOD of a better time lined up or something like that. And it was...
I mean... okay, upload it, guy.
It's like,
put up or shut up.
It's basically made it look like he has basically like the next 2 minutes already worked out and he's only releasing it when needed. Yeah.
No, that's bad form. I think the only time I've ever heard of that happening was the Mario Kart 64 thing. And I have forgotten all the details because this isn't a community I'm in, it's just I watched a YouTube video that told the story.
I think I watched that too. Yeah. There was also a guy that was lining up at times, right? Something like that.
Yeah. And dropping them all at once to like get a leaderboard sweep.
Right.
Which is like
that was that. Right. I
the
watched,
least cool possible kind of leaderboard sweep you could possibly have.
Right, because he like had already good times, but he was concerned that of course when he gets the world record, that someone else would try to beat it. But as long as someone else had it, and he would like lay low, right? Basically, just trying to sweep it before he releases it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's bad for him, for sure. So a guy being banned from speedrunning because of something like that? I mean, at the very least, like I want to see every respectable community would at least like shadow ban a person like that and just like let him talk and not care. if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Also, quietly, we just snuck past the 10 minutes ahead mark.
Ooh,
So that's pretty cool.
10, oh yeah, oh nice, almost 11. Elder's coming up too now soon?
Yeah, so we drop 1 ivory dice here. We could conceivably drop more. The problem is there isn't really a good time to. So you obviously want to do this fight with Nina and Gar, because otherwise, yeah, like you have to leave and swap party members. And Nina and Gar are both outsped by the Elder, which means that, and also you want to kill off Nina and Gar before Ryu ends the fight on turn 3, so that Ryu gets the maximum experience. So, like, you're killing Nina on one turn and you're killing Gar on the other turn, which means that between the two of them, they're only getting 1 action, so there isn't a good way to get a second ivory dice in.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a solution to that I haven't thought of, then this would be a decent place to sneak in a second ivory dice just to get that experience early, and that would help with Manmo and Chimera, but I'm not sure how you do it without losing time.
Walter Gazil still black boating. Still on the black ship? Holy shit. So slow. I should have actually, like, put my PB on for comparison.
I considered like making a whole new overlay and trying to get this set up with this TAS running and Janus's TAS running in parallel, but I decided it was too much work. Can't be bothered. Also, I think it would only have been interesting for about like the first third of the run before this TAS pulls way ahead.
That'd be something like this.
Sorry, I'm just vibing out to the music here. Very atmospheric.
It is a vibe.
And I'm pretty confident this is the last shop we do. I don't think we buy anything in ShipCon. But getting a good sword for Ryu, definitely
The
important.
Damascus is so good, yeah.
Blake just trying to make a comfy turbo controller. Jeff, I stand by my opinion. The comfiest turbo controller is a keyboard. I'm a keyboard gamer.
Oof.
I know that puts me in a relative rarity among speedrunners, but like I've been playing emulator games on keyboard for the last 25 years. I'm used to it at this point. Playing with a controller would feel weird and awkward.
Okay, so that is my PB for comparison, where I am.
Oh,
Running
nice.
through the black ship.
Oh, I'd forgotten about sticky keys. Yeah, that used to get me all the time.
Get ready.
So, Zeal, did I see you playing some World of Warcraft recently?
Quite a bit, yeah.
All right. That was also
Fell-
a blast from the past.
fell
I
back
have not
into
played
it.
WoW in a long time.
It's
But
because,
I have, like, ancient memories of sticky keysing myself in boss fights because I didn't fix it.
oh shit.
Yeah. Oh man, that was a time.
I was kind of like I was really tempted playing the new TBC Burning Crusade release again, and now I'm stuck with it again, raiding in the guild.
I'm pretty sure that actually playing WoW again would not be as fun as I remember it being. I think I'm happy with WoW just being a thing that I remember fondly.
I'm actually surprised how much fun I have with it. It is.
Oh, that's good.
I would have never expected it being. I would have never even expected I would still play at this point. I thought I would have trouble even getting like into Karazhan because I would lose interest at some point. But it's still a lot of fun. It's like now the, I don't know, 8th or so raid week in, and it's still super fun.
That's good.
Yeah, I started playing WoW about halfway through Vanilla and played until about halfway through Wrath. That was my main WoW time. Mostly because that was when I was in like late high school and then my gap year, and I stopped playing when I started university.
Yeah, Wrath was also my main time, but that's why I was I was technically playing since Vanilla back then, but always only very casually, especially because my main game was still Ragnarok Online at that point. So I was like playing both kind of half-assed. But then with Wrath of the Lich King, I played like World of Warcraft full time, and I was progression raiding and everything, deep into Cataclysm even. That was like my main time.
I have a very identifiable peak of my WoW career. It was the relatively casual guild I was in. Like, there was no guild rules or anything about having to show up. It was just like a play when you can. And we were on a fairly big server, and we were one of the first 10 guilds on the server to down the really, really hard 10-man Sartharian. The Black Drake.
Okay.
Which I remember.
Three
yeah,
Drakes.
so that one, the 3 Drake Sartharian. Yeah, we did the 10-man 3 Drake, which first of all, that was a brutally hard fight.
It was. No.
And second of all, I won the role for the Black Drake mount.
Ooh,
and
nice.
That was the best WoW ever got for me. I'm very happy with those memories.
And still, my favorite mount that I ever got, and I still use when I play retail sometimes, is the Ironbound Proto Drake that you get from the meta achievement from Ulduar. I love that thing. Ragnarok Online is the best MMO after WoW. Man, these two, they're basically responsible for my bad grades in school.
So, like, I stopped playing when I started university, but it wasn't out of any desire to be a good student. It's that I just didn't bring my desktop to my dorm, and my laptop couldn't run WoW. I quit by force, and then never fell back into the habit afterward. Which is probably a good thing for my eventual career, but I do have good memories. But the thing is a lot of my good memories of WoW are really only secondarily about WoW. It was really the guild I was in. Like,
yeah,
they were great people, and I really enjoyed playing with them. And like going back and just playing with a different group of people would not feel the same.
You were a sole survivor on heroic 10-man Cho'Gall and Kata. We're dying out during RP of him. We're in the middle to die. Your ice block lasted just long enough to survive the RP. Let's go. Nice. That reminds me, one of the most memorable moments similar. And I still don't know. Like, do you guys have memories sometimes of things where you're actually not sure if you just imagined it or if it really happened? I have a memory of something, and I wouldn't bet money that it actually happened, but I think it did. And that was Velastras, the second boss in BWL in Classic. I was raiding that, and I would swear we had a kill where I was the lone survivor, and I killed him as a paladin with a freaking Hammer of Wrath. as the lone survivor in the end. And everything was freaking out. It sounds so unbelievable that I actually doubt myself of it ever happening.
Yeah.
But I do remember it.
If you play games for long enough, you will get like really, really improbable things happen once or twice. Also, we have an elder fight now.
Let's go. All right. So we drop 1 ivory dice, you said?
Yep.
And then?
I don't know, could it be focus super combo? It might be.
But is 1 enough? Focus. Okay. Oh no, last resort. Okay.
Yeah, this time focus is good enough. The main difference is just having the Damascus sword. It's so much.
Oh yeah, true. You got a new sword. Damn, 5,000 in 1 super combo. Holy shit. 10,000 sweet experience. So the thing is though, and that's why I meant another ivory dice, like the other ivory dice throwing here is also nice, because another ivory dice is giving you 12,000 XP here already, right? Like another 12,000 XP. So like every ivory dice is worth more than the last. Yeah. So like splitting them up, making them less valuable. The thing is though, I don't know how much XP like a Dragon Lord gives.
I think there's a lot.
Yeah, right. 3 Dragon Lord.
Also, there was a question in chat earlier. Is this one uploaded to TAS videos? Not yet, because I like to make my TAS video submissions with like the commentary video. Because people at TAS videos are not deeply immersed into the lore of Breath of Fire 3 TASing history, so having the commentary along with it helps them judge.
The Dragon Lord gives 15,000 experience, so you get more value from the ivory dice from Dragon Lord. Then you of course lose the value from the levels on Chimera, but if it works out, that's of course great.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to like once I like find the optimal early game with extra levels under Bunyan and maybe getting power food drops or whatever, then I have to figure out like, will the extra levels for Chimera be worth using an ivory dice earlier?
Yeah.
Because Chimera is really the only roadblock. The other boss fights are not a problem.
We lost Gar and Nina. RIP. You know what would be an interesting TAS? Permadeath TAS. or rather, or more interesting, no one can die ever. Dying is not allowed.
So it's not exactly the same premise, but there is a more recent Breath of Fire 3 TAS than the Janus one from 2011, but it was a no super combo TAS.
Yeah, that one's the new one.
Makes sense why someone would want to make a no super combo TAS, just so that they would actually have choices to make in the boss fights. Make it look a little more like a human run.
Even though I was thinking like no dying is probably not even that hard, because you can, of course, as a TAS, you can manipulate misses and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So if you just prioritize that, like every single of that attack from Elder can also just be miss in theory.
Yep. It would be a more interesting challenge figuring out like how to optimize your damage and what things you need to get, like which genes, like for getting your strongest auras and stuff, and also MP management would be a much bigger problem because you'd be using dragons and aura and such. So it would definitely be more interesting strategically, but also like it's a secondary concern first of all, I just wanted to get like a standard Breath of Fire 3 any% TAS on the books to replace the old one.
What is the best TAS I've ever seen?
This one.
Hmm.
That's probably not true, but
That's probably not true.
I don't know what other TASs you've watched.
I'm not a huge
Only
TAS
check-
watcher, but of course over the years I've seen a fair amount. I would need
So
to think about. It's
just-
definitely not an RPG TAS though.
Yeah.
That I would name.
Jin Tatsu says only 10-minute difference after 6 hours really shows how strong the record is.
Oh, I have a.
It is worth mentioning.
Wait. I want to quickly point out
Okay.
there is an optimization there, I think, that you probably didn't know about. And I also don't know exactly how it works. But you can activate the levers there without Ryu swinging his sword. And in speedruns, it happens randomly sometimes. I never really looked exactly into why it happens, but it is a bit faster when you don't have to wait for the for the sword swing animation. And I just noticed that he swing his sword both times on the right levers. So that is technically something you could look into, yeah. I'm sorry, you wanted to say something to Shintetsu. I interrupted you.
Yeah, it's only 11 minutes at the moment, but that is somewhat obscuring the fact that the old TAS from 15 years ago was made on inaccurate emulation that is much closer to PS2 load times, whereas this is on accurate PS1 emulation, which has substantially slower load times. If this were made with the same load times as the old TAS, it would be more like 25 minutes ahead. Oh, you're very welcome, Sabretooth. I mean, as much as I grumble about spending hundreds and hundreds of hours on this, it is genuinely fun. I enjoy making TASs. It's also just a relief when it's done. Yeah, that part of the motivation for making this TAS in the first place was just to get an actual modern TAS on modern emulation.
Okay, you want to explain how the desert works?
The desert works by being long and very fun. So the important mechanics are, first of all, you can see down where it says step count and danger limit. I have a danger limit of 180. When my step count gets past 180, it's going to try and force me into a random encounter zone. We don't want to do that, so instead I'm going to break open the tent screen. You can go into the camp screen and then leave again, which resets your step count and is substantially faster than getting loaded into a battle zone and then having to walk out. So here's the first one. The second thing that is not at all obvious until you actually learn about it, but it is faster to walk during the day, because for some strange under-the-hood coding reason, even though it will say a low danger limit. So once I get out of the camp screen, let's see how this loads. Here we go. It says my danger limit is 106. It's actually more like 360 something. For whatever reason, the danger limit during daytime is just wrong. The value it displays is not the true value. You can walk a lot further during the day without getting forced into a battle zone. So we're going to be here walking through the daytime sunshine, taking thirst damage the whole way.
Yeah. So in simple terms, basically, you can walk about double the length on day before you have to camp than you could at night. Which of course cuts the need for camps in half throughout the desert. But the trade-off, of course, is that you take, I think, 4 times faster thirst damage at daytime than in nighttime. So every time Ryu's doing this little dish, he's taking damage, and every time there's like this big screen flashing, right? He's actually losing, or like the whole party using max HP. They're getting
we're going to be in rough shape by the time we get to the boss.
Right. Normally, the normal mechanic in the game would be that every time the game says that Ryu's getting thirsty, you would need to take 1 charge of your water you can get in the oasis at the start. The game gives you 16 of those. And when you run out of water, you basically only have the option to go on taking damage, or you go back to the oasis and start over. And that's basically how the game wants you to do that.
So just for fun, if we basically held pace with the old TAS, then we should beat Manmo at about 6:34.
Get ready.
And just as a little mini game, don't like actually make a poll or anything because I think there's already one running for the whole task. But just like estimate how much time do you think we should save in the desert? So we're going from minus 11:17.
Right.
We're going to be a little bit further than 11:17 ahead when we're done here. There's my little challenge for chat.
And yeah, Nagel, you're right. You need to rest in a bed, not in a camp, to get your max HP back. But in this case, I think if you go back to the oasis, back to the base camp, you get your HP restored. Not 100% sure. It's been a long time since I did it, but I think you get your HP restored.
Yeah. So what do you do for the Manmo fight in a speedrun? Do you do
in a speedrun, you're using the hourglass we pick up in the factory.
Gotcha.
You use there is actually the Manmo, because of agility variance. Manmo can outturn Ryu, one-shot him, kill him, and your run is dead.
Oh, that's fun.
I mean, technically, I guess your run is not dead because you should have Mandy-Clothes on, of course, but the Mandy-Clothes are kind of tight, so it can get you into trouble depending on, like, Shroom Bend and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he can outturn him and, well, cost you an entire turn. You need to use the Hourglass again and hope you're going early. It is, gotta say, though, since we use Mirror Leap on Ryu in the speedrun, it is extremely unlikely that Manmo is rolling high enough agility to actually outturn him, but it has happened before. It can happen, it's very rare though. And with the Hourglass, what it's doing is it gives you 3 turns just for the character that used the Hourglass themselves, with neither any other characters nor enemies being able to do anything. Oh, you didn't manipulate the correct position?
So you can manipulate the correct position. The thing is, you also want to manipulate your danger limit, because that has a very wide spread. It can be down as low as like 40 or up as high as 100-ish.
Okay, so this was a compromise.
And that affects how far you can... Yeah, this affects how far you can walk.
Ah, okay.
The turn only takes like 1/3 of a second. So it's nice when you can get it, but it's the secondary consideration for your manip.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just have to take one, not both.
Oh, yeah, no, for Manmo, after the Hourglass, you just transform into the Myrmidon.
Yep, that makes sense. Or
here, Trance plus Focus and Force plus Trance. And you just aura him away. 2 auras and he dead.
Yeah. Needless to say, we will not be doing that. Although I am going to use an hourglass in the run, which is cool because the old TAS did not.
Ooh.
How many steps in the desert in total for travel? No idea. Zeal, do you know?
528.
It's a lot. It's a big desert. I guess if you wanted, you could go look at the VOD and like track my step count. I didn't spend a huge amount of time super optimizing exactly like on which step you're supposed to do the quarter turn partway through the desert to get to the oasis as fast as possible. I just said, that looks good enough, and I'm tired of optimizing.
Oh, Sag. I thought I can learn something from here, because I
mean, it is fairly close to optimal, but I don't know that it's 100% optimal. But I had already spent a long time working on this, so I was paying for my hubris is what was happening. Because I had committed to this idea of making this thing in secret and then surprising my community with it, which meant that like I knew there was things I didn't know that would help, and I didn't want to ask you about them and then like risk it getting out, and I wanted to like see what I could do under my own steam.
Yeah.
So I did not know at the start that the walking during the daytime gives you like invisible extra distance. So I actually manipulated the desert twice, once with nighttime walking and once with daytime walking. And I independently learned what you already knew, which is that daytime walking is faster. At the cost of like an entire day of my sanity.
I'm not complaining about laziness. I'm the laziest person you've ever seen. Did the game ever say how to find all the gene combinations?
No, I think you're meant to trial and error. Yeah.
Yeah. You're meant to test around.
I don't think there's anything in the game that explicitly tells you which combos work.
And honestly, I think it's great. Like if there is some mystery in the game, then something like this is great. Like something, a system that is like there is a reason why some of the best systems ever created in gaming are like easy to use, hard to master systems, right? Something that is just fun on the base level, but have a lot of depth. Like the gene system. You can combine anything and you get a cool result out of it, right? So easy to use. But if you actually note down and test around and try certain combinations, you get like some insane surprises sometimes, right? Like, imagine suddenly you combine random genes and suddenly you get freaking Tiamat and you're like, whoa, big fucking snake. That's like what she says when she when she's getting the right gene combination.
Out of absolutely nowhere. Fantastic. Is this the last walk? I actually lost count.
It should be.
It should be.
You're also playing this a little bit more optimal, of course, than you can do it in a speedrun, really, because there is a little bit of randomness to it. So,
yeah.
So you skipping one camp.
The fact that the danger limit can roll as low as around 40 coming out of a fresh camp means that you have to play it safe if you're not ram watching.
Yeah. Oh, also, what is also funny is, for some reason, I mean, maybe Noon, you know anything about it since you did this. When there is the switch to nighttime, you can actually walk quite a bit further than just on daytime walks.
Can you?
Yeah.
I don't recall seeing that. I mean, you can walk like walking during like the transition to night, you still get your maximum distance as though it was daytime, is what I remember seeing.
Yeah, but even more than that, as if like the game gives you a little bit of extra distance when it switches to nighttime somehow.
I did not recall seeing that.
How's this puzzle supposed to be tackled normally? So this is actually a funny story, because how you're supposed to do it is there is a note in like first there is like a Sherpa guy at the base camp that explains some of the mechanics and the stars. You see when it's nighttime there's like stars. There's like this 3-star constellation, and there are the red stars like the one we're walking into right now, and there's another one on the left side. And the Sherpa is explaining all this stuff to you, and the nighttime and daytime. And then they put a note in your camp, like whenever you camp in the desert, you can check the note, and the note gives you the directions in terms of following certain star constellations for a certain amount of days. And how you're basically supposed to do it is you follow the North Star, so you just go up for a couple days. I don't know what the note says, for a couple days until a specific point. And then you go east, and the note says something like, go east until, like, with the 3-star constellation in your back or something, which is in the west, so you need to go the other way or to the east. And then you go north again at the end. And then after a certain amount of days, you go north again, so you go up, right up, and you get to the goal. So wait, let's watch the Manmo fight real quick. Because there is a funny tidbit to that too. Rip Nina.
That is the only 5 damage Nina does in the entire run.
Right, he lost his maracas. Too bad. Boom. 3,200. Actually, that's the HP he has, right? Or is it 3,000? 3,000 or 3,200?
I think it's 3,200.
Yeah.
All right, we gained
Nice.
almost 6 minutes. This is a cheeky little time save.
Look at that. To a better desert.
Yep. That was one of the very first things I saw when I had the idea of maybe making this TAS, was I wonder how it compares to Zeal's PB. And I went and looked at the times and thought, those are awfully similar. Where on earth is the TAS losing time to not be at more than like 10 minutes ahead of Zeal? And I checked, like, oh, yeah, the TAS just loses 6 minutes in the desert. Okay, that's pretty good.
So for the desert strat, the funny part is, and the reason why a lot of people just had so much struggle with the desert back then, is because a lot of translations, or rather like a lot of translations go from the English translation, and the English translation fucked up and mistranslated the Japanese translation. The Japanese translation says correctly to go north, then east, then north, but the English translation fucked it up and translated it wrong, and it says go north and then west and go north. So people could never reach the end, and the other translations were based on the English translation and also got it wrong.
Fantastic. Yeah, that's a really important thing to have translated correctly.
Yeah, the one word that should be that is kind of important. You just kill a desert dog, man. Not even the TAS finds a way to not kill what is it called?
The Rakta?
Rakta.
Yeah.
Dum, dum, dum.
But there's more time to save still because the final dungeons are really long and have a lot of random encounters if you were not defensing.
Classic Brother Fire things. Massive last dungeon. So you just get stuck, had to use game facts, basically, yeah. Like, for everyone who played this game in their childhood, being stuck in the desert of death for forever and not knowing what to do and quitting the game is a very common story you hear.
My brother and I didn't quit, but we definitely did print out like an entire 100-page game facts document when we were playing this game. I think we did it for this and for Lufia 2. We had actual printed game facts documents.
And just imagine these old legends, right? Imagine at a time in like the 90s when people had like no really good access like to the internet, like information like we have now, right? Like where you just go to a wiki and read stuff, or go to game facts and check out something. And they actually sat down and noted every little shit thing about the game they know and played by themselves and with friends down with from boards, and actually made these game facts documents that we printed out, right? These legends.
It was a different time.
Like that is, it is, so you can be nerdy today because to a certain extent being nerdy or geeky is even like a mainstream nowadays, right? But back then in the 90s, something like that was like completely off the rails. Like sitting down and spending dozens of hours writing data down from video games was like a different level of nerdy. That was like the OG nerds. That's crazy.
I will say, this is one thing that the entire Breath of Fire 2 community really does not think about often enough, but we were unbelievably blessed that, like, back in internet history, like pre-2010 even, a guy sat down and wrote like a handbook for Breath of Fire 2, and he didn't just like write down a walkthrough for like casual play, but he actually went and documented like all the enemy stats, how all the damage calculations were done, almost anything you ever want to route a speedrun was already in that document 20 years ago.
Damn.
Which for a relatively niche game like Breath of Fire 2 is so unusual.
Eugene Tatsu was one of these OG nerds. Some of the formatting was beautiful ASCII. Oh man, do you remember these nice ASCII titles everywhere on GameFAQs, of course?
Oh, I had fun trying to do this little manip.
Oh, that one. Oh, fucking hell, what? I wonder...
Today you learned that's possible.
I wonder if there is something consistent about it. I always wanted to
I don't
out.
think so. I think the starting locations of the lasers are RNG dependent.
Yes, I think so too, but I was never 100% sure.
That it was real satisfying when I found that.
Yeah,
because,
that's sick. Holy shit.
I was not expecting it to be possible.
So normally for those that wonder why that is so cool, it looked like there is nothing happening for that those that actually don't know. But
yeah.
So there is invisible lasers all around the room, like on these like lower platforms, also early in the room. And the way you're normally supposed to play this part in the game, there is an extra room on the left side, on the lower section, where you can turn off the lights. And in lights off mode, you can actually see the lasers and dodge them. But you can also, even though they're invisible, you can still walk past them if you know the path. But there is some randomness to it, how the lasers spawn. So you kind of need to know where they are. Except in the speedrun, in the normal speedrun, we use a certain movement where we know if we're just brute forcing our way forward, we eventually will just clip through and get through. But the TAS, of course, can check out the initial positions and just finds a way where they can just smoothly fit through without even getting hit a single time. So that's pretty cool.
I will say, this is the kind of thing like you have no way of knowing unless you actually sit down and play with the inputs. You are squeaking through there. Like, if Ryu was 5 pounds heavier, he would nick one hip on the laser on the way by. And the annoying part is, like, it doesn't just deal damage, it also stuns you and knocks you back. So, like, it is a substantial time loss.
Oh, you figured out yourself how hidden power works?
Oh, that's cool.
That's some big brain.
Yeah. Oh, so in this section here, I was a victim of my own stupidity. I was like trying to figure out my route through the final dungeon, and I had the idea that I'm pretty sure I know a good use for an hourglass that isn't in the old TAS. And of course, there is an hourglass coming up here in the little locker. So like, well, it's only like 5 seconds to duck out of my way and come and pick up this hourglass. Yeah, that's incorrect. And so I had to basically redo my entire manip for the first half of Miria Station.
Oh, so you... Wait, didn't you say you use an hourglass somewhere?
I do. The thing is you aren't supposed to pick it up on your first way past that room, because later on you have to come back to that room to change the party, and you pick it up then.
Oh, you went in now, right?
Yeah, I went in now. Because, like, hey, it's only 5 seconds out of the way. That's so worth it.
But I don't do that in my PB either.
No.
Why do you not just follow it?
I know. Because I'm dumb. I have the big stupid, okay? Gotta really appreciate the little, the airport walkway. Why is this here? It's just a straight room.
Yeah, that's so weird, right? It's just like, it's not even like covering any height, you know? This weird escalator. The thing is, I wonder also what these are for on airports. Like, I assume on airports there are for, like you know, on airports there have also these like big straight strips, right? But I think you're supposed to walk on them, not stand on them, right? So that you're covering distance faster, right?
Yeah.
But here they're just standing still.
Yep.
In Breath of Fire 3,
it's just a really inefficient way to get from point A to point B.
Yeah. Therefore, walking faster, yeah, and it feels actually really cool. I love being on those. Whenever on an airport, it's super fun running over these.
I imagine there's also a use case for people who are somewhat mobility impaired, and just like covering that much distance would be physically arduous to give them an option.
Or also just for people that want to just like take a little rest and just stand there and,
chill out.
yeah.
Heavy luggage without wheels, yeah, same idea. Just like if actually physically walking that far would be a problem for some reason, it gives you an alternative.
Yeah, I guess there are a few good use cases for that. Yeah. Also here, another really funny minigame in Brotherfire 3. Like, even the speedrun, we don't play it. It's, I assume the TAS is doing exactly the same thing like the speedrun is doing, just run straight through, right?
Honestly, I did not know this minigame was optional until I got here.
I actually do it differently a bit, but... Is there a reason why you took a little sidestep? And now just run straight through?
There was a reason, and I don't remember what it was.
I mean,
I would have to go back and play with it.
I mean, the way you do it, it avoids being confused, basically. And if you would hold the same direction, it would, like, walk you back. The thing is, though, if you know which tile is causing the confusion, you can just, like, invert your inputs, and it doesn't matter, right? It is what I do in the speedrun. Like, I know the tile that confuses me, and I just invert my inputs then. And then you use a remedy anyway after, like a panacea.
Yeah, so I'm using Purify, since I don't have a panacea. But yeah, confusion shouldn't be a problem. I don't remember what my reasoning was.
Right, that's also a thing. Right, of course. The thing is...
Just wait for the
thing is, of course,
right.
You can just walk, yeah. Because you know exactly when it... I'm going to TAS, you wouldn't know exactly when it runs out anyway, so you could just invert your...
Yeah.
Like, normalize your inputs again. Well, there's the big fight. Chimera.
Yep, here he is.
Let's see how that one was solved.
I don't actually remember what I did at this point.
Repecco. Last resort. Setting your defense to 0, adding it to power.
You would not have been able to see, but in the previous menu, I put the scale mail back on for the extra defense.
Nice miss. Focus. Doubles your potential power output for the next attack. Second focus. Maximum stackable by 2. Super combo. $32. One of the very few times where we actually go up to 32, right?
Yep, that's exactly. That looks like overkill, but that's because it was an extreme high roll, and I tried a bunch of 31s, and they all didn't quite kill him. 7,696 was it, I think. A normal and non-threatening amount of damage.
Oh boy, we're getting into crazy numbers here now.
So, the old TAS does that fight differently. Rather than Last Resort, he goes Focus, Focus, and Might from Momo. Because he has been keeping Momo alive in boss fights so that Momo learns Might. And because I was not doing that, I had to do a Last Resort instead, which means it's a 4-turn fight rather than a 3-turn fight. However, the Last Resort animation and the Might animation take about the same amount of time, so really it's just adding one extra attack from Chimera, and his attack animation is nice and fast. So this fight is only a second or two slower, and like it saved way more than that getting to this point.
What's the highest combo you got manually? 12. The highest super combo I ever got was 12.
The misses aren't super common. They're not super rare. Like, they're not that hard to manip, but you won't see too many of them if you aren't manipping. But you'll notice that in that fight, I intentionally kept Momo alive because I could easily have manipped him to target Momo. And this is because I want Might from Miria. So Momo getting experience here and on Dragon Lord will get her to level 20 for Might.
But yeah, Brutal, that was task specific. There is no equipment we have on right now that would improve our chances of missing.
The thing is, using might for a single attack is not very efficient. Might is much more useful if you're taking multiple attacks because it benefits all of them.
Right.
Otherwise, if you're just doing a single attack, like, might rarely has use because focus is generally just a better might. But if you need multiple hits to kill a boss, then focus is less good because focus only buffs one hit, whereas might will buff all your attacks. So it's most relevant against Miria, who takes guaranteed minimum 3 hits because of how much health she has. So I figured as long as I have might on Momo for Miria, that's good enough.
The funny part, Mountbanger, is the answer to that question is both.
It's all manip.
Depending on what is faster. So the game is rolling RNG every frame in a 30 frames environment. So every frame you get a different outcome. So if you wait just one frame in battle, you might get a miss. Next frame you might not get a miss. You know? The thing is though, waiting just everything in a battle is something that is done a lot, of course. But it's not necessarily the best and most ideal way to deal with that. If you have a basically free way of altering your RNG early in the game somewhere without wasting frames for it, you would rather take that to have another, you know, like string of values going into the fight and actually not have to wait as long. So both, depending on what is faster. You can just wait in the fight until you get the outcome to the frame, or you can manipulate it already earlier if that would be faster somehow.
There's another answer you can give that's maybe a little more philosophical. So on the one hand, like, because the game is deterministic, as the TASer, you can say that, well, everything I did was on purpose. But there's a lot of things that end up in the TAS that are just incidental. I didn't deliberately do them for a particular reason. They were just a consequence of the things that I was doing on purpose. So in that fight, for example, it was important that the Chimera missed, because if it hit, it would kill either Ryu or Momo, and I wanted them both alive. But there are other fights earlier in the run where, like, a boss happened to miss, but it wasn't important to the strategy. They could have hit and it would have been the same thing. Also, this little movement.
That is also nice.
I was surprised how close you could cut it around those vines in the middle without getting poisoned.
Yeah, the thing is though, in the speedrun we want the wisdom fruit from the left side, so it doesn't really matter. But it would be nice looking into it for the way back, if that works.
Yes, the RNG is affected by choosing to wait more or fewer frames, and I believe the RNG is affected by being called. I think it's just those two things.
Exactly, Mountbanger. Exactly that.
It is kind of funny that this fight here is unavoidable. After doing so much encounter avoidance, we just have to walk through an open field one time.
Yeah. It's also a weird moment in the speedrun when, like, you basically, if you had good movement, you were not unlucky anywhere, you would have no encounters for a long time already, and then suddenly here you just have to take one because there's just no walls, nothing to avoid.
Yeah, it really drops you in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. It's not just that it's not possible to avoid the encounter, it's not even close to possible.
Also, if anyone wonders, like Zudran earlier said, the RNG is affected by when the game calls it. What that means is that when a script in the game has written in it that RNG is moving in a certain way, or like is asking for it, and then moves it further, basically. Like the script could, for example, say, do this according to what the RNG value right now is, and then move the RNG value further by a specific amount. That is what it means when it's called. And that could be moving NPCs, for example, is like one of the most common things. When you're in a town and there's some randomly walking around NPCs, every time this NPC has a script that is just saying, hey, every so many frames, RNG is asked or called, basically, to influence the next movement of that NPC. That could be right, left, up, down, whatever, making a handstand. And then after it did that, depending on the movement sometimes, or by a fixed amount, the RNG is moving further. So that's different next time, right? That is how RNG very often moves in RPGs.
This is not Breath of Fire 3 relevant, but there's one boss in the Breath of Fire 1 TAS. It's Moat, right? Blink is the Breath of Fire 1 expert. It's Moat that has the funky pixelated sprite. And there's actual randomness in how the boss sprite is drawn. So just by starting the fight on a different frame, you will get a different random drawing of the sprite, which gets you a different RNG going into the fight. Whereas normally, like, loading a fight is deterministic, so if you wait an extra second to load the fight, you're still on the same RNG as if you had done that with second wait in the fight rather than before it. Normally you can't do that, but the one particular boss has randomness in its sprite generation, which is useful as a TASer.
So Zeal make joke about Goo King Sword. I'm thinking. Have you ever seen the size of a Goo King? It should be Goo Short King Sword.
Get ready. Hey! Good.
I think for the dream section coming up, I just do the same encounter pattern that you do. I mean, there's very little you can do with a one character party.
It's just 3 encounters. There's not much you can do about it.
This is jumping ahead a little bit, but one other thing I find interesting is that the old TAS just takes a terrible route through the samples.
Through the samples?
Yeah. Like, you would just fight the Manmo sample. But for some reason, the old TAS goes through, like, the noob rooms and then the 2 Mikbas.
Oh, okay, funny.
Which is just incredibly slow. Blink, I'm going as fast as I can.
Maybe the old TAS thought, like, is he still resting before Miria?
Don't think so, no.
Because maybe that's why? Because, like, in the speedrun, we go Manmo, but we, of course, use a lot of AP for that, like transforming to Kaiser and stuff, and then we rest before Miria. It's only one fight, and for, like, the speedrun, this is fastest. But if you can avoid the resting and the fights are, like, just really quick crits or something like that, it could be, I don't know. It still sounds...
He has a super combo, both Mikbas.
Yeah, okay, yeah, then probably not.
It actually uses more AP.
Yeah, 2 Mikbas are big,
combo. Yeah.
Ah, that's strange.
I also remember getting absolutely bamboozled here as a kid, where you just have to sit at the statue and not touch the controller.
That is such
Earthbound waterfall behavior. Yeah.
That is such a hard point. I still remember when I was a kid, I was stuck here forever because I could not figure out what to do. Basically, just talking to the statue and going back. It's not even like you would think. Even with a little bit of trial and error, you would figure it out at some point. But I remember being stuck here forever. Oh wait, not even that one. No. The one after where you have to do nothing. That one was where I was stuck forever. Where you have to basically for like almost 20 seconds just let go of your controller and do nothing. It's also way too cryptic, what the statue says.
Yeah, it says bow, so you think you're supposed to like press down or maybe do the thing with your sword or something.
Yeah, right. Because it kind of looks like he's bowing a little bit when you like draw your sword against the wall. Like so much would have made sense than just doing nothing. He could have at least said something like, prove patience, or something like that.
Yeah,
you know?
Contemplate your actions or something like that.
Yeah, something that would at
Think
least
about
lead
what
you
you've
into just
done.
doing nothing, yeah.
Yeah.
Bow down, pray before me. Yeah, this bow down and pray before me. Well, what is that?
Yeah,
Oh,
when someone
also,
says bow down and pray before me, my first instinct is to not stand still.
also, your suboptimal movement, by the way. You have to go right and up now.
Oh.
You could go diagonal, like when you look at my
okay.
PV, you can go diagonal already and like talk to the statue from the right side.
Gotcha.
It's obviously just a few frames, but
Sure. Yeah. It's a TAS, every frame counts.
yeah. Maybe translation fucked it up. Possible, for sure.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, that's one of the challenges with translation, is how much do you want to preserve the exact wording and how much do you want to preserve the meaning?
I mean, in my opinion, the meaning is always the most important thing. Like a lot of translations
too,
try
but-
to
Yeah.
translate it as close as possible, but the best translations are the ones that translate it not only word by word, but also by cultural differences, so that it translates the actual spirit of the text and not just the sentence in itself, you know?
Yep, I agree. Yeah, I think that was 3 fights. Oh no, this is 3 fights.
This is the last one, yeah. Ba-da-ba-da. You still have to do a little walk here. In the speedrun, I
don't
still do a
think
little walk
so.
here because there is a chance. Like I guess
Yeah.
you don't have to do a walk here because it's the TAS. But because in the speedrun you can also run this here, but there is then a chance that you get an encounter.
Yeah. I think it's just close enough. Yeah.
Easy, just run into it.
98 out of 96. Just barely.
So Arvin here still has some respectable 2,400 HP.
Sounds like a super combo to me.
But is it just a
Yeah,
super
after
combo or do you need some buffing still?
I don't remember how much buffing I do. Actually, it's easy to forget, but my damage is going to be a lot lower here because I can't be at the front of attack formation.
True, yeah. So for those wondering, like, when you're alone, you're always basically normal formation without any bonuses or penalties in fights.
Like a focus to me.
Normal attack, I assume. Right, it's the quickest. Oh, there's such a cool sprite. Arvin.
Yep, absolutely.
This is definitely
But
like
good
this is one of these sprites that I feel like a lot of RPGs would use a little bit earlier in the game and then use a recolored version of it as a normal enemy later in the game. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Just a little bit of overdamage, but worked out. So in the normal speedrun, we're transforming here for the first time into... No, we're transforming into a Myrmidon. Transforming to Myrmidon, do Aura, and Aura has a range of 2,100 to 2,600. So if you get a high roll, you one-shot it. If you don't get a high roll, you need to do a normal attack after. The boss of early game turns on a normal enemy later on the right. I'm actually a little bit of a fan from that. Like, if it's done well, I do like it. If it's the right enemy. If it's something... Yeah. I do only not like it when the enemy makes sense lore-wise and is some kind of unique enemy that just, for whatever reason, isn't just reappearing en masse later. That makes no sense. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, Dragon Lord. He has a 100% chance to that you can steal the Dragon Blade from him.
Get ready.
Nice miss. We pilfer the Dragon Blade. And even the TAS, of course. Ivory Dice. So Ivory Dice doubles the experience that an enemy drops. He drops 15,000, so after the fight he will give 30,000 now. Ryukub's Dragon Blade. Super combos. Dragon Lord has 12,500.
Yeah, over 10,000 health means no matter what, he's going to require 2 hits, so there's no need to buff further. Just do the 2 super combos.
And he will take a lot of damage here, 8,900. And that is because he takes triple damage from the Dragon Blade. Because the Dragon Blade deals more damage or triple damage to dragon type enemies.
Yeah.
Dude, that's like
so
way
this is
overkill.
going to be a second combo. This is going to be a lot smaller because the first one had a focus.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, makes sense.
60,000 experience, a normal, non-threatening amount of experience to get. But this is just to get as buff as possible from Maria.
Wait, 60,000? Wait, did you use 2 ivory dices?
Yes.
Oh,
that's
okay.
why we
didn't
didn't
see that.
use one earlier.
Oh yeah, that's of course huge. Yeah.
Yeah, Momo used ivory dices on turns 1 and 2.
It's 12,578, yeah, so over damage by 78 damage. Calculated.
Yep. So the only buffing we had to do in that fight was a single focus, which is the fastest buff you can do, and with over the damage cap for HP, there's no way to one-shot him. So just the focus super combo and second super combo.
I wonder actually, did you test? Because the more super combos you do, the longer is the super combo animation, right?
Yep.
And I think there's thresholds to it, if I remember right. Did you actually test if 2 mid super combos would be overall faster than one big one and one small one?
If it were just 2 super combos, I think that would be the case. But because one of my super combos has a focus buff and the other one doesn't, like the additional damage for each hit from the super combo is more beneficial.
Yeah,
so
I guess
did
you're
the
right.
big one focus and then the small one unfocused.
Yeah, I think if the big one would be suddenly like 27 instead, it would be a massive drop in damage.
Yeah. Edgarod, yeah, I did take a look briefly at the no super combo task, just out of curiosity to see what they were up to, but I understand why a tasser would be interested in that, since super combo just trivializes so many fights, but I just wanted to update the main task. Standard 90% rules. Oh,
wait, what was that?
So pretty.
I would like to go back and I probably just saw it wrong. It looked like you bumped into a wall for no reason.
I don't think it was a bonk. I think it was just like taking a weird path to avoid spawning an encounter.
Maybe. And now we're on the way to Myria.
There is very little game remaining in the video game, although we do get to see the samples done correctly.
What level is Ryu now?
Good question. I guess we'll find out after the sample fight. High 30s. I forget exactly which.
Yeah, I have 30s definitely. Something like 30. I mean, in the speedrun, I think we finished the game at 34 or something.
Okay.
It should be a bit more now. Missed another chest. Rip.
Yep.
37? Oh, 37, yeah.
Okay,
Makes
yeah, that
sense.
sounds about right. Turns out 60,000 experience is a lot of experience. It's also very near the experience cap. I don't believe you can get more than 65535.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Which is a video game number.
Very much. Nice. Good super combo.
I think the way I decided to do this was I split when we go down the ladder.
Wait, there was some lag?
Was there? That could be.
I think it's fine now.
Yep, saved a minute and a half going through there. That's pretty good. Yeah, fighting the two Pikpas is really slow.
Splice! Damn. The TAS
Yep,
is splice.
that's gotta be it. I mean, if you think about it, in a TAS, every frame is a splice.
Oh, admit it. You heard that?
Yep, yep. You got me. Another thing I had completely forgotten is that you can get encounters down here.
Yeah. Except the last room.
Yep.
This is where a lot of people like to farm. Like this room here is where a lot of people like to farm Gookings.
So, Autumn, if you were interested just purely for entertainment value, you can actually go look at the forum discussions from 2010 and 2011 when Janus was originally making his Breath of Fire 3 TAS. And there was actually a lot of like discussion and testing about whether killing lava men for experience was worth it or not.
Yeah, it makes sense. It is, of course, very powerful.
Yeah.
Big boost.
So, last bit of necessary movement tech. You can get fights here. Yeah, it is too slow. That was the conclusion.
Just going a little bit to the right. I also, like every speedrun, I'm trying to backpedal the same way roughly, like that. Because if you make it to the wall, you can skip that encounter. But it is very rare that you actually get it. I mean, of course, the TAS gets it, but in an actual
that's what I
speedrun...
found when I was doing it. Yeah.
I only got it in like a couple runs ever. Do 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 do. This is also where a lot of the lore is revealed. Or rather, I mean, a lot of lore. I want to say this is basically just a big Miria propaganda room.
Yep.
Not even. The thing is, and this is like one of the really cool things actually, you learn a lot of things here, but the game never actually tells you if she's telling you the truth. If what you learn here is actually right.
It's a surprisingly intelligent story for such an old video game. I really like it.
Yeah. Like a game really needs to have a lot of confidence to actually give you story facts, basically, or present it to you as facts, and then pulls up the question, was I lying though? You know? And never answers it. Because in the end, and this is the cool stuff about it, if assuming that Miria was speaking the truth always, you can even argue that she has a point. It's only if you assume that she lies that she's truly evil. Because if she's right about everything she says, it does make sense to an extent that she acts like she acts.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Because from her perspective, of course, she's like very powerful and has the tools to protect humanity. And if she speaks the truth and that her negligence of this power and her inaction back then was destroying civilizations, and she had to watch in the end how humans destroyed, or like races destroyed each other in a big war, then it would kind of make sense that she tries to not repeat that mistake and actually tries to have like some kind of covering hand over the world. But is she speaking the truth? And of course, I think the only thing that is not done very well or explained very well is her is why she's so worried about the Brood. Like, the only argument that she has for that is that they're very powerful and they have, in theory, the ability to destroy the world, you know? And that is basically just a risk she's not willing to take. Which, yeah, I mean, sure, but it's still kind of extreme.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just killing an entire species just because they're having abilities you are not content with is a little bit extreme.
The impression I get is that, like, the standard read of the story is supposed to be that, like, she's not insane. There's reasons that she does the things she does, but at the end of the day, she is still the bad guy. Yeah. Whereas, like, the more you make the Brood, like, morally gray, rather than just generally being good guys, then the more reasonable Miria's position becomes. You could definitely tell a Game of Thrones style story where everybody sucks, but that's not what they went for.
I think this has a lot of parallels with Matrix a little bit, where it's also questionable because, like, you could argue that there is no problem that the robots use you as batteries, because you don't even know about that. You live your life the way you want it, even if it's true or not. Like, what is reality? You know, it's kind of this kind of question, right? Mm-hmm. Like, everything you feel, everything you think, everything you know, your memories, is that reality? If yes, then it doesn't matter if you're in the Matrix or not, right? And every person in the normal world here, they don't know if they're under the protection of Miria or having completely free will. They don't know it better anyway, right? It's not like Miria is putting them into like a literal prison. She's just like limiting what people have access to, kinda, right? And just like in the Matrix, a lot of normal people, if you would ask them, would probably rather live their life under their limited life under protection of Miria than having all the threats and dangers that are out in the world without her protection, you know? Just like a lot of people in Matrix have this issue where they actually want to go back into the Matrix because the world is actually shit, you know? Would you go back into the Matrix? It's a really tough question, right?
Ray is the first one to draw knives. Oh, yeah, Ray is absolutely down to throw hands over this.
Ray shot first.
Yep. I mean, Ray, out of all the characters, he is the one with a well, Ray and Gar are the two with really personal stakes in it. But
yeah,
Get ready.
like Ray says, you don't mess with his brother.
The funniest character actually in this whole team is Momo, because she has absolutely nothing, no stakes in it.
Yeah.
She's just tagging along, right? She has.
Yep.
He's really just like, the thing is, even Nina, like Nina is given pretty late in the game actually some purpose, where she's like in the camp menu it reveals that she's actually struggling with herself and her, like she has a little bit of an identity crisis. If you want to be a princess or if you want to be like a person that is just going out with her friends and adventure and stuff, right? So she's basically in for herself and for Ryu to help him. Momo, though, she's just, you know, in because there's some things to learn, I guess. It's just interesting to her, I guess.
Momo is here for science.
Yeah, just for science. Peko has the biggest stakes. The thing is, the funny part about Peko is that he's just like the leftist of this group, kind of, where he wants people to just, you know, have completely free will over what they can do and decide for themselves. So he kind of, like, you could also argue, like what we said earlier with Miria, it's not necessarily that she's wrong, it's just a different point of view. Just like Peko. But Peko is also not explained enough, I feel, in the game. Like, you could have definitely...
Peko being Yggdrasil is an interesting twist, but they didn't really do much with it.
Yeah. Because it would be super interesting to learn, like, his stance on things on the way. Like, why did he join the party? What was his intention, you know?
Yeah.
Like, where did he actually come from? Like, how did it work? Like, after Mutant and stuff like that? And, what was... Like, did he know from the start that Ryu is a dragon, for example, and stuff like that? Right? Like... Did he actually plan it? Or did it happen? Those would be questions that would be interesting. When do we do a task where Peko must kill every boss? Oh boy. Honestly, like, it was what was really fun to follow a little bit from the site, Ocarina of Time. I don't know if they're still doing that, but the task community of Ocarina of Time was at some point doing some task challenges where they had to do where they had to achieve certain goals, tasking the game, with certain limitations and restrictions. And that was really cool sometimes. And something like that could also work, of course, in any other game. Like in Breath of Fire 3, you could say, like, hey, you have to task the game, but no super combo, no misses, no crits, no reprisals. For example.
Mm-hmm. It would be a lot slower, I can tell you that much.
I mean, yeah, a lot slower, of course. But also, you would have to, like, like the routing would be a lot different, because suddenly it would be much closer to speedrun routing, where you have to figure out what tools, because without super combo, reprisals, crits, and dodges, I want to say 4 most powerful tools in the game are restricted from you, right? And you have to see what combination of the tools that are left for you is actually the best.
That's my reasoning behind a bunch of the meme categories that I do in Breath of Fire 2. Just get rid of the main things that I do in a speedrun to go fast and see what's left.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see how Miria is going.
So James, the reason for the sum of TAS being different is because it's comparing between 2 different TASes. And a TAS, you can't get the fastest possible time on every split all in the same run, because then, like, not all the things you need to do will be possible. Like, some of the things that the other older TAS did to, like, quote, save time, were, like, skipping things that ended up being more useful later. That's the short answer. But also, just a lot of splits where I, quote, lost time to the old TAS are just the old TASes on a faster, inaccurate emulation.
Hey.
Alright, here we go. Boss fight.
Last fight.
Cue the dramatic music.
I think we're seeing some crazy numbers here.
Good. Great.
Yeah, I enjoyed this fight. This was very satisfying. Remember, the goal is I want to be faster than the old TAS, and the old TAS strat was 3 super combos. So the goal here, most likely way to save time, is to find a way to kill her with only 2 super combos. And she has 20,000 health.
Yeah, Nox, nothing. We didn't play randomizer today. We're I'm co-commentating with Xudon here his new Breath of Fire 3 TAS any person. We continue to see it next time. Epic.
In case anybody ever is just like, yeah, I'm going to make my own RPG. One of the things you must get right always, the final boss theme must be a banger.
Also, it must be the most detailed background ever.
Yep.
Last resort.
Oh.
Might. 20% more power. There is the hourglass. 3 turns for Rio alone. No one else can move. Focus. Super combo. $32 maximum amount, and 9,380 damage, and the crit 1,500 almost. Momo gone. And that should be it, huh? If it's the same damage.
Yep.
Boom! 9,467. GG's.
That strat barely works.
Does the TAS
So the
actually
reason
end
the timer's
later?
still going.
Japanese time?
Yes.
Okay.
So TAS timing ends on final input, which is in the dialogue between Deus and Miria.
Oh yeah, yeah. Makes sense. GG's.
Thank you. So, yeah, the improvement there is that 2 focuses and a physical attack are faster than a single full super combo. So if the focus combo plus a crit, then second focus combo is just a little bit faster than 3 full combos for the same amount of damage. Because the focus animation is fast and the super combo takes so long to input. And the other improvement is using the hourglass, and that's a very straightforward, just the hourglass animation is faster than 3 attacks from Miria.
Oh, I just noticed you did copy my movement from Ryu stream. I just watch it. I'm there. I'm also talking to the statue from front. I actually didn't know that back then either. Must have been later then.
Oh, you tricked me. That's what it was.
Apparently. But nice. TAS improvement by almost 20 minutes. Damn.
Okay, well, where is... Yeah, it's whenever the final dialogue thing is. I'll keep watching.
Get ready.
When she's moving, like it's one text box after
when she
Dice moves like next to Miria.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, it's approximately a 20-minute improvement before accounting for the second roughly 20 minutes from emulator difference.
All right.
So one possible improvement is if we can get enough extra strength on Ryu between Bunyan levels and power food and maybe like optimizing the ivory dice usage, some combination of those things, if we can get his max 1 focus combo damage up to quad 9s, then the extra attack won't need to be from Ryu, it can just be like a swing from Rei or Momo at the start of the fight, which will do like 20 damage, but it will be enough. But since we're meaningfully far away from quad 9's damage, the extra attack has to come from Ryu, which adds a turn to the fight. Okay, here we go.
And that's it.
There we go.
Oh, and there ends the TAS.
Yeah, so the task goes into pause mode because the movie ends, but I can turn it back on if we want to watch the credits. There we go. So yeah, 7:25 and a handful of seconds because the timing wasn't totally perfect throughout the run, but that's
sub
fine.
7:30.
Yep,
33.
20-minute improvement. With further improvements to make, I would be astounded if you could get it down under 7:20, but there's probably like a minute or two to save. Yeah, humans being only 30 minutes behind, although again, you have to account for the difference, like humans do speedruns on PS2, which is faster than PS1.
Right.
So
also humans start a little bit later and stop a little bit earlier. So
human timing is different. But on the whole, it is still impressive that like a human speedrunning is a lot closer to the task than you would expect in a lot of games. Like in Breath of Fire 2, the human times are like 6:15 any percent and like 4:30 TAS. It's just a much bigger difference. Okay. Thank you so much for doing this, Zeal. This was a lot of fun.
Thank you for inviting me. That was super cool.
Cheers. In however many years, when I make another one of these, I'll ask again and see if you're interested in doing round 2. But it will not be anytime soon, because good lord, this is such a project.
Yeah, guys, chat, I hope you liked it too. That was the first time ever presentation of the new Breath of Fire 3 TAS here by Xujen. He put a lot of time into him, so into it. He's also doing Breath of Fire 2 speedruns a lot. He's grinding for world record. Give him a follow if you haven't yet.
Please and thank you. The very first thing I'm going to do now is go and make myself some dinner because I'm starving. But I think you are going to do a little bit of a showcase with BizHawk, so I will leave you to it.
Right, we can do that real quick.
Yeah, I'm going to bail out of the call, bail out of the stream. Anyone who's in my chat, thank you so much for watching. Anyone who's in Zeal's chat, enjoy the however long the little showcase ends up being.
Yeah, I can show you guys now how to do it. Thank you so much, Sudan. Have a good one. Yeah. Enjoy your food.
Goodbye, everyone. Oh, I am so hungry. All right.
You deserve
See you
it.
later. Bye.
Nice. Then, yeah, well, my speedrun is at R1 now. But yeah. R1
Normal
is the
attack.
Myrmidon. Did I one-shot him?
Thank you.
Alright.
2.4k.
Boom!
Nice,
Oh,
okay.
actually, one-shot by 45
At least we
damage.
get something.
I
Perfect.
didn't even say anything about it. What? I was not even impressed. What's going on? So. Okay, a lot of people asked how a TAS is done. And I show you now how a TAS is made. I haven't done it in a long time myself, so need to look into it myself real quick. So, but like for Breath of Fire 3, let's load up Breath of Fire 3. Yeah, just show you the whole thing. So up here, I can actually not see it, but wait. No. So here, you can go into options and you get a little tool that is called TAS Studio. That is this. The game stops then, immediately goes back to start. And you see right now, we're in frame 0. The game hasn't started yet. Which is the frame on power on. Make this a bit bigger. So, and then you have all the inputs here, right? Like left stick. No, what is what? This is up, down, left, right. Start, I guess. Start, select, or the other way around. Q, T, O, square, I guess. X, circle, triangle, cube. So first we have to like, and here we have the playback on top, right? So we can advance it now per frame, the game. Turbo Seek, Auto Restore. You can jump further, right? Give me a second. I can hold it. And you hold it, and you see in the background how the game is moving now, right? Like we're now at the... This is big enough, right? We're now at the Sony logo, which right now we're at frame 265, right? And right now we don't need to press anything because it doesn't do anything anyway. And there's the game loading. You have to type in everything manually. Yes, this is how a TAS is done basically. And then I will be a little bit late here. But here, for example. So now here, and now you can make a save state. Used to add branches. But how does that work? Metadata, set max undo levels. Give me a second, I haven't used this in forever. I've also never made a complete TAS myself. I gotta add It also doesn't matter right now. You can make save states and like go back to them, of course. And you can also go to earlier frames, right? Like this. We can go backwards and forward. Boom. Backwards. And so now we want to skip this, for example, right? So normally you would now try to find the earliest frame where you can skip it, right? For example. And this is what you have to do then. So let's say this is already probably too late. You see, on the I'm already doing inputs here. We don't want to do inputs here. But like here, for example. Wait, this is S. If you do an input here. Oh, this is how I can let it roll, right? This jumps how much? A lot. Set markers, deselect. How do we jump to this again? Oh, here. Okay, this is how you jump to it. So this is already too late. Okay, this red frame. This red frame here is the first one where it loads, right? So if you like go to these frames, on this frame, now this button is pressed, which skips it. You see that? Like until this point, the cutscene is playing, but because I said press start on this frame, it starts skipping it. And it goes further into the next part, right? Which is then the opening sequence. You see that? And now if I want to skip that one, I say again, hey, press start on, I don't know, a bit earlier maybe, on this frame. And then we go back here. And then it starts playing this sequence. And then at this frame, boom. Okay, can you not skip this with start? Wait, let's do X. X. I can't skip. Oh, wait, maybe it was. Oh, I think we're too early still. It's good enough. Still too early? Wait, why is this not skipping? What? Only pretending to be amateur? Yeah, I'm like a real pro. But now I'm confused. With what button do you skip this normally? Normally I skip this with start, though, right? The question is which one is start? The small one or the big one? What did I use up here? The big one. So this one, in theory. This one.
Get ready. Hey!
Maybe one frame is not enough. Let's just do a couple starts here.
Good.
Oh yeah,
Ready.
look at that. It was just one. Here. We learned one thing already about this. One frame of start is not enough to skip this cutscene. How many do you need? Is 2 enough? Yes, 2 is enough. Wait, or maybe I was not playing it out. Is 1 enough? Oh wait, it is enough. Never mind. I was just never waiting long enough, huh? What is this frame? Let's try a bit earlier. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, this is too early, for example. A bit later. Where is it? Here. This is also not late enough. Let's try here. Okay, that is late enough, for example, here, right? So it must be somewhere in between. Let's try here. That is also not early enough. Let's try this. Late enough. Here, this. So it doesn't work here. Right, this one just continues. That means we just figured out this frame here is the earliest frame you can skip this cutscene. So this is ideal. And this is basically the start of a task now, right? We just figured that out. Now we put a start button press here. Boom. It is there. And now it's basically, now we need to press start again at some point. But this is also too early. Let's try here. Too early. Right here. Huh? That one is good enough. Let's try earlier. This one. Huh? This is the first frame where you can press start, even before you can see the text. Checking memory card, and then we want to press X at some point. Too early. Does this work already? X. Nope, too early. Too early. Too early. Ah, that one worked. A bit earlier. That worked too. Earlier. That didn't work. That one. Earliest frame you can press X. Right? So, this is just the menuing now, right? So, and then of course we would need to do the same. And so you get the point, right? We don't need to do this like much more further. But this is how you have to play out the entire game, like this. You go frame by frame, you let the game a little bit advance, you figure out what inputs at what point. You never basically like playing with your controller. Your controller doesn't even work here. You're just playing the game with this sheet here, over here. And you tell the game what it has to input at what point. And in the end, you save this sheet, right? And it will be a spreadsheet, like a text document, that is like the backbone of the playthrough, right? And then when the sheet is played, you just start at the first frame at the start, and you just play it. And then what we just did, it will play it out, just like I did for Xudran. Put in. Of course, like right now, I'm playing it from the TAS tools, which is not ideal. Normally, you would replay it with the file. But here, now comes our start press. Boom. Then comes our earliest possible cutscene skip here. And then here, press start. And then new game. Boom. And we just created a TAS until this point. And now I can like replay this over and over and over again. This is how you do it, how you make a TAS. And now you do that for the whole game. Every single input, every single movement, every single press on every single frame. Please get to new. Yeah, if you give me another... I want to say 6 to 7 hours, I get to new. So you could do it in like 2 hours. Yeah, like of course.
Hey!
It's freaking hell when he's This looks pretty insane of work. Yeah, that's what casters do.
Fish!
Scripting and reading memories of values. I mean, to be fair, this is like the bare minimum that you have to do for TASing. Obviously, there is like more you can do to help you, right? Like there is REM watch. Obviously, like while TASing, you want to take a tight look at some of the RAM addresses from the game. Like I don't have much for Brotherfire 3, but here, for example, you know some RAM addresses are for Brotherfire 3. This is for Ryu, the int value, and the def value that I was playing around with, for example. So while TASing, you can look at some of these. Or what else do I have here? Oh yeah, generally some character stats that you can mess around with. Like Momo base defense, Momo total defense, Momo total agility, Ryu total, blah, 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 all these values. That also just change on the fly. Like this is basically how the game is storing its data in these RAM values. And you wanna keep track of those while TASing. Especially stuff like RNG or like the step value that Xutron was showing. Is that how they do retro achievements too? I'm not sure what you mean. Well, how is it with retro achievements? Can we make button presses based on the values? Yes, of course. Like you cannot edit, like in theory, you can edit these values. You can wait. Dude, I hate that. How can he make... Wait. Is there a way to capture drop-down menus in OBS? I always hated that. Like when you right-click. I mean, whatever. In theory, you can like right-click a value and say poke it, and then I can change this 8 here to like a 20. Boom. And now reuse total agility is 20. You cannot do that in a TAS. Like you cannot, this is cheating. You can do that on emulator, yes, you can do that in theory, but you're not allowed to do that for TASing. You still need to play the game the way it is working. You cannot cheat it. So you can track the values and make decisions according to how the values move, but you cannot edit the values, at least not with a tool, only within the game. So I mean, if you're interested, we can go like a little bit further to get actually into the game, if you want. Like Like, what was here? This was this. Here. There's probably a hotkey how to like get back to the. Wait, what is this? 1000. Yeah, that's why it's important to make some markers maybe here and there. To like have things to and you can branch out certain things. You can make branches like if you like here on the right side in the tool, you can create branches of your tasks where you can try something out in a branch, and if it works out, you can make it into the main thing, or if it doesn't work out, you just delete the branch and you go back to your main thing, right? And you want to put some markers on. Like for example, like right now I have problems finding where I was, right? But like for example, when I'm scrolling down here, this one. Where am I right now? Help, where's the game? Oh, there we go. Okay, okay, here for example. Here, this. We're getting somewhere. Here's the start press. Here's the other start press. Here's the new game press. Oh, also, I should. So the problem why it's going so slow right now is because I'm keeping track of way too many RAM values and it slows down the game. Because I said, like, BizHog is very resource hungry. So now we're here, right? So we can make a marker here, for example, set marker. So that I can always jump back to this frame here. If I want. So and then we're going here, and then we want to. Yeah, we can make a marker here. And I think you can also give it a name, right? Jump to scroll, edit, right? You can edit the marker and name it new game press. Boom. And now you have a marker here for new game press. That you can jump to if you want. And then we have to try when we can input things. Like this. Oops. This is too early. So a little bit later. Still too early. It's still too early, really? Yeah, this is fine. This is now an A input, right? But a bit late. So if you like, so that we can make something funny looking, for example, right? What is a good name to TAS, guys? What name should we get? RTA? Something longer, maybe. Sujan? Oh, that sounds good. Okay, so that means we need X first, right? So first thing, we need to determine what is the first frame where we can do inputs. This is it not. This is it. Okay, so this is the first frame where we can do an input. So we want to go right. We want to go right. And now it goes right. So now it's important that you not just do right, unless you can hold it, which I don't know if you can do here. But what happens now is this is not like a right press and then another right press and then another right press and then another right press. No, this is holding right. Every single frame having a right press is basically just like holding right. And since holding right is not doing anything, you would need to leave space in between these right presses, right? So if you play it now, it's too fast. You see that there needs to be more space in between the right presses. So let's try every 2 frames. Still not enough. Here, that works, for example. That doesn't work. This was work. So we need then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, boom, 1, 2, 3, boom, 1, 2, 3, boom, and suddenly we have 1 too much. So this is good. And then 1, 2, 3, we need 2 downs. Down, 1, 2, 3, down. And then we can see if on the right frame we can maybe already put our X press, if that works. Oh, we're too far. We're too far still. Down. X. That works. You see that? On the same frame with the down press, we can actually put our X press. Then 3 frames later, and you can see what happens. What was the next one? The J, the small J, which is all the way over there. So 1 down and a couple right. What if we do that? That won't go down, of course. What if I just give it 1 more? Doesn't work either. Just see if in this circumstance, when I'm pressing X here, he's giving me an earlier frame. But no, still here. This should go down. Right. And then after this, we want to go right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. So 1, 2, 3, right. Oh, this is left. Right. No, was right. Right. 1, 2, 3, 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 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, right. 6. So this should end up at the J. Right. That means here on the right press, we can also already put in the X press, which should give us the J, right? So now we need the H. H is left. Now we know already how it goes. 1, 2, 3, left. 1, 2, 3, left, and X. Next we need the A, which is all the way on the left. 1, 2, 3, left. 1, 2, left. That is how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. Now we put an X in here for the A. And then we need the N, which is 1 down and 1, 2, 3 right. 1, 2, 3 down and 1, 2, 3 right. 1, 2, 3 right and right with an X press. And then we want to, of course, do a start press. Maybe that works on the right frame right after this. Okay, that doesn't work. 1 frame later. That works. Just 1 frame, 2 frames later, this works. So on this, and now we tasked the name Xugen, right? Which looks like this. all in one. TAS. And this is how you create a TAS. Now we created the name Xujan for the TAS. So we can then, to know where we are, we can create a marker here that we name end of naming. So we can always return here. And then we have to figure out when we can press confirm here to get into the game. That actually works already. That is too early. Too early. Too early. Too early. Too early. I already had the right frame by chance. Here, this is the earliest frame. Boom, into the game. And now we have to let the game run because there's an auto scroller, right? So I can already tell you one problem. Here, let's do this. I tell you a problem. I tell you already a problem that a TAS has, for example, that we were talking about a few times. We're going through this auto scroll and we do a fight real quick, and then we have a realization, and I'll show you a problem. And here, and this is also now how I show you about RNG manipulation, right? This is a good example, how you manipulate the TAS, right? So, now we're actually getting into gameplay. Okay. Okay, this is where the fight starts. Let's make a marker here at some point. Make a marker here. First fight start. So if we're confirming now, one confirm press is too early. Too early. Too early. This is fine. Yeah. So this is the first press. And we can see if we can do both on the same frame, like X and right. Does not work. So right needs to be on another frame. Let's see if it works on the next frame. Too early. Too early. Oh wait, no, we need to press down. Too early. Here, that works. Now we know that it needs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 frames in between the X press and the down press to actually go from the enemy to Ryu. So and now this could actually work on the same frame, or like maybe one frame later. Let's see if that one, the X press here, works. Yes, that works. Okay. So you saw like 1x for the attack press. Here. Boom, X press. Then down plus X to confirm it on Ryu. And then the fight plays out. Oh, that wasn't even... He still attacked Mogu. Didn't work. Wait, didn't... Wait. Was it not on him? Oh, interesting. If you do it on the same frame, that's funny. So that doesn't work. So you gotta do it one frame later. Because we did it on the same frame, it still inputted it on the enemy, even though this one works. Okay, let's see. You need to give it one... Okay, but the X one frame later doesn't work. You actually need to give it more time. Okay, that worked. Okay, so you need to give it one frame in between, and now it works. And... dodged himself. So, this is not what we want, right? This sucks. This is the ideal way. And this is where it starts to be interesting with TASing. Now we're at a point where we got something that we just don't want. We figured out everything as ideal as possible. And now we need to look back. Hey, where can we save frames to get a different outcome? Well, the obvious answer would be to do a different name, right? Because Xujan is not really very, fast to actually do the name. So if we want to do it ideal, we won't just change something about the naming. Ideally, only give it one character, right? And see how it works out. But assuming we already did the best thing we can do, we have to do this just later, basically. So we're delaying the last one. We're just not doing this on this frame, but we're doing it instead on this frame. One frame later. And see how it... that one. I guess it only accepts every other frame. Boom. And see how this one works out. You see? That was a normal hit with a 3. But that's not what we want. Let's try later. One frame later. Ah! We got a 6 crit there. Well, that's pretty good. Let's see what the enemy's doing. A 2? It's not ideal. It's not exactly what we want. 6 crit is nice, but it's also not the highest. So let's try another frame, maybe. We also want a higher roll from the other guys. Yeah, there's only a normal roll. And for this, for example, you would make a marker. So that you can jump back in real quick. Ryu first battle hit. We're not taking this, but this. Nope. Nope. Nah, only 4. And the miss, horrible. Next. Nope. And I want to remind you guys, this is the first battle in the game. Nope. 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 Oh, 6 a crit. And... oh, I miss. Rough. Can you tell AI did it perfectly? I don't know how. Don't even get crits anymore.
Get ready. Hey!
Ooh. What are the crits?
Very good.
At this point, honestly, it would be fair to consider if the first crit we got with the 2 is not already good enough to like justify another attack later. Because we're already waiting a long time slowly. Oh, there's a crit. An 8? Okay, this is what we want. Perfect. 8 plus 4. Absolute perfection. Alright, that's our fight. Look at that. That's the frame. That's what we want. So now... So, here we can make another marker real quick. Wait, why is it this one now? I want it. Oh wait, I made the wrong marker. Dum, dum. Yeah, that marker we can then call Ryu first movement. And we can start holding down here. Now we want to hold stuff, of course, so we can just hold down here for all these frames. And we need to hold further. I think you can like, alright, you can do this. Want to hold down for all these frames. Alright, but this is too far. Or like, technically it's fine. But like around this part. On this part, we want to hold up and left instead. We don't want to hold down anymore. And I don't know if it works right away, but we want to press X. More up and left. Wait, we need to press it though. It's still holding. Here. Okay, this is it. And then after this, you found melted blade. So somewhere around here, you want to press some X. to skip this. This. And then we want to hold down again. Not up. Down. And then we want to hold down right. We're going too far, I think. That was perfect. We only need to hold right at this point. Right. 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 Do-do-do-dum. Whoop. And here, we're going a bit too far. Want to hold down right again. At like this frame. There's probably also a way to make this a bit faster, like copying the same frame over and over. I assume. Oh, well, it's one more. First screen done, indeed. So then here, for example, you can just basically mash if you want, just like every other frame, just press the thing. Wow, I started mashing too early though. Too early. Oh, that worked. Oh wait, that worked too. Oh wait, this is not auto-scroll. Oh wait, this is still auto-scrolling, right? Oops. Oops. This one you have to mash. A dragon. Too early. This one is fine. This one is not. Yeah. Alive. Perfect. You're really a dragon? That works. That works. That doesn't work. So this one, earliest. Boom. The dragon. So, and now from this point on, we just hold again down and right. Down for a long time. And right. No. More down. More right. Almost there. Huh? Am I not adding more? What? Was not working. Oh, there we go. Okay. Now it's good. You're jolly. Have a good night. Sleep well. Yeah, I'm not afraid. Let's get it. So here again. We can make a marker here. That marker. Name it Ryu. Second fight start. And what we want now, of course, is again look at the first possible frame where we can do an X press. And of course, if you do this often enough, you would also like remember the frame that would work, right? Yeah, that works. That is the first possible frame. Then we had to wait a little bit for the down press, right? Too early. Too early. That works. And then one frame after, we have to do the other X press, right? Or was it 2 frames? 2 frames. And? Oh. Wait, what do you mean 4? I only had... Huh? It said 4? And then it was only 2? What is this? Scam? Oh, it was rolling the numbers. Like it like the number displays like rolling some numbers through, but it was 2. So we need to delay this. Not enough damage. This is a miss. Oops. There's the off frame. Okay. That frame actually the minor goes first. Okay, but we don't want... Here, this is not actually a 9, it just rolls some numbers. Another 2. Well, Protect is quicker, I think. I mean, the thing is, we could check that out, for example, right? Like this is also like test work, right? Like let's see what is faster. So at this point, Ryu is Ryu inputs himself here, and then let's see the frame where he loses the HP. Here. The problem is also you would need to do some research if the animation after losing the HP, or rather, I guess it would be easier to test if we get frames where they die to like get a consistent end frame. Let's figure out first a frame where Ryu kills himself. Here, easy. Nice crit. Well, not even necessary, but nice memes. So here, for example. And then you can check until the frame where the here, this frame is very interesting, for example. So this is frame 12,496. So we do 12,496. We remember that. 12,496. We also wanna set a marker real quick on this frame here, which is the Ryu kills self. Just that we remember. And then we had and this is 12,236. So minus 12,236. So Ryu's attack to the end at least takes 260 frames in a 60 frames environment. 260 frames. So now we see that we look the same for a minor kill. Yeah, perfect. So this frame is... Oh wait, let's get the frame. Yeah, this frame is 12,461. 12,461. And the input frame was 12,230. So a minor attack is faster by 29 frames. That took only 231 frames. Okay, knowing that now, we can actually do this again and see when the minor was killing Ryu for the first time, which is the ideal outcome. The fun part is, we also figured that Xujan's TAS is doing this wrong. Because Xujan's TAS is having Ryu kill himself. Boom. Oh, this is not enough. Also, in theory, we would also have to test the other minor, because we only tested the left minor, who has a different animation than the right guy. But here, this one is faster than Ryu's attack. So, this works, right? Boom. So, and now, we test the complete opening. Naming input, first fight, first room, second room, until the end of the prologue. So here is a problem now with testing, guys, right? If you now have another strategy earlier, let's say for example, now I figure out at the start of the game here, very early, because what was this? Not about medium text speed. Oh yeah, true. We didn't change the text speed and stuff like that. Also, Ryu was only walking the whole time. Now that I notice it, right? Like we didn't put the... Oh shit, we would have to redo that. Damn it. Oh yeah, this is an even better example. You know, like new threads here, we figured out text. So end of would have to go back to end of naming. Wait, why can I not jump to end of naming? Jump to. Dude, why is it not letting me jump to it? First fight started. Hey, TAS, let me jump to my stuff. Okay, I gotta do it myself. 2,800. Here. Wait, this is... Wait, this is not right anyway. Wait, what? This is new game press? Oh yeah, this is the naming. Right, and now here... So, and now here, we made the mistake that we just input this right away. But we don't want to input this right away. We want to go instead go down. Let's see if the same frame works. Yes. And let's see if left is also working on the same frame. No. Probably 2 frames later again. Right, fast text. So then 2 frames later, we want to... maybe on the same frame we can go down though again. Right, that works. Then 2 frames later we want to go further down. Further down, further down. Oh, that one actually needs more time in between. Wait, down. Down, here, this one. It needs 4 frames, 3 frames in between. One more. That's like, it makes sense. It was for the naming was the same way. And then here we want to do right. That doesn't work. 1 frame later. 1 frame later. Boom. So now we have fast text speed and auto run on. Our run for TAS is slow because you have frame perfect running. Oh yeah, I guess you're right. You would have to hold the button, right? So yeah, this is technically you're right. So we just want to have the text. So this is all we need, right? And then does the start work? Okay, that doesn't work. We don't need that down. 1 frame later. Oh, this is only... One from later X. Here, this one. So this is the menu task then. Just for fast text speed. Bloop. Bloop. So, and now we have the problem. We have the sheet. We already made it, right? When we go down here to like where we have input already the inputs. Whoop, 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 whoop. Hey. Here. Dude, this jumping around frames is not working that well. I don't know why it doesn't let me jump to the frame that I want to here. When I'm like somewhat different. Maybe it's like this follow cursor thing. Uh, oh, I can make it. Oh, I can make a marker like this. Move. Can I now jump to this marker? I don't know how to make how do I jump make the game jump to that. I mean, I guess it can't jump to that because it's not made yet. Like, it makes sense that you cannot jump forward, only backwards, right? So it has to play it out again. I mean, you can probably, like, you can do save states, though. So you can probably work this out with save states. So here, but it should be around here somewhere. Should be almost there. Where are we right now? Wait, where is it? Where is our data? We're on first fight start is 8-3-16. We're not even close to that there yet. Yeah, 8-3-16. Now we're there. But this is like now massively later. For whatever reason. Why is there so much dead time there suddenly? Like, this is now so much earlier. But like, for example, now you should be... text speed? Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. Probably the text speed, right? Of course, of course. Now the fight starts like a lot earlier. Makes sense. Makes sense. So, and now you have to put these inputs back there. There's probably a more elegant way, but I guess we just have to redo that earlier. Right? Now we have to go to the actual correct start of the fight after fast text speed. Here, somewhere here. This is now first fight start. There's not anymore. And we'll do X. I want to do 2 frames later. I want to do down. Or 3 frames. Or 4 frames. Wait, why is this so late now? Okay, but this is it. And then we want to do 2 frames later X. And see how it works. Miss. Great. Well, that was shit. Bad. Bad. And now we need to find this like 8 + 4 again. 6, 4, 5. That's not good. That would need another crit from Ryu then. So the question now is, so this is where you would, if I know how to do it, this would be great to create a branch now, because this is already fine if you do get a crit early in the next fight, but you would still want to check out the next few frames, because maybe you get a better crit soon after. We basically, like, you would want, at the very least, to create a marker here and say crit 6, and then just try the next one. Yeah, exactly. That's why I would have to test it, right? Like, the thing is, it feels like you're waiting so long, but an actual time spent, you're only like, wait, every time I'm changing something here, it's like just 1 frame later. Also, in case you wonder, on the first fight, you always go first. So we at least don't have to deal with the RNG of them out-turning us. Eh. Man, this is very crit starving right now. It's just a frame, yeah. The outcome itself doesn't affect the RNG. Not as far as I know, at least. Okay, at this point, we're actually waiting already like a good second or something. 7:47. Yeah, like over a second. And I would assume that we get that quicker. So I would just take this one. And we get the crit here. On that frame. The 6 and 4. And I would say we just need another 5 or 6 crit on the next fight. And if we can do that with waiting less than like 45 frames, we win. So we want to again hold down here for quite a long time. Oh, this is up. We don't want to hold up. So this is also the part where I would like to select between markers. So like when I do like a marker here and the marker here, and I do like select between markers. This one, I can select this like this. Can I remove these? Remove markers, deselect, clear green zone. Copy, paste, insert. Oh, you can, okay, you can copy this, right? So basically, we can go down to where we had our first movement later, like this part here, and we can mark this. Because this whole sequence until the next fight is always the same, right? So we don't need to retest this. So we just keep this. I mean, this is too long because we're running now. Oh, actually, no. It is wrong because we're running now. So this is a bit shitty. So this is less, but it is roughly the same. So we can still take it until like, let's say here. And we can copy it. And we can clear this. Clear. And then we just insert this here. Paste. Boom. Oh wait, and we want to hold. So we want to hold the run button. It should be this, right? Right. Okay, that works. And then we want to find again the frame where we can skip this. Unfortunately, since we're running now, we have to take it from here. Okay, perfect. So we want to again go down and hold circle. And we want to like hold circle for like this whole thing. You want to start hold right. Into just right. Much down. Perfect. More right. Bit more right. And here we want to have down. Perfect. Oh, this is now wrong, of course. A dragon. This is like a little bit earlier.
Get ready. Hey! Fish!
Wow, it starts exactly when when the sequence ends. But I guess we can copy it. So since this is not consistent, so we can technically start doing this with the fight too. Wait, what is this? XX? XXX? What? Wait, what are where's the fight? Oh, this is the fight. A bad TASer. I still have like weird remnants from earlier. Random expresses. Whatever, let's delete this. We don't need this anymore. But I want to actually copy this. Let's copy at least the movement part. Copy, clear. We can insert this, paste. Why is it inserting it there now? Dude, what? I don't understand this game. I like go undo. Here, paste. Okay, now it worked. What I need down. Okay. That works. Don't need the rest. Of course, these inputs in theory don't matter. Like, doesn't matter if you have something pressed in between. But here. So now we can make a marker here. Second fight start. And now we need another crit. Almost there. There we go. And it was 3 frames later down, right? This. 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 Right. And then it was 3 frames later, X. Crit. That. And now we need fish again. We need a crit. Any mid-roll crit. Like any not lowest roll crit. Like the lowest, actually the lowest roll crit Ryu can do is 3. But any, like Ryu can crit anything between 3 and 9. Maybe 8? I'm not sure. Maybe you're right and it was 8. But we need a 5. At least. There we go. All right. So this was, for example, worth it. We waited only for like 15 frames or something, or 16 frames. While we tested the next like 40 frames in the earlier battle to get a better fight. And it did not work out. So this is the fastest outcome we could get, right? So perfect. So now we really successfully, ideally, test the prologue, minus a bad fight. So and then now you're happy with your TAS until here, right? And now you can save it. I can save the TAS now real quick. Here, BizHog Movies. BOF3 test TAS prologue. And now it's saving it real quick. Takes a bit. Alright, saved. So now how do play it again? Here, movie, read only. Oh wait. Is it this? Well, this should be our test, I think. Let's see. Now I started our task file with the game. Oh, that was not it. Oops. This is not it. Play movie. Ah, here. This one. Boom. All right. This should be our test. This is what we just created. Fresh TAS of the prologue. How do you test stuff towards the end of the game? Is there a way to start the test from a specific spot, or do you have to watch from the beginning? You always have to continue from the point where you make a change. If that's what you mean. If you wanna like actually test stuff in the game, then you would just save your test file and test it with save states. Like test it playing the game basically. And then when you know what you want to do, you open your test project again and you continue there. Now comes our first fight. Our nice frame. Boom. 6, 4. The dragon. That was our test. That's how far we played. GG's. So of course, if you want to be fancy now, yeah, we can open TAS Studio again. If you want to be fancy now, are you kidding me? You can definitely jump forward to that, right? Can you not? You killed it? Apparently you did. There is no way you have to play the game always from the start. Like, wait. Recording mode? I mean, there's something with the... Export, undo, set max, undo, levels... Can you fast forward? Yeah, technically. The thing is... Fast forwarding, like in terms of like an emulator thing, doesn't work here. There should be... I mean, there's a turbo seek. I don't know what that is. Turbo seek. Oh. Oh, no, it worked. Why did that work now? Wait. Wait, what? Wait, why can't I start? Why can't I jump to this? But not the first fight. Auto restore last position, record mode. Maybe there's also something with like record mode and here and auto restore last position or something. Okay, but I want to show you like one more thing that you of course can do when you make a TAS that Zujan didn't do at all, for example. And that is memes and fun. Memes and fun. Like, for example, what you can do here. So now we're here. So we need to attack Ryu on this frame, right? And so we have this part here completely for free. Nothing is happening here, right? In this part. So in theory, we can do does this work, for example? Wait, it's attacking them, right? Alright. It's attacking them too with a crit. Right, that worked. Oh, that is, I think that is the Turbo Seek. Okay, that is attacking himself, right? Okay, so basically we need to do this. So so from this point on, this is the first. So this could also be like an up. Like an, what is up in X? Don't do this. Up, X. Like here, for example, well, breath. Now we're here in the menu on Whelp Breath. I think there's not enough time, unfortunately, to do that. So this we cannot do. So that means the only thing we can maybe do is up, left. Does it work? Oh, it's up, left, left. Maybe right, right. Down, down. Where's down? Here. Down, down. Maybe nothing. Then X. Does it work? No. Can you stop, dude? This test shit. Dude, oh my god! Can you stop? Dude, I'm just removing this. Stop playing. Holy shit. How did that work? Oh yeah. So look at that. So at least we got some up, left, right, down in, which looks like this, a little bit strange, but there's not a lot of time, but like this. Was not a huge amount of time to work with, but like in a few frames, you can get a little bit of menu fun in. Because all that matters is that you are doing the right action at the right frame in the end. So as long as I input the attack on Ryu on that specific frame, I can do in between the waiting time that I have to do, I can do whatever I want. Maybe even go, like, if there is enough time, you could go into the item menu and like fake using an item and then cancel out, or go into the skill menu, or whatever you can come up with, right? But yeah, that was it, guys. It was a lot longer than I thought I would try to show you. We tasked the whole prologue, but this is how you create a TAS. There is definitely, if you are more experienced, there is definitely some some cool little tricks and secrets to make things a little bit faster and more fluent and get a nice flow into these things. But this is how it works to TAS. You go frame by frame through the game. A lot of like going back and testing the outcomes. That's how it works. Hope you enjoyed. And I'm calling it here, guys. 9.5 hours. We want to do some Ragnarok mod tomorrow, I assume. So I hope I see you then. Let's see for a nice raid. See who's doing cool things. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed the TAS presentation too. Was a nice comfy stream. And now, of course, everyone that had the patience to watch this now knows now exactly how to TAS. Yeah, let's go to Cordelium. He's doing a derusting Final Fantasy VIII. Whoop. You had TAS for years now, you know what it looks like? Yeah, I'm happy. It's always nice, like especially for TASing, I feel like a lot of people misunderstand what TASing really is and what it's doing. But this is what a TAS is. And in the end, when you did the whole game like that, you have a file that you can, at any emulator that can replay the same inputs and play it the same way, right? So yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching. Hope you had a lot of fun. Send you guys over to Cordelium, legendary Final Fantasy VIII speedrunner, who's derusting the game right now for some world record attempts according to title. Wish him some good luck. Tomorrow we're ourselves actually busy with Final Fantasy VIII. We're going into the Ragnarok mod, deeper into CD2. We're going to Esther, going to space. Rinoa is a little bit dead right now, but we'll see what we can do about it. We also want to do some optional things, of course. On Tuesday we're doing more of F7 for our own world record derust and everything. Hope you will enjoy that too. Hope you had a wonderful time. I'll see you guys next time. Good night. Love you. Bye. Ciao. Wish him good luck. He deserves it. And everyone on YouTube, hope you had a lot of fun too. I feel like especially YouTube people were interested in the Breath of Fire 3 thing, so super happy to see that. Hope you had a lot of fun. Hope you also enjoyed some of the TASing presentation, and hope you also found it interesting. And see you guys tomorrow for some FF8. Good night. Love you. Bye. Ciao. Bye.